Microphone. Hold on. All right. Can you hear me now? All right. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me now? It said check the mute button. Yeah, it is. Can y'all hear me? All right. Let's see. All right. I want to know if y'all can hear me. Yes, yes. So y'all can hear me right now. Y'all can hear me with this. All right. So what we're going to end up doing today is we're going to just have a little fireside chat. We're going to chop it up. We're going to talk. We're going to we just got out of Tough Topics, season 7, which was Tough Topics. We had some interesting guests on the podcast. We're going to talk about all that. Get your weigh in on some of your favorite episodes or some of the least favorite episodes that we had in season 7 before we jump into season 8. But listen, happy New Year. Um, I believe that God is going to do something amazing this year. I believe that God is going to. I don't know. I just feel like there's going to be a release. You. I know y'all been looking in these social media streets and been hearing a lot of people being outed as we approach the 2024 calendar year. And so I just believe that this is going to be the year where a lot of things are going to come to light. But I also believe that some of the things that we've been believing God for, that God is going to make manifest. And I believe that God is going to do exactly that. What I'm going to end up doing in a few minutes is I'm going to drop a link for you guys to jump on and join. If you want to join the live, make sure that you are in a well lit area and is free of a lot of noise so that we can have you come on and we can chop it up and talk, because I know that a lot of y'all are wanting to join the live and have some questions. So a lot of y'all have been asking to be on the Dear Future Wifey podcast. Well, here's your chance to come on up here and chop it up with me. What I normally do is go live a lot on IG. I'm gonna start doing a lot more of that again this year. I was tired, y'all. This is the first year that I did an episode every single week, 52 weeks, without missing an episode. And when I say I was tired, oh, I was tired. And so this break, I was able to spend some time with my kids, enjoy my new home, which I can't wait for y'all to see. I'll probably do I don't know, I may do a virtual housewarming or something. I want to start cultivating this community here on the Dear Future Wifey podcast. Matter of fact, we've talked about this in the earlier seasons, like season 1 and season 2, where you heard me uh, refer to our community as the Lit Fam. Y'all know the moniker of Lit is living intentionally and transparently here on the Dear Future Wifey podcast. And so you're gonna start hearing me say that name more, because I want to foster a strong community where we have. I'm gonna launch this app, and in this app, I want you guys to just build community. When we go on these retreats, a lot of y'all have been asking me, how do I know about these retreats? I seem to find out about it after we've come back, but I'm gonna do a better job on. Thank you so much. Do a better job on making sure that I have touch points with y'all. Eutropia, what you said, sad to hear Rashid and Simone red wine broke up. Yeah, yep. That's my good brother. Matter of fact, I talked to him yesterday. So what I'm so proud about Rashid is that he's taking his healing intentionally. And so he and I have been talking, and he's doing extremely well. I'm proud of him. It takes a lot of vulnerability for a man to actually go on social media and share his financial deficiencies. And so I salute that king for doing that, because I believe that he set a lot of people free. A lot of men like to uh, lie. I'll just say it like that. Like to lie about what their finances are to try to impress women. And that's the life that he lived, and he decided to come out amongst that. Let's see. He said, I'm glad. Muriel says, I'm glad you're into self care. Yeah, I had to because I ain't getting any younger, so I have to spend more time. It's a lot of energy doing this podcast. I'll be honest with you. It's a lot of energy. It takes a lot of time booking guests, them coming in, hearing them open up their lives. They're sharing some stories are really really emotionally draining when I'm sitting and hearing people talk about their stories or whatnot. A lot of them are uplifting. It's very encouraging, but when I have some people that are sharing their stories and it's very draining, that takes a lot out of me. And so we have that. Episode 711, Utopia. What you said, truth about purity, no mate yet. Are you angry with God? Are you angry with God, Utopia? Are you angry? Super sticker. Hold on. Let me put this up here. Oh yeah. If y'all want to show y'all appreciation, feel free to super chat. Shout out to Chelsea. Their character, a firework rocket disappearing away before it bursts into the sky. Huh? All right. So yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank y'all so much. Yeah, and I greatly appreciate a lot of you guys who I don't do a big call of, hey, super chat, here's some donations or whatnot. But I'll tell you what, I greatly appreciate it when you do. And yeah, my greatest reward is you guys supporting, you guys sharing the podcast with people, letting them know. Make sure you go ahead and like this video, give it a thumbs up right now so that it starts showing up in people's news feed on YouTube and the recommended videos. But yeah, I am about to drop. Thank you, Nicole. I'm about to drop this link and see who wants to come up and chat with your boy. Let's see. I want y'all to come too. Let's see. I'm finna drop this right here. Want y'all to pull up. There you have it. Click on that link if you want to join the live. And if y'all haven't subscribed yet, what are y'all waiting on? Like, come on. Y'all hear me say that every episode. but subscribe to Dear Future Wifey Podcast. Let me tell y'all why that's so important. It's important because when networks, brand deals, companies, they're looking at podcasts to advertise with, they want to see what podcasts have a strong community. And so as I go out for a bigger brand deals, they want to see how many subscribers do I have. I'm on the road of hitting 500,000 subscribers. And so I need everyone to help make that happen. Let's see who we got right here. Utopia. All right. Let's see. All right. Utopia.
Yeah,
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? How do I get off this other thing?
What other thing?
I'm hearing you.
If you're on the what are you looking at it at on the TV or is it on a computer or what? Turn
I'm on
whatever that is.
my laptop.
Well, open up that screen and mute it or pause it.
Okay, let's see. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep,
Okay, how are you?
I'm great, Utopia. So, what would you like to add to this conversation? You've joined us on lives in the past,
Yeah,
so you've been rocking with us in this last season.
honey, yeah. It was one of them. That's 7-Eleven. when she was talking about the truth about, purity. I'm, I'm still abstinent, and it's yeah. I just
So,
didn't think I would still be abstinent like this. I'm really just thirsty for God right now. Honestly, I'm not angry at God, not angry at Him at all.
yeah.
But it's different, Laterra. It's just I'm at a season. It's like I'll be 61 now, February the 18th, and it's like I still have not met anyone or prospects of meeting anybody. So it's just different.
So how many years have you been abstinent?
Oh my God, it's a little over 16 now.
Did you say 16 years?
16. And it's interesting. How are you coming with your abstinence?
Well, listen, I'll be some days. So listen, this is what happened to me. I don't know if you saw the episode back in December, where no, the December of last December 2022 was I was abstinent for a little over half a year, and then I fell off. And so at times I'll be trying to get back on my abstinence journey, and then fall off again. And so my thing is that my goal is to be abstinent until I get married. But I don't know, I'll be getting a little weary in my well doing. Now I'm gonna tell you this: 16 years, yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to do no 16 years.
It's by the grace and mercy of God. I love Essence Atkins. Every time I hear her, she so reminds me of me. And I feel her spirit. And, it's not easy. It really is not easy. But, you just try to keep yourself busy in the things of God. And I'm more sensitive to his voice. Um, this coming into this new year, I took the first day and I just consecrated before him. And Laterras, he was speaking so clear. It's like when you abstain, you're more sensitive to his guidance. And it's a beautiful thing. But I'll be honest with you, I'm just at the point, sometimes Laterras, I'm like, God, am I just not going to get married? Am I just not going to meet him? Just tell me, so then I could just say, okay, just sweep that under the rug. But I mean, and I'm just being human and real. I know we're spirit beings having human being experiences, but it's just real, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
this is not an easy walk, but God will give you the grace to do what you need to do. Because one of the things I had to face, in all honesty, I had to ask myself, truthfully, and a lot of women have to ask themselves this question as well: what if you don't get married? Will you still serve God? Will you still honor God? Will you still keep your temple holy before Him? Will you still consecrate and serve Him? And beyond a shadow of a doubt, yes, 200% I will. 200% I will. That's not going to change, you know, um, because I'm His bride and I'm presenting myself to Him without spot, wrinkle, or blemish. And I'm just going to continue to serve Him and honor Him, and however God wants me to pour in other young ladies, you have to really ask yourself, because a lot of women on this line, I know you want to be married, but you seriously may not get married. And you have to ask yourself, will you still serve him? I'm not, I don't want to just jump in a bed with anybody. Then I'll be like, I could have had a V8. That ain't even happening. So I want everything God has for me. So I just wanted to share that. And I was just wondering how your walk has been going,
So
because
you
I know,
told me.
yeah,
So do you not date guys at all?
I, Laterras, I have not met any men to date. I don't even know where to look. I've tried to ask people, do you know anybody? Hint, Laterras, no. But no, I've tried to get out and meet people, but I don't even see anybody that nobody. I've tried to even get on match.com, but I think I'm a little too clean, too something. I think most of the dudes on match.com, they just looking for to just kick it with somebody. Cause I got a few friends who are on match and I'm hearing the same thing. It's like, this is who I am. I'm not, I want to be found. And one of the quotes I put on there, men pursue, women present, we don't pursue,
Right.
and I made that clear. So I put myself out there to be found.
So you tell
Um,
me guys don't hit you up because
you
you're an attractive woman. So you're saying
saying
that guys don't hit you up at all while you're on these dating sites. They're not. What is
I
it?
get
Swiping right or what's the?
I get a lot of likes. I was putting off joining match, but I had like hundreds of likes. And the guys, they like my profile, they like my pictures, but there's a certain purity of how I present myself that they looking for somebody to kick it with. Because most of them are talking like, I don't understand this thing where they say, um, I'm spiritual but not religious. So I'm assuming that means you don't believe in Jesus. So
Right. That's exactly what that means. You
I ain't
don't
got time
believe
for
in.
that.
Yeah.
But I get a lot of likes and beautiful pictures and this and that and that. I get a lot of likes, but I've been going through this Laterras honestly since I was a younger woman, even in my 20s. I used to hear people tell me, it was my eye doctor that worked at the hospital with me. He used to always tell me, "Oh my God, these guys just be checking you out. I'm always hearing how guys are looking at me." And I'm like, where are they? I just haven't met anybody. I don't know where to even meet anyone. So, I
So
mean,
so answer this. So I'm trying to remember your story. You were married before, right?
I've been married twice,
You've been
Latera.
married twice. That's what I thought. So you've been married twice. So it's not like some women who may be approaching 60 has never been married at all. And so to refresh the viewers on your journey, you were married for how many years the first time and how many years the second time?
The first time, I think I was married
You said I think.
maybe about 2 years, but during that time, we were separated most of that time.
Right.
My second marriage, that didn't last long because he cheated. But Lateris, after you and I talked, this lady had a lot of growing to do. And I realized, honestly, not only could they not husband me, but I couldn't wife them.
That's good.
It was things I had to learn. Like I had to really understand what love was. And truthfully, listening to you over the course of these few years and talking about purpose partners and truly just I've learned a lot. I mean, listen, I told you can teach an old dog new tricks. I learned a lot, and I wasn't ready to put myself out there, but then I opened myself up last year for love, and I'm open still for that. But I'm so old fashioned about it to some degree. I want to be found because I feel in my heart. One of the things my dad used to always tell me, if a man doesn't find you and he's your choice, he's going to continue looking for his choice. Does that make sense? It's like if I'm going after a man, I'm like, oh, he's really attractive. I want to get with him and I'm interested in him. He may not like me like that. You know what I'm saying? So he may still be looking for the person he wants to be with. So I want to be someone's choice. I want to be a man's choice.
And so you said that your main issue is where to meet guys.
Yeah.
Do you work at a place where you're like public facing? Like, do you have a job that you're around people a lot?
Okay, Lateris. I work in healthcare. I've worked at a law firm, one of the top 5 law firms. I met a lot of attorneys, but people are married. I work in healthcare. I met a lot of doctors and people, but people are married. I think as you get older, like right now on the weekends, I decided to do this last year. I decided to work for Bath and Body Works on the weekends, and
You ain't gonna meet too
especially
many guys
they,
at Bath and Body
no,
Works, you trophy.
a lot of men do come in
Yeah, you
to
go, but
buy things for you
you
know
said what?
a lot of men do come in to buy things for their mothers or
Or their
maybe
wives?
their friends or their girlfriends or their girlfriends. And then there are some men, we have some really nice men products that they are not gay and they do come in and they do purchase things. But Lateras, honestly, if you know where I can meet someone and being in your 60s, it's more complicated. It's more
Well,
complicated.
one of the things I plan on doing, because I hear a lot of women facing that same issue, is that this is going to be the year of Adam, where are you? Where I'm going to intentionally galvanize men. I'm going to seek after men. I'm going to tell y'all, one of the hardest things for me to do is find men to even come on the podcast. So I understand the struggle. I understand that a lot of men lack vulnerability and transparency. So I get a chance to see it firsthand with just even talking to guys about, hey, come on, Dear Future Wifey, I need women to hear how men think. So that's always been a challenge. But I'm going to find a way in which I've been stewing over some ideas over the last 3 years of how to get men out to events, how to get men. And I plan on doing a trip probably in June where I'm going to get some men. I've already started contacting men and say, hey, we're going to go to one of these islands and I'm gonna get a lot of men out there, and I want a lot of you women. Well, it's never been hard to get women to come out. Every time we do trips, women come out, but I want to even the playing field and get men out. So just know that I'm becoming extremely intentional about getting these men to step up because it's trust me, I have a lot of friends that are women that face the same issue. They like Laterras, like where are they at? And I'm like, I don't know. So that's why I said, Adam, where are you? Let's go find them.
And then it's the quality of man that you want. It's just like a guy.
Yeah,
You guys want a quality woman. I want somebody who, I know what I want in my spirit. And it's so funny because I was talking to a young lady in the office, and it's so funny in my life. I used to say, I'm not sure what I want, but I know what I don't want. And then as I was talking to her, like the Holy Spirit just rose up in me. I know exactly what I want. And this is something God has placed in my heart, and I've given it to Him, and I'm keeping it to my heart, because sometimes you just can't blurt out what you want, because then
yeah,
who was that saying? Steve Harvey, you're giving guys the roadmap. No, I know in my spirit what I want, and I'm believing God for. And again, Laterras, if that's not what God has for me, sometimes my girlfriends are like, you're saying this and you're saying that, you're wavering. I said, no, I'm not. I am. And it's so funny as I was saying this, I said, I want what God wants for me. If
right,
it's His will for me for marriage, God will make that happen. But I'm also okay if it doesn't happen. And
good,
they say that's wavering, and that's not. That's called surrender. I'm in surrender to what God wants. I'm in surrender to His plan. I'm just not. And Lateris, because it's millions of women out there that I'm sure they're approaching you. They're coming at you left and right, but in your spirit, in your spirit and in your mind's eye, you know what you're looking for. And when you meet that woman, and I believe this with all my heart, ladies, please know this. When a man meets the woman he wants to be with, he knows. I saw my father do it. I had an opportunity to meet Kanita and Ryan Rutley. So I ended up celebrating my 60th birthday with her, and I celebrated her birthday. Beautiful couple. Just the season that you were showing courtship, I saw courtship in action. It
yeah,
was beautiful, and
yeah,
it restored my faith. That season, that one, oh my gosh, that restored my faith in love. That restored my faith in courtship because the one lady was talking about it. Laterras, I honestly I cried on one of those episodes where she was talking about courtship, and I said, oh my God, nobody tell me about no courtship. What the heck is courtship? I did not know what courtship was. I thought as a younger woman, I was doing courtship. But I also learned that do you know that dating is like maybe 100 years old? Because I do this podcast called Saved and Single, and I was teaching on that. And dating is only 100 years old. And really, it happened during the prohibition and the speakeasies that came into play. And you started seeing the women, the flappers. You can look it up. They started going into these places that were just for men, these little speakeasies,
yeah,
started, spirits, started getting caught up, having abortions, babies, stuff like that. It's only 100 years old, maybe 120 years old. But for me, I thought when I first started dating, because my mother didn't tell me about courtship, I
yeah,
just got out there dating. And I always dated with the intentions of marriage. But when you allow sex to come into it, that's the end of it. Because in my mind's eye, I'm looking for a relationship. And I think on the last thing you had, you guys were talking about dating, and you know, for me, I'm that woman. I'm guilty. I'm the woman that when I meet a gentleman, because I come from that era,
yeah,
man pursues me, and I've had a guy. in my youth, they're basically, well, I've been watching you. I saw you broke up with this person. I'd like to date you, so come to my house, ring the doorbell, bring flowers. I'll be with my parents and stuff. Introduce himself, real gentleman, take me out on a date. By the time we come back home, we've had such a nice time. He's planning a date. So when a guy approaches me, I'm not trying to hook up with different people. I'm
Right.
bad at dating. I give you my undivided attention, because I want to see where this goes. And I made a comment when they were talking about, well, you should date this person and that person and try this person. No, no, no. It's not that you having sex. But Laterras, if I were dating, let's say I'm dating you, Kristen Keys, I'm dating the other guy that's the comedian. Okay, I'm dating you guys, but I'm not getting to know who you are because I like you because I like your intellect. I like the different topics we could talk about. I may like Christian Keys because I like that look or something, or I may like the other dude because he's making me laugh. But that's a
But what
three.
happens is, but listen, what happens in that scenario, and then I'm gonna bring somebody else up. But what happens in that scenario is that the cream is gonna rise to the top. So it's not that, and I hear a lot of women that say they're challenged in that area of dating multiple people, which I say, to thine own self be true. If it's hard for you to quote unquote juggle multiple guys at the same time, and then I hear a lot of women that say, heck, I can't date multiple people because I'm not even interested in multiple people. They may find one guy and lock in. So everybody has their own journey. But what I do say is that no matter what, you could, if it's one or two guys or even three that you are getting to know, then the process is going to be whatever it's going to be. One guy may end up talking to you once every 5 days. Another guy may talk to you every day. Another guy may talk to you several times a day. The person that's talking to you every single day or multiple times a day, you're going to start building a connection with him faster than someone you talk to once a week. And so that person is going to naturally fall off anyway. And so I always say, let it organically happen however it happens. That's if you're dating multiple people, if you have the opportunity to date multiple people. Because what I've seen happen, especially with a lot of women in their early 30s or whatnot, they'll lock in with one guy, they'll date that one guy for 2, 3 years. They don't even have a commitment with that person. That
Yeah,
person goes off, marries somebody else, and that person may desire to have a kid. Then they have to face their doctor at the age of 35. The doctor saying, "Hey, have you considered freezing eggs?" But she's had all these boyfriends in the last 3 to 4 years, and she's aged herself out the healthy age range to produce kids. And so it's I always say at the end of the day, if no one hasn't taken you off the market, you're still on the market, and you can't claim a girlfriend or boyfriend on your taxes. So at the end of the day, I always say, hey, just keep your options open, and the guy that's serious about you or the guy that's intentional about you will pull you off the market. If y'all are aligned, then that's the person for you. But listen, Utopia, I really enjoyed talking to you. Go
I
ahead.
know. Can I say one more thing? I'm
Go
just
ahead.
going to throw this out too, because a lot of women watching, and I know this for myself. Sometimes when we meet men, it's so far and in between. It may be years before another dude pop up.
Yeah.
And to me, I spot the red flags. I'm done. For some women, they spot the red flags. They're like, maybe I could put up with that a little bit. It's kind of pink. It's not quite red. But a lot of times, it's just so far and in between. It's hard to meet dudes out here, Laterras. But I'm gonna let you go because I will talk all
What
day.
what city are you in?
I'm in Farmington Hills, Michigan.
You're
Are
in
you
Michigan.
coming to Michigan?
I want to. Kanita, they were talking about trying to get me to come out there to Detroit and
If
doing the
you come,
podcast.
I would love to meet you because I
Yeah,
just think
that's.
you just have such a beautiful spirit.
Thank you
Honestly,
so much.
honey, if you was just a little younger, I'd take you out to market. Okay, darling. All right,
Thank you
thank
so
you.
much, Utopia. I
Everyone.
appreciate you.
All
Bye.
right, love you. Peace,
Love
elbow
you back.
grease. Bye.
Bye. All right. Yeah, I always love talking to Utopia, an amazing woman. Let's get Krista up. Krista, I'm going to bring you up on the live. Hey, Krista.
Hey,
Hey. Hey, how you doing?
I am doing good. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So what city are you in?
I am in Atlanta. It is ghetto down here, but yes, I'm in Atlanta.
So why do people always say that about Atlanta? Why you always say Atlanta is so ghetto?
Because, well, first things first, the women, there's a lot more women than there are men. So the men move according to that. They move like Miss One, next 15, one coming.
Yeah.
That's exactly how they move. And then also, a lot of people down here, it's just a lot of people just want a sneaky link. They want a sneaky link, and it's just like, well, for those of us who are not trying to sneaky link, it's it ain't a lot out here for us. Trust me, I am trying.
So do you date, and how do you meet guys?
Yes, I do date. So as far as dating, so I've tried the dating apps. They are also ghetto, but I'm still, I'm still giving them a chance. And then also, like, if I'm out somewhere and somebody, is attractive and approaches me and they don't approach me on nothing crazy, um, if they ask for my number, I'll give it to them.
So it's not that. So you do have opportunities to date. It's not like your phone is dry. You don't have nobody that you go out with. That's not your testimony.
No, it's not that. It truly is the fact that
The
there's a
select,
lack of
the choices.
intentionality. Yeah, the choices are not amazing, and there's genuinely, and I don't even think it's just Atlanta. It's genuinely in like this generation that there is a lack of intentionality in dating. Um, Period. And I'm very fortunate that I grew up. I grew up with both of my parents in my house. I was fortunate to see what a healthy, loving, God-fearing relationship looks like. So that is what I am wanting from somebody else. And um, you know, there's not always a lot of that in the dating pool.
So let me ask you this: what is the age range that you would date?
So I'm 30. So my desire, I would say like pretty much all of the 30s. So like late 20s, I'm gonna say late 20s, like 29, maybe 28 if you're really awesome, but I'm not going no lower than that. Up to maybe like 37, 38. So I might do 40 if somebody was just like really, really swept me off my feet, but I don't want to date nobody that's closer to my mama's age than to my age. That's a little bit much.
How old is your mom? Ain't no 40, is she? Your mom, she-
No, I know, but my mom is in her. I don't want to give out all her business, but she in her 50s ish, somewhere in there. And I'm like, I don't want to date no man who's 49. You closer than her. You closer to her age. Like you grew up watching HR Puffin stuff. I'm too young for that.
oh God. And so, what are you finding with the guys around your age group? You're saying the lack of intentionality. What do they talk about? Do they even mention marriage, or are they saying, "Hey, listen, I don't even desire marriage until I get into my 40s"? Or what is the conversation like?
I think there's a lot of men who right now they aren't even desiring marriage. And then just the fact that like I thought it would get better as I got older. It hasn't gotten better. I went out with someone a few months ago who was 36, and I thought the date went well. We went bowling. It was fun. It went really well actually. At the end of the night, he invited me back to his place. And I respectfully declined. I told him, I'm not really comfortable coming back to your house on a first date, but I really enjoyed myself. I'd love to go back out with you. There was no second date.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, I'm finding that over and over again that, like I said, it's just the men who want to link. They want to get you back to their house. They want to come to your house. And it's like,
So
first
when
of
you say
all,
there
I
was no
don't know.
second date, when you say there was no second date, did you just not answer the phone for him anymore, or did he just not invite you?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't ask me. Yeah, he didn't ask me out again.
Oh, so he figured that because you didn't give him some on that first date, then you're worthless at
Didn't. Yeah.
that point.
Yeah. And it sucked because he was fine too. I was like,
Did you think
but
about it? Did you consider it at first? Did you say, you know what, I do want to go ahead and give him some?
absolutely not. I don't know that man. I don't know that man. I had just met him on a dating app the day before,
oh,
and he
okay.
asked
So
me to go
24
out on
hours
a date.
later.
Yes. So 24 hours later, he asked me to go out on a date the next day. I said, okay, cool. Plus, it was a weekday. I got to get up and go to work in the morning. You got to get up and go to work in the morning. Sir, you ain't inviting me back to your house at 9 o'clock on a Wednesday night because you want to watch a movie.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
sir, we both grown.
He want the Netflix and chill. That's what he want.
And I was, sir, I'm not doing it. I don't know you. You don't know me. And these men in Atlanta don't be getting tested, but that's a whole nother story. Like, no, no, absolutely not.
So when's the
And
last time you've been in a relationship?
the last time I was officially somebody's girlfriend with a title
Yep.
was 2015.
All right, about 8 years ago.
So I was about 22 ish. Yeah, about 22.
That's when my divorce was final, December 29th of 2015. That's when my divorce
Oof.
was final. So it's been 8 years. That's how I could just jump out and say 8 years. So when you look back on that, what made that relationship end? Well, at that time, you was
Ooh.
like 22 years old, right?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
22, and the person I was with, we had been together for about 2.5, almost 3 years. Um, I should have never gotten that relationship in the first place.
Well, I mean, you talk about that young. You get a pass. It's all learning. I always
It
say
was.
dating is data collection, but why would you say you shouldn't have gotten that relationship?
Oh, it was just a very unhealthy relationship. I was number one. I was young. I was like 19 when we met. I was young. I was naive. I believed everything this man said, which was to my detriment because he was very manipulative. It was emotionally abusive. It was just a lot of foolishness. And like I said, with me being young, he was like 5 years older than I was. Um, I just believed everything that he said, and I shouldn't
Yeah,
have.
yeah.
But now that I'm older and I got a lot more experience and a lot more wisdom, now I'm just like, what are we doing here? You playing? I missed one. Next 15 one coming. If you can say it, I can too.
So when you think about the type of guy that you want, before I let you go, what
Yeah.
are you desiring in a mate?
Ooh. So the things that I desire a man who is kind, not just will do a nice thing for me, but a man whose character is truly kind. Um, Someone who has similar characters to my pops, who is kind, who is loving, a man who is empathetic. I'm not asking for a perfect man. I'm asking for a man who is willing to be aware and do the best to work on himself. I personally am in therapy myself to do the work on me so I can be the best version of myself to then in turn be good for someone else as well. So I just want somebody who is willing to do that work, who, like I said, is kind, is empathetic, who is, hardworking, someone who actually wants to be a husband and not just someone who wants a wife.
Heavenly Father, I ask that you take these words and you allow your angels to carry her wants, her needs, her desires out to the perfect person that you've designed for her. God, as Christians, we don't have a scarcity mindset, no matter what city that we live in. I know that the statistics could look a little grim, and oftentimes we can get weary in our well doing. But in due season, we shall reap if we faint not. Let her grab a hold of that. Lord, I ask that you just bring your son to her, a person that can see her heart, that can honor her mind, and that could submit his will to your will. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Oh, thank you. I received that in Jesus' name. Amen.
And I want
Thank
you to carry that. Listen, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being transparent and vulnerable. I appreciate that. All
you.
right, you
No
take care,
problem.
Kristen.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and have a good new year.
You too. Happy New Year. All righty, my sisters. Let's see. Let's get Michelle up here. How you doing, Michelle?
Hello.
Yes. Do you see yourself?
Hi. No, my name is Cynthia. Are you
Okay.
are
Well, I
you
say,
hearing me?
yeah. It just shows. It says. Well, I guess is that your last name, Mitchell? What does it say on here?
Yes, it is. But
Mitchell.
I'm trying to figure out why my camera is not focusing in.
I can see you.
Oh, you can see me. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
apologize. How are you, Laterras?
I'm doing great. How you doing? What city are you in?
I'm in the Cobb County in the Atlanta area, Powder Springs.
Out there in out there in Atlanta. So you said, so how do you? Are you single?
Yes, I am. Actually, I'm a widow,
You're a
and
widow.
yeah, and because my marriage was not that great, and I do accept some responsibility in that. Also, that I walked away and came here to give him time to get himself together, but unfortunately, he died in his sleep before that happened. But
And
now,
how long was that? Hold on, you can't just say
um,
that and run off of it. So you left to help him to give him space to get his life together.
right,
Uh,
because he wasn't that he was a bad person. He was a beautiful person, a Christian person, but he was that mindset and that man of old that
goodness.
didn't, espouse everything of the newness of marriage. Like he would go to work, think he's supposed to come home and sit on the couch and watch TV, then jump up and down on me and go to bed. And there was so much more that I wanted because I was that type of woman, and even still today. And
Did you say
the
jump
fact,
up and down on you?
well, that's how I felt about it at the time,
You sound
and
like Celie in The Color Purple.
that's pretty much what I got. But the only thing was, he was not a horrible person. He was a beautiful person. Everybody in my family absolutely loved him. But I just got to the point that what I wanted and expected out of the marriage just did not materialize. Anything we had, because I'm a level 1 trauma ER registered nurse. At the time, I was gaming like that as far as the medical game field was concerned. I was working. I was making the money. I was doing all of that, and it just did not materialize for me. And so he's been deceased now. Next month it will be 12 years he died alone in our home in Mississippi. And God let me know 3 days before it happened that something was about to happen, because I had the dream, and then my parents called and told me he was found dead in a home of a heart attack. And it was the February 28th, but of course, it was leap year when they found him. So next month is a leap year to be what,
Yeah.
12 years.
Well,
But
well,
excuse me, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said definitely. I know it's been 12 years, but you still have my condolences. And
Oh, thank you.
so it's been 12 years.
Yeah.
How has these dating streets been treating you in these 12 years?
I've not met anybody,
You're
and
talking about you haven't dated not one person.
no. I mean, not that my standards are high, because I'm not looking for a sugar daddy. I'm not, I'm a Christian woman, and I know what I want. It's just the state. No, and understand, as a travel nurse, I've met nobody nowhere that interests me, because they're so superficial in their thinking. And I'm not trying to paint all men with a broad stroke. It's just that maybe that's what I'm finding,
So let
and
me ask you this real
that's
quick. Hold on, what's your name again? Because I'm about to say your
Cynthia.
last name. You said Tiffany.
No, Cynthia. Cynthia.
Cynthia. Okay, so Cynthia. So you tell
Hmm.
me in 12 years you haven't met one person. I'm talking about, because you said that you guys are superficial or whatnot. That means you had to have met them to talk to them to find out if they're superficial, right?
It's just that in my spirit, I can kind of, as a seer in the Lord's church, I kind of see you coming.
So when
And
a guy approaches you, so you're telling me that in the last 12 years you've been approached by guys, you just
yeah,
haven't exchanged phone numbers with nobody.
exactly. And some, because I had trust issues, I'll admit, but and God has worked on me with that. It's just that how they approached, and the fact that it's almost like stranger danger to me. Maybe I watched too much Fatal Attraction. I don't know, but I've been like I said, different churches, because I was in the church world like that, and I've been in these streets and gone to some of the over 30, because I just turned 50 as of December 12th. So I've gone to some of the things where the parties were
Well,
for
happy
over
belated
40.
birthday.
Thank you. Just nobody. They just not checking for me. and now it's like, okay, I decided last year, after having 2 rough years of life, and I'm still going through a lot right now, maybe if I open up my heart with love a little bit, it'll take my mind off of some of the other crap going on, that, not that I need a guy to come in to be Captain Saver, what, or whatever, because I'm firmly set in that God is going to provide, and his grace is sufficient. I'm not asking to go to Santorini or go to all these places. We can start off with a cup of coffee somewhere. We don't have to start out with dinner and a movie. Just enough to get to know you, so I don't feel like it's stranger danger, because a lot of things do happen to women when they're not careful. And I've even looked at the online dating sites, and the people that they, match me up with, trust me, look older than my dad, and he's 78. So thank you, and I want to say thank you for trying to get the good bras in the places where we could be, to be found. And I'm not going on the hunt and the search and all of that. No, that Bible said, "He that findeth not." I may put myself in the path, but I'm not even really trying to do that. Let me be found while I am yet working, when I'm on my purpose, moving in my purpose, and that kind of thing. I'm tired of
While you're
trying.
in the field, you want to be in
Exactly.
Boaz's field and be found. I see somebody making a comment. They were talking about some red pillars are in the comment, in the chat or whatnot. Yeah, some of these men, I want you to pull up. I don't want you just talking in the chat, leaving toxic conversations or leaving toxic comments. Pull up, drop. I'm gonna drop this link. I want to hear some men talk. I want to hear what you think. Hear how you feel these dating streets are. Are you a part of the problem, or do you feel like the women that you dated, you find that you're experiencing the same thing that women are experiencing as your counterpart? Let me know. Um, she said once a year, and I don't get it. So, Jalecia says, I meet a new friend, like girlfriend, at least once a year, so I don't get it. I said, um, men
Well, just
nowadays don't know how to
please
approach
share
them.
with us where you meeting these good friends at, if it's a male. And when life turns around for me, I'm sure to be in the atmosphere somewhere, because I keep missing your events. That's another thing. I mean, we
Yeah.
women, is it that men are afraid to be vulnerable? Because we're going. I
Well,
put my
what it is, I think that women said it best. There's a large portion of men that just don't want relationships like that. They feel like men lose in marriage, that men feel like there's no value in getting married because they find marriages, they've had these experiences. Either they've been divorced before, or they have a friend or a family member that's gone through a divorce, and they felt like the woman took them to the bank, hung them out to dry, took the kids, all these negative experiences that came along with it, that they feel like, well, I'm never going to get married. And so it's a lot of healing that has to take place for a lot of our brethren in order to say, no, the greatest, if you go look at really the statistics, men earn more money once you get married. Men live longer once you get married. Men are able to build a legacy once you get married. Your kids been raised in a two-parent home. They come out better statistics wise. Not saying if you come from a single parent home, you're going to be jacked up, but from a statistic standpoint, they come up from a healthier standpoint if they're a healthy two-parent home. Let me add that, because you can be in a two-parent home and you watching daddy beat mom all the time, but not that's not healthy either. So,
right.
but it's just this rhetoric that we've been sold, that men lose in marriage, and I want to come against that spirit anyway, because is a lie. It's a straight up lie. And so that's one of the things that I definitely want to address and to have. That's the reason why I bring men on the podcast, married men, that talk about how much they've matured and grown, and how much they've elevated, and how much, like I love Deval and Kadeem when they came on the
I,
podcast, because you watch them, they both were struggling, and then they built something together. We don't hear those stories enough. We always hear, oh, it didn't work out, and then the woman took all this from the man, or even vice versa. The men, putting they ex-wives on child support. It's a lot of crazy stuff, but that's why I don't want to lean into the worst scenarios to get my teachings from. I want to get it from people who made it work. Not saying that marriage is perfect. Not saying that people are not going to go through their issues or whatnot. But for them to be locked in and committed to the marriage and committed to love, I've always watched that flourish, and I've always watched that become a healthier scenario than not. So that's what it's about. But I hear your struggle. Listen, thank you so much, Cynthia. I got about 5 people sitting in this chat waiting to come up. But do you have any
Mhm.
last questions before I let you go?
Yes. There a couple weeks ago we were talking about on another podcast transactional love, and I changed the language for me to transformational. Could you one day, kind of have that on your show, and maybe a bunch of people that can speak to that? But transactional is, yes, there is some transactional and transformational, but transformation is a whole different thing. It gives us the Kadeen's and the Devals, and I use that as an example. And I just kind of would like to see you and your platform expound on it.
I think that I think you kind of glean that from the different couples that may come on, like you just
Mm-hmm.
said. But that concept, I think most of the times when people get into relationships, it do start off transactional,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately. And I mean, I can't say unfortunately because it's fortunate. At the end of the day, you get in relationships. Yeah, we know that we get in relationships. What can I give to you? But at the end of the day, if that person isn't meeting your preferences or desires, why be in that relationship to begin with? So it starts off transactional in a sense where you go, hey, listen, because how many people will be in a relationship that they're not getting anything in return? That's called abuse. You know,
Exactly.
if you're in a relationship with somebody and they don't do nothing for you, they don't call you, they don't cook for you, they do nothing for you. That's not a healthy relationship. So I believe that it does start off transactional, and then as the love grows, it becomes more sacrificial. Where you go, you know what, that's why those vows are so important, for better, for worse, for richer, for poor, through sickness and in health. It's showing you that's a transactional to say, in health, I'm here. In riches, I'm here. But the extreme of it is what happens from a transformational standpoint is, can we ride through this journey when our sickness or our health is waning and now we're facing sickness? But I find a lot of people leave their spouses in those lowest moments, and it's sad. So that's why I say we just got to do love better. We got to do relationships better. But I'm with you on, love needs to be transformational versus transactional, and that's what we should aspire to. But unfortunately, most people are not there yet. Cynthia, thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank
you. Thank
you,
you
and
for
God bless
rocking with us. I appreciate you. Take care.
you. All right, bye bye.
Let's see. Katrina, you up.
I can't see anything.
You can't.
No.
I can see
I
you.
have my computer on though at the same time, so I can see you.
What are you on? You on a laptop?
I'm on my iPhone and I also have my MacBook up, so I can see you on my MacBook, but not on the phone that I'm actually.
Oh, well, I see you. So just act like you can see me. And don't look at the computer because it's going to be delayed.
Well,
So,
I
so
I'm in
what city are you
Houston.
in?
I'm in Houston, and I am actually from the DMV.
Are you single?
I am. So
What
I
is, go ahead.
and because um I feel like God called me here. So it was in 2021 when I felt like I started hearing from God for me to move here. So now that I'm here, I'm still waiting to see, why He brought
Why?
me here.
So you've been there
Yeah.
for 2 years. We're going on 3 years.
2 years in September. Yeah.
And so you said that God called you from the DMV to Houston, Texas. Was it a relocation from a job, or he just said, go to Houston? I'll tell you why once you get there.
So it started off with Houston, and I'm like, first of all, why would I leave? Because I'm from the DMV. That's where I grew up, and so it was kind of like I can't be hearing that correctly. And so then he started speaking to me through dreams and books and TV. And I felt like it was planted in my spirit. I started talking to my friends about it, and I'm like, I can feel it in my soul. But so I started to look it up, like, because I didn't know anything about the Houston area. I don't know anyone here. So I started to look it up, and I'm like, man, this place is ginormous. Like, how am I supposed to know where to go? And I was working with one of my learners. I work with individuals on the autism spectrum. So I was working with one of my learners, and literally in the middle of me taking notes and stuff, and I hear on VeggieTales, they were watching VeggieTales in school, and I wasn't even paying attention, but I hear Sugarland, Texas, and I was like, Sugarland, is that even really a place? So I start to look it up, and sure enough, from there, everything started coming up. Go to this area, go to this place, and so that's where I ended up. But now I'm in Houston proper. I actually bought a house here in September. So
Congratulations.
thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But yeah, I'm in Houston proper now. I've been here for 2 years and still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, yeah. Carl, I want you to join. I want some men on the live. Carl, I want you to join it. Join it. I need to hear some brothers talk. And so, how is the dating scene in Houston different from the DMV? Let me ask you:
I
do you
don't.
even date? Do you even date?
I haven't been dating. So what had happened was
What? See,
when I
that's
moved.
black person. Black person finna tell the story. What had happened was. Go ahead. What had happened was what?
What had happened was when I had moved here or whatever. I met one person and we hung out, had a lot of chemistry, and then he ended up going on a dating show and getting married. The end.
Now you got my mind thinking. What dating show was that?
Yeah. So that's what happened. Ever since then, I
So
was
he was
like,
on. Was he on Ready to Love?
no, but that was definitely one of my jams. I stayed locked in, and I was, really sad about Simone and Rashid. But no, it wasn't that show. It was a different one.
And he lived in Houston.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. It doesn't mean that the show had to shoot in Houston.
it was not. It was not in Houston.
He was on Married at First Sight. He was at Love Is Blind.
Oh my lord, no, Laterras.
He was on what show was he on? I'm nosy.
Listen, is there some other way I could spill the tea?
So you tell me
Side,
you was dating, huh?
I was a beta tester for the app, and I have locked myself out. And I had tried to email
Well,
everybody
I done
who's
locked
on.
myself out. I'm supposed to have a conversation with my developer so we can get all that squared away or whatnot. The
Oh,
holidays caught up and did all this. But so you
oh,
said you were dating him. Y'all had chemistry. It was moving. Did he tell you he was going on this dating show?
he did, but it was after I was already,
Locked in.
yeah. So it kind of sucked, and it definitely changed things though once he told me because I felt like, I don't know, like I couldn't trust my heart to be in it. But after that happened, I just was like, you know what?
So he got on
I
the
don't
show and got married on the show. Was the show one of those shows you had to get married when you went on when you go on the show?
where in order to get on the spinoff, you have to propose.
Somebody drop in the chat. What show is this? What show do y'all think this is? That
Somebody said 90 Day Fiance. No, but that's close, actually.
90 Day Fiance. Somebody got the name who this is. Wawa said spill. Yolanda said
So I
Yolanda
up.
Yolanda has something similar to that. Hold on. Hold on, let me I want to know too. We all want to know.
I
Was it The
know.
Bachelor?
No, it was not the
Okay,
Bachelor.
it's not The Bachelor. They said that. That's why I said Ready to Love too, y'all.
Has the
Uh,
Bachelor men on there?
love and hip hop. Stephanie Cooper. I am trying to think of it. I'm like, what is this show? That's why I said Love Is Blind. That sounds like that'll be Love Is Blind.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wouldn't be Ultimatum because he would already been in a relationship. He'd been cheating.
You know what I should say? Probably the show did not do that well. So
So we wouldn't even know about it anyway.
you
It did
might.
well for him. He got a whole wife out of it.
It was on a big network. Yeah.
It was on the big
Anyway,
network.
it was so nice talking to you
No,
guys.
no, you ain't gonna leave us. Was it that show that them people was dressed up like they were in the Victorian days?
Ooh, I don't even know what that is.
Oh, okay.
Yolanda said that happened to me too.
Yeah, that's why I
Oh,
said that's my friend Yolanda. That happened to her.
wait a minute. Was it the
But
same
he didn't get
guy?
married. The guy that she was dating, he didn't get married. He just went on a show.
No, I don't think you guys have guessed it yet at all. This is funny. So what are we doing? Are we gonna do a panel or should I let someone else come up?
Well, what I want to ask you is this. So in Houston, so you said that's the only guy you dated in the last 2.5 years. Um, how do you put yourself out there, or do you not put yourself out there?
I I really don't. I'm more focused on whatever God has for me. I'm in a space where I would love to be married. Like I do feel like I
Well, how
have
you
a
think you
heart.
gonna meet him? He just gonna pop up and just say, "Hey, you my wife."
I think it's gonna. God know He knows my heart. He
He knows how to
knows.
get your attention. You basically say God knows you enough to know how to bring him to you.
I really do believe that. I really do believe that, just because of how I am in general, anyway. So, yeah,
So
but
you
that's
want
just
them
not.
people that stay to yourself, huh? You don't be out there socializing or
I
nothing.
don't like. I really don't. I don't go out like that. So
So your husband got to be the Amazon delivery guy, the mailman, somebody that is gonna cross your path on a consistent basis. Are you open to guys sliding your DM on social media?
I have no social media. So that was one thing when God told me to leave the DMV where I'm from. He actually told me to get off of social media because I did have social media at that time. And I don't know if I'm supposed to get back on now or not. So I haven't been back on because I haven't heard that yet from God.
All right, somebody says is a show called After the 90 Days?
Oh, no. But you
Was it?
guys have the work. Maybe I should say that.
You said what?
I think that's the right network though on TV.
That's the right network. What's After 90 Days? What's 90 Days on? That's on?
Is it? Oh, well
I
then
don't
that's not
know. I
right.
don't know what it's on. Love Island,
No.
Queen's Court.
Nope.
Ain't that mean Love After Lockup?
Y'all
somebody
are
put,
shady. Who in the chat?
they put Love After Lockup. Love at First Sight. I said that one. They didn't say that one. God, no, that's gonna drive me crazy. God, no. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and let you make it since you don't want to. Somebody said basketball wise.
Oh.
Would you ever go? Oh, Kirk Franklin reality show.
Nope.
Dang, dang. Perfect match.
Nope.
I said the ultimatum, y'all. She said no. Ain't that many dang dating shows. And this was how many years ago? 2 years
This
ago?
was Well, it actually just aired last year around this time. But it was filmed in 2021, like the end of 2021.
So how did you find out? When he came back, did he tell you, "Hey, listen, I know when this airs, you're gonna
He
see."
did not. He waited for me to figure it out.
So did he call you when he got back from taping?
He actually some months went by where I didn't hear anything from him, and that was basically because I he tried to keep in touch while he was gone, and I told him, like I just didn't feel like that was the right thing to do. He should have his experience, and I'm going to figure out, why God called me here, and that's where my head is going to be. So several months went by and I hadn't heard from him, and then he popped up and we chit chatted for a little bit, and he was, trying to link up where we could see each other, and it just didn't work out. I just feel like God said no. Honestly, I got sick, and I couldn't. He was only here for a certain amount of time, and I started to piece it together. Like, why is he in such a hurry? Like what's going on? And then he told me that he was moving to the place where they actually filmed, and so I put it together. And then when I asked him, he just he just never responded to me. So.
Well, I'm sorry. That's the ultimate ghost. That's ghosting on another level. So
Yeah,
listen,
it
but it sounds like you're
it,
doing well with healing from it. So that's good.
it took a while, it sucked, but yeah, I'm definitely on the other side of it now.
Well, Katrina, I've enjoyed talking to you. Do you have any other questions or comments before I let you go?
No, but I was gonna say I think it was easier to move on because we did not have a soul tie, and I've also been celibate since 2020. So
Since 20.
yeah,
But you basically said if you had had sex with him, it'd have been a whole
I
different level.
yeah, much more difficult to move on. Yeah.
It's more difficult if it's good sex. If it's bad sex, it's easy. So not just sex. If it was good, that makes it even harder. Katrina, thank you for joining us. You take care. Now you can
You
make my
too.
mind go crazy. Take care.
I'll put it in
Yeah.
the chat.
All right, cool. Put in the chat. We're good. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, we got a couple. Who is this? Keela twins. I can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Great. What's y'all's name? What does it say? Keela twins? That's what it say on it.
It says Keela T. Wrights. My name is Shakila, and my
Oh.
husband's name is Greg.
What's up, Greg?
What's going on, brother?
Man, Greg, thank you for bringing some testosterone on this live. You know,
Hey, trust me, my fingers crossed. Hoping I didn't get it.
Really, babe? Really? Really? I'm like, yes. I said, babe, you gonna represent for the men on here?
here, pull your camera down so I can let go of some of that negative space above your head. Is it on a laptop or a phone?
It's on a
Right
phone.
there, perfect. Oh, right there. Yes.
Oh,
All right.
oh,
So, what made y'all decide to jump on? Because I definitely want to talk to y'all.
okay. So the first thing that made us jump on, my sister is on here and she has been dying trying to get us on. She's like, the world needs to hear y'all story. Y'all need to get on here. And my husband has listened to your podcast for forever and a day. And I am new listen to it and I absolutely love it. So first I want to say thank you. I think you are an exception to the rule and just thank you for what you're doing for relationships, singles, just everybody around. I think that you have a good thing going and God is definitely blessing you. So thank you.
Thank you. That's normally it's the opposite. It's normally the woman started watching the podcast and then they turn their husband or significant other onto the podcast. So, King, what made you start watching Dear Future Wifey?
I always look to, listen to something that's positive. I think there's so much negativity,
Yeah,
especially around marriage, around singles. So for me, it's like, whenever you're on YouTube, it feeds you so much negativity, crazy stuff. And
yeah.
so for me, looking for something positive. And so I came across a reel, and then from the reel, I looked into a little bit deeper. And then the deeper I looked into it, I kind of was honestly looking at your character, looking at how you interacted with your guests, looking at how you covered your guests, how you protected them through questioning, how you dug deep into them without overexposing who they were, and the care that you took taking care of them. For me, that spoke to my heart as a man because I know as a man, that's the type of heart I want to have that I have towards my wife. And so when I see another man who mimics that towards what he does every day, it drew me instantly. So that was my connection.
Say, bro. All right. You ain't finna get me emotional, bro. Hold on now. Hold on
It's
now.
okay, men
No,
cry too.
because listen, women are going to watch the podcast regardless, but my heart is for men to watch it. I just recorded the voiceover for a season 8 opener, and in it, it said that I want to inspire men to take their rightful place as the men in their house from a biblical perspective. And so to hear you talk about, and women in this chat know the way that you just worded what you just worded, they will never believe that a man even looks at something as in depth as that. So help me understand, when did that take place? Have you always been like that, where you've been a very cerebral type of guy, or is that what marriage brought into your life?
I wouldn't say it's what marriage brought into my life. I would say it's been able to connect with my wife because like I was always comfortable with who I was, but of course, growing up in a certain environment, you have to portray a certain persona to survive.
Go ahead
It
and
ain't
break
even
down
a
what. No, hold on. What was that certain environment that you grew up in?
well. I grew up in the inner city of Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah,
All that has been torn down, and so growing up, you had to carry yourself a certain way so you didn't get tried. You had to carry
yep,
yourself a certain way aware of your environment so you either didn't get jumped, You know what I mean? Or you didn't get robbed. So you had to have a certain demeanor to make someone second guess before they would do something to you. And
Yep.
then that would trigger you to know, okay, I need to get myself on guard. So like having to grow up in one of those environments and then maturing to the place of realizing, hey, I just want to be me. I want to be able to express myself and not feel threatened. Even if people laugh, even if people make fun, even if it makes other people uncomfortable. I grew to the point where, I didn't care anymore. So if I
Yeah.
felt like, and most men are uncomfortable doing it, although a lot of men feel that way, they don't feel safe enough with whoever they're with, or even if they're pursuing a woman, to let their guard down. Because you know how it is as a man. Once you let your guard down and a woman destroys that trust, it's hard to be able to let that wall down again. And so for me, I was like, I don't want to live that way. I don't want our children to live that way. I want them to see how a man can genuinely love a woman, love his wife, love his life partner without having to go through all that other stuff.
How did you have an example of that? Did you grow up with a father that mimicked that, or was that something you said that you wanted to foster yourself?
Here's the funny part. It started with, you may laugh, it started with Bill Cosby, right?
No, the same thing with me. I'm telling you, keep talking.
It started with Bill Cosby, and then from there, it was her dad. Because I always wanted to get married. I always wanted to have children. I always wanted to be in the household with my family. And I always had the vision in my head through the Cosby Show until I met my wife's father. He's a pastor, Joe Whitehead. When I met her father, that's the first time I visually saw what it looked like and how it moved every day. How a husband talked to his wife, how a husband covered his family, how when a dad loved his daughters correctly, how they reciprocated that love back to him, and they were like pit bulls when it came to messing with their daddy. And so when I saw that, I was like, that's it, because I always had in my heart, like whoever the woman I approach, I want to see a relationship with her dad, a relationship, how she interacts with the men in her circle. And so when I saw how her dad treated her and I saw how she reacted back to her dad, for me it was a safe place, and I had finally saw it. I recognized what I felt in my spirit.
What city are y'all in?
But
Hold on, what city are y'all in?
We are from Atlanta, Georgia, but we currently live in Bastrop, Texas, right outside of Austin.
So you have an open door right now. Season 8 is about to start. Booking interviews right now. So if y'all want to find y'all way to Dallas between now and the 31st of January, there will be a seat for y'all on the yellow couch.
yes, sir, we will make our way, because he mentioned my father, but we have a story. There's a whole lot in between.
And that's the reason why I already know it's a lot in there. That's the reason why I said we ain't gonna unpack that now. I want y'all to come on and bless me. Because I really want this is young lady in Jamaica. I did the podcast in Jamaica, and before that, she said that when she dates a guy, she tells them, you gotta watch Dear Future Wifey. And before she even goes out on a date. And what's so great about that is that now they can have something to talk about. Because think about it, one of the most awkward things is when you're on a date with somebody and you're trying to figure out what to talk about. You get tired of saying, what's your favorite color? So she said, hey, listen, watch Dear Future Wifey. And the guys, even when the relationship doesn't work or if it doesn't manifest to a lasting relationship, just from the dating standpoint, now she's deposited something inside his mind, heart, and soul to change the trajectory of his thought process. And then the guys, after they stop dating, the guys like, hey, did you watch the latest episode of Dear Future Wifey? Man, what'd you think about such, 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 such? And so that's so impactful. So when I hear brothers that say that they watch it, and because they're looking for healthy content, what I desire most is to eradicate the mentality of this red pill community that's always feeding negativity, and the pink pill community that's always feeding negativity. It's like we all need each other. And so if we can meet in the common ground of love, then we can have healthier relationships. We can build a healthier legacy. And that's what I desire most. So everything you said, King, is totally in alignment with the Dear Future Wifey podcast. And I will be honored to have you and your bride, you and your queen, on the Dear Future Wifey podcast. So yeah, let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. So email me at dearfuturewifeypodcast@gmail.com. Dearfuturewifeypodcast@gmail.com. And in the title, put Bastrop. Yeah, I think I got family out there. So yeah, you gotta put that on there, So listen, I don't want y'all saying nothing else. Thank y'all so much. We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk. When do y'all think that will you think y'all be able to come on a weekday or a weekend?
Whenever you need us.
I mean, it's up to y'all.
Weekend is preferable,
Perfect.
but
Whatever you need, whatever y'all need, just come on out here. Yeah.
okay.
But they
Wife,
ain't nowhere. So
let
yeah,
me make sure correctly. Dear Future Wifey Podcast at gmail.com, correct?
that's the one. That's the one.
All
And
right.
my assistant Christian will reach back out to you and chop it up with y'all and let y'all know where to pull up at.
Yes, sir.
So your sister kept
Thank
saying she wants you on there. There you go. There you have
thank you.
it. So it's gonna be amazing. Thank y'all so much, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, King. I
Welcome.
salute you. Y'all take care.
Absolutely. Brother. You too.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Man, I love it. I love it. I love it. Boy, that's going to be amazing. I'm a single mom and try to teach both daughters and my son through these podcasts. Oh, I love that. God is true. She says, I'm a single mom and I try to teach both daughters and my son through these podcasts. It helps because they know family will be tough, but this is life. Yeah, man. I remember in season 1, this lady sent me a picture sent a picture on my DMs where her son falling asleep, like an 8-year-old son falling asleep watching Dear Future Wifey. And it really taught me like, wow, I have to be very intentional about the content that I put out there because people are actually showing it to their kids. And what's so amazing about that is that if you can, I saw this video that's going viral with these kids, these beautiful young black girls dancing to, what's that girl name? Sexy Red. Sexy Red, that's her name. Sexy Red. And I'm like, now, never mind. I ain't gonna go on that because it make me mad. But my whole thing is let's be very conscientious about what we put in front of our kids. I'm gonna bring up Lisa LaRue. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna do this. Hold on. I'll bring you up right on the side. All right.
Okay.
All right. There you go. Why your phone pixelated like that?
I don't know.
Like you on a BlackBerry. Y'all remember
Yeah,
Blackberries? Remember?
I'm green. And I'm
There you-
computer illiterate, so I don't want to mess with it to hang up.
What? All right. Well, let's see. We're gonna try to make it work. All right.
Okay.
What's your name? Lisa LaRue.
Yes. How
And
are you, Laterras?
I'm doing great. What city are you in?
I am from Chicago, Illinois.
You're from that shy. Um,
Yes.
Let me drop this link for everybody. Keep asking about it. And so, what would you like to add to the conversation today?
Okay, so I've been trying to ask you a question for some months now. I'm actually new to the Lit family.
Yes.
I recently, me and my boyfriend recently broke up. We was in a 14-year relationship,
Hold
and
on.
I
Hold
was
on.
trying to.
Hold
Okay.
on. We got to unpack that. You said you and your boyfriend broke up. Y'all were in a
Yes.
14-year relationship.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to let that settle right there. All right. Keep talking.
I know. I know. I know. It was a long time. We actually grew up together. And this time we went together for 14 years. And my question, I looked at your episode, and I was just wanting to know about the steps you took to heal from. And thinking about that, it makes me nauseous.
Your phone is breaking up, but I heard what you said. You said you watched the episode Healing from Heartbreak and you want to know what I did, what steps did I take in
Hmm.
order to heal from that. The first step is radical
Yeah.
acceptance. Is radical acceptance. And what radical acceptance is to give yourself the grace and the space to say there was nothing you could have done to change the outcome of said situation. Radical acceptance. It's saying that, hey, listen, if it didn't work out, it wasn't meant to work out. Why? Because the Bible says what God has joined together, let no man put asunder. That means if God joined it together, there's no way you can take it apart or break it apart. And so the reality is simply that of saying that, listen, it didn't work out. Unfortunately, again, my heart grieves that you invested 14 years with somebody that didn't elevate you above girlfriend, you know. And that's what I was talking about earlier in this conversation, is that women have a tendency to be very exclusive with somebody without without the elevation of a title. You know, at the end of the day, you just been a 14-year girlfriend, and
Yes.
all your good years, and not saying you don't have great years, you know, your latter years won't be greater than
Hmm.
your former years, but the reality is you gave them a lot of good years.
Yes.
And you knew a long time ago whether that was going to work or not. It don't take no 14 years for something to, these people jumping on. It don't take 14 years for us to know whether somebody is for you. So let me ask you this. At what year did you believe that it just wasn't worth it? That you wanted to, because I know it had to been some breakups many times in them 14 years, right?
It was one breakup, and it was one breakup, and then he wanted to do counseling because we was actually engaged before, but I think I kind of knew that it really wasn't going to go anywhere, and I think it's because of the history we had. Can you hear me now?
What happened? Your reception?
Okay. Now, yeah, my for some reason I don't want to do right now, but yeah, so we was engaged before, but I think I knew a long time ago that it
But
wouldn't
what year?
it
What year
wouldn't.
exactly?
But I think maybe the seventh year, maybe, but I kept going because I think because of the history that we had together, since we knew each other since we was like 10 years old.
All right, let me say, Damon, I can't add you. I call back once I release her, because it only lets me have 10 people in the queue. But listen, yeah, man. So you said what year again did you know that it wasn't going to amount to
I
anything?
think I think it was maybe the seventh or eighth year, Laterras.
So how old were you around the seventh and eighth year?
40 years old,
So
about
from
41.
so from 33 to 40 something, it finally
Yeah.
dawned on you that it may not work out.
Yeah, I think it's because I stayed so long due to the history we had.
Yeah.
You know, I love his family. He loved my family. And it felt good being a part of a family, extended family like the one I had. And I don't think I just really wanted to lose him or that family.
So what did you learn from that situation before I let you go? Lisa,
Yes,
what did you learn from that situation? Before I let you go, what did you learn from that situation?
I learned that I was too trusting and too loyal. And that's why I think that's why now that I'm really scared to get back out there.
Did the word value ever come to mind, that you didn't value yourself enough?
Yes, I think that's what it was. The
That's
truth. I
that's
think
what I
that
want you
was.
to that's what I want you to focus on the most, is value. Because when you value
Okay.
yourself enough, then you wouldn't allow that to take place in those 7 years. You know,
Yeah.
I always say, like, you have to liken it to the years that you're in. So if you're in your early 20s, yeah, you have time. I don't expect nobody to meet you at 20 and marry you at 21. But the older you
Right.
get, the more that gap the more you start knowing who you are, and you're dating somebody that knows who they are, the quicker they'll be able to pull the trigger once they see that alignment. And when they don't see that alignment, they're able to communicate that and say, I don't see the alignment. But when you value yourself enough, you won't waste your time like that. But listen, thank you so much for watching the Dear
Thank
Future
you so
Wife
much for
podcast.
Paris.
I'll definitely
Hmm.
be praying for you so that you can heal properly. and so that you
Yes.
won't get bitter. Because what happens is that after you're giving somebody 14 years of your life, you can get a tendency of where you were so trusting that now you're distrusting of everybody, and I don't
Yes.
want you leaning into that. So
Thank you.
I'll definitely
Thanks
be
for your
looking out for you.
prayers.
Thank you so much, Lisa. You take care.
Okay. Bye bye.
14 years. Well, that's a long time, man. That is a long time. Hold on, I'm bringing Carl. Carl, I'm gonna bring you up here because I want to talk to a guy real quick, and then we're gonna chop it up. What's going on, King?
Hey, bro, I'm doing amazing, man. Happy New Year to you. How you doing?
Happy New Year. So, what would you like to contribute to these conversations? We got all these women on this thing. What would you like to contribute?
Well, I'd like to contribute some honesty, man. I mean, I've been listening to the show now for the past few months, and for those that don't know, which is probably all y'all, I was engaged to be married last year, and due to some spiritual conflicts, decided to call it off last March, man. So that was heavy, as you can imagine. That was me basically leaving a place of comfort and really being exiled into this place of disappointment. So I've really been using the last year and a half almost now, trying to rebuild myself to get clear about what I want to call into relative to attracting my next partner. So it's been one of those things that obviously was a really difficult decision. It was really heavy on my heart, but there's been so much beauty coming out of it because I feel like it's caused me to really look within and be more intentional about how I'm dating in the streets, which is something that I definitely wasn't before.
So, what caused you to walk away from that relationship?
Well, I'm a recovering people pleaser. I would say that so much of my upbringing, what was really around a very tumultuous relationship at times. Watching my mom and my father, love each other, but end up in really heated arguments, and so I think a lot of my inner psyche was centered on trying to take the easy road in terms of relationships and not doing too much to rock the boat, so to speak.
Yeah.
So I found myself just really playing the passive approach, happy wife, happy life. We all hear that sort of thing. And when it came down to it, Laterras, we had been engaged. So we got engaged October of 2021. And then in March of 2022, we'd begun making plans for the wedding. And I was just, putting up and shutting up, just doing my best to kind of stay along. And when it got to the conversation around how we'd like to raise kids and if we'd have a pastor marry us and some of these heavy hitting things that we hadn't really discussed, I just really felt the spirit calling me to take a stand. And honestly, it was something that my mother said. My mother called me up and she was like, honestly, Carl, you're going to do what you're going to do and I'm praying for you. But I really worry that if you move forward with this relationship, your kids won't have a relationship with Christ. And that's what really caused me to look at myself in the mirror to where I had to really
Your
go
mama
deep and
said
say,
that?
hey, my
Your
mama
mama
said
saw
that.
that.
My mama said that. And I was literally like, man, are you going to be the kind of man that loves himself and the other person enough to have a difficult conversation? Or are you going to turn your back on what the spirit is calling you to do? What within your heart is the right thing and what your mom is saying. And I'm really, really grateful that, for myself and my ex fiance, that I was willing to come home and have that difficult conversation because at that point in time, we had taken some time out of the relationship because we knew that we were sort of missing each other. So I took 3 or 4 days out of the house to just really think about some things. And I was this close to coming back and just, again, putting it under the rug, calling the water under the bridge. And I'm just happy that I, straightened out my backbone and had that difficult conversation. And, fortunately, at the time it seemed unfortunate, but fortunately we were not able to reconcile. And, for me, it's left me in a better place. And I really hope that it's left her in a better place as well, too.
So, what belief did she subscribe to?
You know, it, modern day culture, right? It's all woo woo. It's all
He
the
said, "Woo woo."
universe. It's all meditation and hugging trees. And by the way, like I have no problem if anybody is into that level of spirituality. But for me, in the context of marriage specifically, I need something that is more rooted and more grounded. So I actually came across a video that Pastor Michael Todd did. You know, shout out to him. I know he was on the show recently, and
Yeah.
it was talking about how God should be at the center of a relationship, of a marriage. You know, if you think about a triangle, you
Yeah.
have husband and wife on either side, and you got God at the apex. And I knew my ex wasn't really into God, right? Because she didn't really grow up those beliefs. Now, don't get me wrong, she was an amazing person, and we were in love. You know, we were getting the whole dopamine hit because we had
Yeah.
basically sheltered in place during COVID. But when it came to the actual essence of Christ and what that means in terms of marriage, as it's spoken about in the Bible, I knew she wasn't really with that. And so that's on me, right? That's on me for going as far as I did and not really having those conversations. But like I said, push came to shove, I really had to get clear with myself about what kind of father I wanted to be, what kind of follower of Christ I wanted to be. And that's when I sent her that video, and she literally hit me back with, can you give me the bullet points? There's too much God talk in this.
Oh
And
wow.
that's
Yeah.
when I was like, oh boy, here we go. Like this is just not gonna work, right? So I'll never forget
Absolutely not.
walking in. Yeah, man. I'll never
So, so
forget walking in and just being like, hey, listen, this is where I'm at. And you need to know how I honestly feel about this. Like, this is a lot more important to me than I'd ever initially alluded to. And I apologize for bringing it up now, but at least I'm bringing it up now while we're still in the phase of engagement versus walking down the aisle and letting myself believe that somehow, exchanging nuptials gets us free and clear. So, that's how it went down, man.
so how long did you know her before you decided to marry her?
Let's see. So I met her October of 2019. Literally, COVID happens that following, winter,
Mark.
like February, March. She
Yeah.
she moved in. She moved in that May. So she moved in May of 2020. Within a month, we were already saying "I love yous." So it went pretty fast initially. I'm not gonna lie, but I was at a place where I just turned 30 at the time. I was just tired of being in the streets, man. Like I was really trying to do things differently to call in a partner. And I'll never forget, I was playing basketball. I was doing this challenge called 75 Hard, and it was day 30. So I was outside getting my outdoor workout in, and I just so happened to shoot a shot that bounced her direction. And so when I went to go get my rebound,
So you
that's
felt
when we
like it was like
locked
a movie, a
eyes.
scene from a movie, huh?
It was like a scene from a movie, man. So the whole thing felt so ordained. Like it was no dating app. It was no, me like going on 50 dates trying to find a good one. It was just
Yeah.
so organic. And she was a little bit older, not too older, had the whole look that I love. And it really felt like love at first sight. And we had
Carl,
a we
what is
had a
this?
good couple
Carl,
years.
what is this look you love? You did all this. What is this? What is this look you love?
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. I'm really into just about everything, as far as females are concerned. Just to clarify,
Yeah.
but she had this sort of Persian vibe, like nice, thick, beautiful caramel skin, long dark hair, Middle Eastern roots. So, and I'm in Denver, Colorado, by the way. So you don't really see a lot of diverse women out here. I mean, it's
Yeah.
getting better, but this is back 2020, already 4 years
Yeah.
ago. So it wasn't really like that. But she caught my eye, and we hit it off. And like I said, a month in, the I love yous came out, which I thought was a little bit aggressive, but I'm a lover. I love to give. So it is what it is. And then that following May, she moved in. So we had been together about a year and a half, maybe a little over a year and a half, when she started kind of putting on the, I don't want to say the pressure, but started subtly hinting at an engagement. And like I said, I love to make people feel good. I'm a recovering people pleaser. I've learned a lot about why you don't want to do that, out of compromising yourself. But I was just going with the flow. It just felt like that next thing that made sense to do. You see what I'm saying? So learned a lot from it. Learned a lot from it. It didn't help that she's a social media influencer. So when the whole thing came down, I mean, I had damn near half of Denver coming after me. But what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So
Well,
here we are.
she started making posts about how you broke up with her.
Yeah, man. She made posts. They were calling the gym that I went to. To this day, I'll go
You
to
said it was calling the
restaurants.
gym.
calling the gym. I mean, we used to go to the same gym. You know, we did some brand influencing for this gym that was a newer gym at the time. So people knew that we were in there. Restaurants, the whole thing, man. It was really a lot. But again, anytime you have an intention to do something and it's coming from the spirit, disruption always follows. So I'm just grateful that that time really brought me closer to the Lord, quite frankly. I mean, I got in my Bible harder than ever before. I was just upstairs this morning doing a little bit of prayer and reflection, and I recognized that I didn't really even have that good of a relationship with God prior to. So it's almost like I needed to go through that
Yeah.
to do some things differently. And so I give so much gratitude and thanks for how far I've come. And we're not on speaking terms, she and I anymore. I don't really believe in opening up the band-aid and kind
Yeah.
of not allowing folks to really heal. So I have no idea where she's at these days or how she feels, but I really do pray and hope that she's on a better path herself and much closer towards her future hubby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna let you know it's a lot of women on this live right now. It's 1,356 people on this live, and I know they listening. I'm just gonna say they listening. They hear you, and as you heard the journey and the struggle that a lot of women are finding is men that are as intentional as you are. Where you
Right.
say after a month saying I love you, that's not too soon. When you feel it, I say it. At the end of the day, don't hide your emotions. The fact that you are willing to marry somebody, and you have a strong relationship with your mom enough that when she called you and said, "Hey, listen, you married this woman, your kids ain't gonna know who God is." That's a
Yeah.
powerful statement because she could have said, "Listen, as a man, you could be taking your kids to church or whatnot, and then your wife stay at home." She didn't even give you the benefit of the doubt. She said, "Your kids ain't gonna know God." She just said straight up. And yeah, I might as well introduce you to the audience. Carl and his company are now the machine behind Dear Future Wifey as far as social media content, helping to monetize it on a different level as we begin to build our community, the Dear Future Wifey community, the Lit Fam. And so he's been a godsend because y'all know I've been doing this on my own for the last 3 years. And I had like Rihanna, she'll do my graphics or whatnot, do the templates or whatnot, and then I do them all for the rest of the season. Or I'll end up I shoot all my episodes, edit them all and all that. And so Carl has been a godsend because he and his team said, "Hey man, let us do the heavy lifting for you." And I said, "Here, take it. Please take it." And so thank you so much. We have an amazing year coming up. And so I thank you. None of this will be possible for what we're going to accomplish in the next, the history of Dear Future Wifey if it wasn't for you and your team. And so I thank you so much. I don't take it. I call them destiny helpers. I say that I ask God to bring people into my life that are destiny helpers. We all have a
Amen.
destiny and we all need somebody to come link arms with us in order to take us on this path. So, Carl,
Amen.
thank you. Kevin,
Absolutely,
Sarah,
brother.
thank y'all for being my destiny helpers with the Dear Future Wifey podcast. But listen, when we go on our next retreat, Carl, you coming? Because it's gonna
I'm
be
there, bro.
all right. Because
I'm there, bro.
I need to add you. I've been putting the list of guys. I've been putting the list of guys' name down so that when I get ready to put this together, then I call y'all and say, "Come on," because we need some men there. But listen, Carl, thank you so much. I'm finna bring somebody else up. Do you have any other questions or comments before I let you go?
No, man, keep up the amazing work, man. It's beautiful to see what you're doing, and we're just so honored and humbled to be a part of it. Much love, man.
Thank you, Carl. Appreciate you, King. You take care. Yeah, man. Destiny helpers. Yes, that's what it is. Um, let's see. All right, I'm gonna bring y'all up, and I'm gonna bring y'all up. We're gonna talk real fast. So let's see. Let's go in and put. How you doing? That's you,
Hey,
Amal.
how are you?
How you pronounce your name? Amal King.
It's I'm Mike King.
Amal King. All right. How you doing, Amal?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Now, what would you like to contribute to this conversation? What questions, comments do you have?
Man, I really have been enjoying this. I was just listening. I think you have like a real gift that I don't even think you understand or know because every time you pray, I cry. I don't know why, but every time you pray, it just does something to my soul. And I just want to say thank you. Like you are amazing.
Thank you.
I
God be the
think last
glory.
time I told you like everybody in Zimbabwe knows you because of me.
You said Zimbabwe?
um, yeah.
That's where you
I'm
are? You're in Zimbabwe?
no, I'm in Grand Prairie, Texas,
Oh,
but
okay. You're in Grand Prairie.
I'm originally from Zimbabwe.
Oh, okay, cool. I said I want to visit there this year, so I want to
Listen,
go do the podcast
when
out there. Yeah,
whenever you're ready,
yeah. I want you to hook it up. Get a ministry, a church, somebody to bring us out there. I would love to go there.
I got
We're one of the
you.
top podcasts, relationship podcasts in Zimbabwe. So thank you for helping to make that happen.
Yeah, for sure. Whenever you're ready, just let me know. I got you.
Definitely DM me your information so as you can connect me to the right people. Any other comments you'd like to add or questions?
I have a question. So, like you know how in February you did last year, I think you did like the Galentine's. Are you
Yeah.
doing that this year?
No, I want to do that. Last year I did was that last year? The year before 2021 I did. I don't remember. Was that last year?
I think it was last year. Yeah,
Okay. In 2022 I did that Valentine's Day event.
I think so. I think it was
Okay,
2020.
whenever it
We're in
was, heck, I don't remember.
2020.
Wherever it was, I know I spent a whole lot of money. That's all I remember. So I plan on doing. No, I don't have an event planned, but I am going to be at this other event on the 17th. It's called Galentine Vibes. It's an amazing event. I did it in Toronto last year, and be doing it again uh, next month. So make sure you go check that out. I think the website is galentinevibes.com. But it's a powerful ministry that goes around the world, and they do this amazing. It's basically meant for women. And so last year I did the podcast there. And then this year is going to be a fireside chat with me and Zimmy, the founder of it, where we're going to sit down and talk. But this is when I say God will blow your mind at that event. I went there. I was only going to go there and do my part and go out, leave the next day. And she said, I feel like God wants you to stay. So I stayed for the rest of the conference, and I was on the floor snotting, the next night. But it's an amazing event,
I bet.
very prophetic. So it's that.
Is it going to be in Texas
It's
or?
gonna be in Dallas. It's gonna be at either the Eisman. Yeah, I think it's gonna be at the Eisman Center in Richardson. But yeah, if you go Galentine's Vibes,
Okay,
it has all the information. So go check it out.
I'm looking it up right now.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. And so yeah,
Thank
definitely
you.
DM me so I can get your information and try to get that Zimbabwe connect. Appreciate you.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Have a good one and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Be blessed. Let's bring
Thanks.
up.
Bye.
Uh, oh yeah, that's cool. Demond. Demont, can you hear me? Your audio isn't connected. Yeah, I see your mouth moving,
Can you
but
hear me now?
yes, perfect. How you doing, King?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How you doing, fam?
Great, great, great. How are you able to do this? What you do?
Great.
How are you connecting through it?
I'm using Ecamm Live, same
Oh,
tool,
all right. So you're using Ecamm
and
with me then? Okay, cool.
yes,
Good,
sir.
good.
Yes, sir. Using Ecamm. Yeah, I'm watching. I'm like, man, there's a couple of tricks he might not know. I'm a
Yeah,
techie at heart, so
yeah. I haven't been on live in forever, and then before I used StreamYard, and so I started using. This is my second time using Ecamm Live after about a year, and so I said, let me just get through this.
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Definitely a lot
Yeah.
of tricks in it for sure.
Well,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
reach out to me and teach me the game. But anyway, what would you like to add to the conversation, Damon?
Hey,
Is it Damon or is it
man,
Damon? I want to make sure I say your
you
name right.
one of the few people who you one of the few people who pronounce it the way my mama intended, but everybody calls me Damon.
All right. So you want me to do what your mama
So
said, Damon?
yeah,
Yeah.
either one.
All
See,
right.
if you keep calling me Damon, we family, because only
Yeah.
family call me
Well,
Damon. So
Damon, how
let's
you
go
doing,
with it. We
King?
family.
Yeah, Damon.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Um, yeah, man, I've been watching for a minute for sure, and I love how you started the season at the beginning. And April, I think is April Mason. Really, that
Yeah.
show was like really really phenomenal, and just like throughout the season, the
Yeah.
Jacksons, all of that. And I've been listening tonight, and a lot of what I'm just hearing. So and I'm watching the women in comments like, I'm looking for a husband, I'm looking for a husband, I'm looking for a husband. I'm seeing some red pill talk in there too. But I'm looking and I'm like, so for me and my wife, I got married at 22 and we've been married for 25 years.
Congratulations.
God continue to bless us in October. We'll be married for 26, right? So we had to go through some like real ups and downs, but when we went through like maybe the worst season of our marriage was like year 17. I'm talking about we've had a house foreclosed on, car repossessed, things with kids, just marital issues, just deep. I won't even go too deep into it, but just really some things that seemed insurmountable. And when we were at that place of like, hey, are we gonna divorce in year 17, it was really a real option. But like right before that, God was whispering, I want you have the power to build or destroy, but I wish that you would build. And from that, it's like kind of how and the reason I'm saying all that, I'm gonna be real quick, expeditious here, is that what God ended up doing in that season of our healing our marriage is he gave us like that formula that helped us heal our marriage. And what we found out was like we had to answer 3 questions. God literally gave us 3 questions. And in those 3 questions, that's where we really found the power of like, man, we can do this. And so and what it really boiled down to, it was why marriage. And as I've been listening tonight and I'm watching the comments, a lot of people are really into like, I want marriage, I want marriage, I want marriage, but why? Like, why do I really want marriage? Like, you can really just look at the first 3 books of Genesis and get everything you need about having a successful marriage. Throw in Proverbs 31, which is not about the virtuous woman, but it is really about a symbiotic marriage. Then you got the formula right there in the book. So then it moved to like, why this person out of all of the people that you could marry? Why this particular person? And we really had to sit with that question, like, why in the world did I choose you? Because we got married inside of 6 months of meeting. Like, you the one, let's go.
So all this
And
came out the 17th year of marriage?
17th year of marriage. 17th year of marriage, we went into, that's when we really figured out what marriage is really about. So it was like, why marriage? Why this person? And then the third question is really what shook us and is the real glue, because marriage is not about, we talk about communication, that's important. We talk about love, that's important. But all of those are really the superficial things. They help with the glue, make it more sticky, but they're not the real glue. And God said, if I keep y'all together, what's my return on investment for bringing the two of you together? What do I get out of this? And when we really dug into that question and figured out that shared purpose and that we had a shared purpose, it's like, even the days I don't feel like loving her, the days she don't feel like loving me, we look at our godly shared purpose and like, oh, we can't disappoint the Father. And he brought us together. He wants a return on his investment. If you read the story of the talents, so we got to figure this thing out and follow his plan. And so that's what, on our tough days, that's really that shared purpose is what really keeps us. So I've heard that theme throughout this season too, where people just kept talking about purpose, purpose, purpose. And I think that if we really get down to those things, then we get better marriages, because at the end of the day, God didn't give dominion to man. And me and my wife are putting on an event this year called Balance of the Sexes instead of Battle of the Sexes. He didn't give dominion to man. He didn't give dominion to woman. He gave dominion to marriage. And until marriage gets right, then the earth is going to continue to be in chaos. So that's
Teach,
like,
teach.
that's what I kept hearing, that purpose throughout this season, and just really wanted to get on and just share my thoughts, man.
So Damon, what happened was like from season, I guess the first couple of seasons, I used to always say, of course, the podcast called Dear Future Wifey. And I used to say, I want a wife, and all that. But then God began to restructure my mindset and said, I want you to get a purpose partner. And I was like, purpose partner. So I started saying that a lot and saying, God, I want my purpose partner, because one of the things that as I began to vet different women in these dating streets, I always say who best aligns with my purpose. I know the things that God has called me to accomplish. If you're putting together a football team or a basketball team, they're going to choose the best players in order to help them win the championship. And so we haphazardly choose our mates because they may be fine or may be cute or he may be 6'5" or it's all this superficial stuff that has nothing to do with purpose. And the Bible says that charm is deceptive and beauty doesn't last, but a woman who reverences God is greatly to be praised. And so when you start thinking about choosing from that heart posture to say, I want somebody that can help me win this championship of life. They always say, find somebody that's going to change your diapers when you get old. Find you somebody that's going to cover you when you feel lost and you feel like you have no direction in life. That's what I want to be for my wife, is the person that comes alongside of her and puts gasoline on the fire that she's already burning and allow her to accomplish whatever goals and dreams that she has. And so that's what I started reframing my thought process and said, we want purpose partners, because at the end of the day, God has a purpose for each and every one of us. And when I talk to different couples, like even y'all, you and your wife, 17 years in, had to go back and say, now, why did God bring us together? Because at 17 years, you'd be like, well, dang, y'all made it through 17 years. Why would it even get hard at that point? Why would it get difficult after 17 years? At this point, y'all should be cruising. It should be easy selling. But whatever that was, and all those things that you mentioned, and I know it's a whole bunch more that your marriage encountered, where you was like, you know what? I don't think I can do another year. You know what I'm saying? But then when you restructure and go, hold on, let's take time. If you didn't have a woman, or if she didn't have you that could adopt that mentality in those shaky moments, y'all would have gotten a divorce. But because y'all are purpose partners, y'all were able to sit down and have that conversation and have a relationship and a marriage that's thriving, that's helping other marriages stay together, that's depositing into other people's relationships, because y'all came together and did the hard work. And so that's what's so beautiful about it. But that would have never happened if you married the wrong person, or that person said, listen, I don't even want to work. Most times people don't even want to work in marriage. They don't want to work.
Yeah.
They be like, man, I didn't get married to be putting in no work. No, this is crazy. I want somebody that's easygoing all the time. We don't ever have disagreements. We don't ever have arguments. We just love each other. That's unrealistic. God
Yeah.
can get that out of us, but we expect somebody else to get that through us. That don't make no sense. And so,
Yeah. I just want to say this, Laterras, and everything you're saying is like just really spot on. I look at it like I did a podcast, some things, got to get on my podcast here in a little bit, but I did some things, and one of the episodes I did was why my wife shouldn't have married me yet, right? And every man needs to, in this transactional, you was just talking about that, the transactional thing, and everybody's looking for this transactional love, and that's what's messing relationships up, and then that transaction carries over into marriage. But every man needs, just look at Jesus. Really look at Jesus. Women, I don't want no man to stay with his daddy. Jesus stayed with his daddy, right? He came here, he was homeless, right? And I joke like that, but I look at it like this: every man should have a place, every man should have a connection, and every man should have a focus. When my wife met me, by today's standard, we would have never got married, because I didn't have a place, I didn't have a focus, and I did not have a sincere connection. I was a believer, but I wasn't fully
but
connected.
how old were
to
you
God.
during that time? Your 20s?
I was 22. Like,
Yeah.
I preached my first sermon at 15, right? Then I went through life. And then I came back. But yeah, I didn't have those things. But when I look at it, I'm not even saying like they need to have a plan for it. Remember, Jesus said Jesus is the ultimate husband. So when he's the ultimate husband, what does he say? I go to prepare a place for you. Okay, so I at least need to be preparing it. It ain't
Yep.
done yet, but at least you see me preparing it, right? I
Yep.
gotta focus. My focus is not to be here with you. My focus is to make sure that you can reconnect with me in the right place, right? And then in order to accomplish all that, I gotta have a connection. If I don't have a connection, I'm just out here pissing in the wind.
Yep.
I'm a country boy. That's what we say,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons like my wife shouldn't have married me then, but I am thankful to God that she did. And now our purpose, when we start defining that purpose is serving something higher than ourselves. So my purpose is not a house. My purpose is not nice things. We have those things now, but my purpose is making sure that when our marriage shows up, it serves other marriages. That's the fruitfulness that it should bear, and I think we just don't have that right perspective on it. So yeah,
Man,
yeah.
Damon, I appreciate you for jumping in and dropping gems. I love it when men pull up. Thank you for rocking with me on the Dear Future Wifey podcast. I speak blessings over you, your family, your wife. Continue to do the work and to help other couples get the proper framework around marriage, man. I don't take that lightly, and I'm glad that this is your mission and your mandate to help heal marriages, to give people the real about marriage. Because I mean, that's astounding when you say 17 years, and then y'all, it's like 17 years. That's crazy. But I love what came out of that. I love what came out of that 17 years. So again, thank you so much, King. I appreciate you. Thank you for
Yes,
pulling up.
yes,
All right,
sir.
be blessed.
Yes, sir.
All righty, let's get let's see, this is black. Leslie, the background is black on yours. It don't show a face on there, so I need to see your face while I pull you up. There it is. And how you doing, Leslie? Leslie? Leslie, I can see you. Leslie, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, hey, I can't hear you.
Well, why you can't hear me?
Hi.
Turn your audio up.
I can't hear you or see you,
Okay.
so I don't know what's going on.
Well, click
My
off.
volume is not even working at all.
It's not working. Well, click off and see if you can come back.
Um,
Well, I guess you can't hear me to even say that. Well, let me just, yeah, can't hear me.
Hi. Yeah, I can't hear you, so I'm gonna have to hang up.
All right, let's see.
I wish I could,
Hold on, how are
you
you
know,
still, talking?
put
Hold
my
on.
tubes, my input in, but for whatever reason, I can't hear you, and I know I had passed the
Can
the
you,
check.
so you can't hear it? All right.
Hey y'all in the chat. I'm looking on from my other phone, but oh
Yeah,
well.
well, click off. Well, she can't hear me. Tell her, put in the chat, y'all, tell her to hang up. I think it finally hung up. All right, let's get Mary up. Mary, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. What city are you in?
Oh, I'm in Denver, Colorado.
Denver, Colorado. All right. Uh,
Yep.
so tell me, you have a question, comment? What would you like to add to this conversation?
Yes, I do. I do have a question, and then I wanted to also talk about what you and the gentleman that just got off was talking about. But let me ask my question first. So my question is this: what made you fall out of love?
Fall out of love when? When did I fall out of love?
Well, when you were in a relationship, you were married before, right?
Right.
So what made you fall out of love, or are you? Because when you are divorced, you still have a certain type of love for. It's not, it's a certain type of love that you still will have. But what made you like maybe decide not to be a part of the marriage anymore?
Yeah, because that's the better question because I didn't fall out of love with my ex-wife.
Right.
Um, it was just a decision that I made that I felt like it wasn't in our best interest to stay married based upon some of the things that I desired from the marriage. And so the better question is what made me decide to get a divorce. Uh, I never really truly uncover what led to the divorce. But I will just say that I felt like my marriage was the fig tree that was cursed, that it wasn't producing the fruit in season. And so that's what made me decide to file for divorce at that time. And so even my ex-wife and I are still cool to this very day because I was just honest with her. I had that conversation and said, this is what I desire in this marriage. Um, she wasn't willing to do that, and then we just said it'd be best if we part ways. And I told God, allow me to divorce my wife with grace, and if we handle this properly, and if I cover her heart properly through the divorce, that we will still be able to maintain a friendship. And that's what he did. And it's been 8 years later, and she's the realtor that represented me on the closing of this my house I just closed on in end of August. So it's quite
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah.
And I love that because I was in a relationship with someone and it just wasn't what it was supposed to be. And sometimes
Yeah.
I believe that we make decisions and it's not God's decision. I heard you say
Yeah.
earlier that whom God has joined together, let no man put asunder. And I
Yeah.
believe that in this relationship, it was me putting myself in this relationship. I wasn't married to the person. I've been married before, but I wasn't married to the person. And just like you said, before I even made a decision that I knew that it wasn't God's purpose for our lives, I also prayed for his heart. I said, Lord, I know I could be selfish and some people just don't care, but I was caring. I said, even before I pray you touch his heart and that you heal his heart as well as mine, because I know that it was going to be not easy for him. Even though he's a man, we got to understand that men have feelings too.
Yeah.
They go through the emotions like we do. And even though we women are emotional, it's not just about us. And always in a relationship, I always look, where was I also an issue in the relationship? Not just to place the blame on one person. I also had to, had an issue in whatever what was going on in my decisions and things of that nature. But I also pray that the Lord would touch his heart and heal his heart and make sure that he was going to be okay even doing the breakup. So
Yeah.
that's an important thing to do. I believe, I feel.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
And what
And
other comment did you have?
okay, so what I wanted to say, I appreciate you, and I remember, watching you, and I think what caught my attention is that you always was writing a letter to your dear future wife, and you always put in things. You were just open, and I just love that, and I'm sure that's what a lot of the women that was drawn to you, and some men love that you were able to be open and to speak your truth and how you felt, and I think that's an amazing thing, and I've never saw that and I'm grateful for that. I wanted to say that. But what I wanted to say also, I was kind of keying in on what you and the other gentleman was talking about. That sometimes, and I wrote it down. I wrote this down a while ago. Matter of fact, I wrote it down in November, on November the 18th. It was just that I was driving in my car, and normally when God gives me thoughts, I usually like write them down, or I push my phone and let it write it down. And sometimes Google don't get the words so well,
Right.
but yeah. So I'll
So
read
what
it
you
to
write
you.
down? Go ahead.
Okay, I said, a mature man is going to pray and ask God to send him the woman that he purposed and created him to be with, like he did Adam. And I said, Adam wasn't so concerned about whether her toes were pretty, whether she had paint on her toes, whether she had corns on her toes, because God put him to sleep. And I said that sometimes those things, and I think you guys touched on it a little bit, you and the other gentleman, sometimes those things get in the way, the texture of her hair, her skin color, and that stuff get in the way of whatever God purpose has for you. And because we're not praying that God send that purpose partner, and I heard you say that before, we always, because we hear social media or we hear other people saying, this is the type of man I want, this is the type of woman I want, she's got to look this way, she's got to, have this type of hair or whatever, whatever, we just get so caught up into wanting what everybody else wants for us that we forget that if we're serving the Lord, right? And our mindset should be, God, what is your purpose? What do you want from me?
Right.
Because who you have for me is going to work for me like it did Adam and Eve. And even though Eve, went outside of what the purpose was, but in the midst of it, she still was God's purpose, help me for Adam, and she was the perfect one for him. So I
Good,
just think
good.
share that.
Well, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate you. Thank you for pulling up on us. Yeah, thank you for your support of the Dear Future Wifey podcast. I greatly appreciate it. All
All
right.
right, and
Thank
have
you,
a good
Mary. You
night.
take care.
You too.
All right, let's get Cooper up here. Let's see. I said it just shows Cooper. All right, it doesn't show your first name. What's your first name?
My first name is Stephanie.
How you doing, Stephanie? What city are you
I'm
in,
well.
Stephanie?
Oh, I'm sorry. Say that
I said,
again.
what city are you in?
I'm in Brunswick, Georgia. I know no one knows where that is. Okay. It's the little tiny dot between Savannah, Georgia and Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Cool, cool, cool. So what question or comment would you like to add to this conversation?
My question for you, Mr. Whitfield, is how do you continue to hope? How do you continue to write your letters at the end of each one of your podcasts? Because the Bible says hope deferred makes the heart sick. So how do you
When
keep
I
your heart
say
healthy?
I'm glad you mentioned that scripture, because that was something that really I had to, like everybody saw last around this time. What was this? So January the 4th last year, I released the episode Healing from Heartbreak, and it
Mhm.
did that thing hurt me, because I had plans to be married that year and all that stuff. How do I hold on hope? And sometimes I do get a little discouraged. I'm not walking around, where I'm not discouraged. There's times I'll be like, no, I don't even want to write another letter. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'll sit there and be like, I mean, sometimes it takes me hours to write a letter that may be 60 seconds. I'm just sitting there because I'll start writing and I'll get lost in the thought. And I'm like, man, how long? What is this? And am I like I'll just start, wandering in my mind about who she is and how she's going to be and when is it going to be and all that. And then I'll just go back and I'll again lock into my purpose and go, okay, God, even each episode, I'll interview people and listening to them talk about each other as husbands and wives. And I'm looking at them like, y'all seen it several times. I get emotional. Tears start streaming down my face. I'll be like, man, Lord Jesus, I can't take this. But I understand it's moments when I'm alone where God says, you're serving my purpose. This is what I need. This is what I need to put out here on YouTube. And God is always confirming that from people like you and the 460,000 plus subscribers of the Dear Future Wifey podcast that always DM me and say that, this beautiful couple, this guy DM me beginning of December. He said, I got my family back. I've been talking to this brother about his wife was watching Dear Future Wifey, and she just grew upset with her husband not being the man of the household. He wasn't a Christian man, and she was just like, I can't do this no more. He kept losing jobs. She said, I can't do it. But she would always watch Dear Future Wifey. So he went to go look it up and said, who is Dear Future? Is this podcast making my wife like get mad at me? And so he DM'd me. He DM'd me and said, hey, listen, yeah, I know you're probably too busy, but I'd like to have a conversation with you. Cool. So I called him on IG and we started talking. He said, man, so what is your podcast about? And I told him, and I said, watch some episodes. I sent him an episode to watch. He watched it. And he was just like, man, dang, I need to do better in my marriage. My wife keep telling me this. So he starts sharing with me the problems in their relationship. He said, is there any way that you can mentor me? And I began to mentor him. His wife still left him because she was on her way out like the next week. So she found a job, left him. And I just prayed for him. I said, this is what you need to do in order to get your wife back. And I thought I had lost contact with him for about a year. He DM'd me in December with a picture of his wife and their kids. He said, I got my family back. When I say that messed me up, oh, I broke down crying. I was like, that's what this is about. And so, long way of answering your question. Sometimes I'm hopeless, and sometimes people bring me hope by showing me that the podcast is creating impact in their lives. Yep.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I've been watching your podcast for a minute. I actually sent you a message on Instagram about the episode about this time last year, when you were very emotional, because that was very touching, and I believe it blessed so many people. And I sent you a message. It's probably like buried under 100,000 messages, but yeah, just personal experience. I saw some of the comments like people getting on here preaching. I'm not doing that. I just wanted to comment about positioning is so important. I heard earlier when the comment was made, you can't sit in the house, God ain't gonna let somebody, rob your house in order to marry you and stuff like that. You got to go outside and venture out. It's also, you have to pray for discernment and ask the Lord to position you. Like I started praying every day, Lord, assign me, put me where I need to be. What is my assignment today? Order my steps. So that way I can be in position. And like last week, I ended up going to a restaurant, eat breakfast. And while I'm sitting there, it's a woman across from me. And I noticed she was watching me. You know how you get that feeling like somebody's watching you. And right at that moment, the Holy Spirit said, I'm talking to her about you. And I'm like, okay. And the Holy Spirit was like, she's going to be coming by your table in a couple of minutes. And a few minutes later, she was on her way out and she stopped, picked up my check, my ticket, and paid for my meal. So it's positioning ourselves and being submissive to what God's will is for our
Yep.
lives. Just like with Ruth, so many people say they want a Boaz. Well, Boaz was her husband, but God has somebody for you. But Ruth wasn't looking for him. She was working. She was in
Yep.
position.
Yep.
And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I'm going to be 38 on Sunday, Lord willing. I don't want to hear that. I'm not married. I don't have any kids. But when I see things like that, the Lord is just constantly reminding me to stay in position. And even when it hurts, even when we're going through difficulties, just stay in position.
Yeah. Well, good. Thank you so much. Somebody keep talking about some Solomon person. Let's see who. I don't know. Somebody says some Solomon person is making some crazy comments or something. Yeah, if I see it, I'll block it if he's been annoying. Uh, knows your friends, or are you looking outside your circle? Erica, I'm looking out. No, it's not based on my friends or knowing my friends. I'm open, so it's not. She let me put this up here. She said, "Hold on, not that. Just scroll real fast." She said, "Laterras, Laterras, do you prefer a woman that knows your friends, or are you looking outside your circle?" Most of the people I've dated don't even know my friends. So, but you got to be cool enough to be friends with my friends. So that's that. No, I'm not. Fatima time I'm holding out for S's. That's a lie. You want to know? Let's see. Fun fact. I'll share this with y'all since y'all the lit fam. Fun fact. Essence went to dinner with the girl that I dated last year, um, and told her, if you're serious about a man that's going to love you properly and all that stuff, she just gave this beautiful cosign. She said, then you're talking to the right dude, because Laterras is going to be very intentional and he's going to love you properly. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, no, I don't wait on no woman. No, I don't do that now. That's not healthy for me. It's not healthy to wait on nobody. And so that's what that is. But anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate you jumping in and joining. I got to get through these people that's in here. I'm going to make it happen real fast. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
and
Be blessed.
everyone was commenting that you need to get some sleep. So just wanted to throw that out there. They say you look tired. You
Oh,
need to rest.
all right. I've been trying to rest, but yeah, I got to get season 8 together. But thank y'all so much for being concerned.
All
All
right.
right, bye. All right, let's
Bye.
see. All right, we're gonna bring y'all up real quick, ask a question, and I'm gonna answer the question, and then we're gonna jump to the next person or make a comment. Here we go, Tamika. Let's go. How you doing, Tamika? What city are you in?
I am in Montego Bay,
Ah,
Jamaica.
Obey. Yeah, I enjoyed myself when I went there in May. So, Tamika, question, comment, concern, prayer request. What would you like to contribute to this conversation?
Um, I don't have a prayer request. I do have a question with regards to the season that's coming up. Do you have any idea what we can expect? I know for the last season you kind of had like a theme thing going. What can we expect for the upcoming season? I'm kind of curious.
So the upcoming season is not going to be a theme this season. Going back to more what I did in the first couple of seasons of the podcast, where it's going to just be general. What I do want people to take away from the season is long lasting love. I want to bring people on. There's this couple I want to get. They were the longest married couple in Arkansas, but they're like really old. They've been married like 81 years, and my assistant was talking to the daughter or whatnot, and they did a couple of interviews for the news station. They tired. They 102 and 90 something, whatever. But I want to interview couples like that. I want to interview. I'm gonna have Terrence Hawthorne. I've been talking to him over the last few months about. I'm gonna fly out to Florida, interview him and his wife. He's been believing and faithing for God to heal his wife who yeah, if y'all don't know who that is, go look him up, Terrence Hawthorne. But she had an aneurysm. But yeah,
Oh,
I was planning on
sorry.
going out there last year or whatnot. I've been traveling so much I didn't get a chance to go out there. But I want to interview couples that have their marriage has been tried, tested. People have been married 30, 40, 50 years. I want to sit down at the feet of wisdom and hear some of our elders share with us what marriage. And then I want to talk to people that have very fascinating stories. I always choose guests based on their stories, and so I'm gonna get back down to basis and have those conversations. So that's
That
what.
sounds good. I must admit though that last season kind of had me some of the episodes kind of had me in a like a in a twist a little bit, especially the one that you brought on with the I think he does herbs.
Oh,
um
80 Dolphin,
yeah, that one. So I almost didn't watch it because some people have a personality that's kind of um
off-putting.
I didn't want to say
Yeah,
off-putting.
just say what it
I'm
is.
gonna say it's a little bit, it rubs up against you a little bit. So
So that's what that season is. I'm glad that you brought that up. So listen, everybody, Lit Fam. Season 7 was tough topics for a reason. I wanted to have conversations. That's why we had Derek Jackson on there. A lot of y'all was like, well, why did you have him on there? Well, why not? I had Danae on there. She talked about her situation. Now let's bring Derek Jackson, somebody who has a polarizing personality because of what his platform is. He still got over 1 million followers on IG. So it's still people still following him. And I said, let's have a conversation with that. Let's have a conversation with him. I'm going to always create safe spaces for all people, whether you like them or not. I want to have conversations. So I always say wisdom is when you're able to learn from other people that are totally opposite of you. You can either listen
and I
to people and say, there's a reason why I don't like people like that's that spirit I don't like. At least you get a chance to hear it. And then when it comes back to resurface while you're out here dating, you go, oh, he has that such and such spirit. He reminds me of so and so. It's turning me off. So always be open for those conversations so that we can grow from those conversations. But yeah, when I did Derek Jackson episode, boy, y'all was hotter than fish grease. Boy, y'all was mad, boy. Y'all was like, why would you give him? I can't stand him. You got a narcissist on here.
you know what? To be honest, I wasn't really mad. I try not to say, okay, I'm not really. I'll say, okay, this one is kind of it's rubbing on me a little bit, but I don't go as far as to say I don't like the person, right? And that's because I know that there's something going on with everybody, right? Not to say that they have a right to mistreat people. But I know enough to know that there's something going on with everyone. So I'm not just going to run out the blocks and say, hey, I don't like this person, right? I'm more curious. I want to hear what's going on. And then if I hear something and it's a little bit off, I'm going to say, yeah, something's a little bit off there. But
Yeah.
hey, that's just what's going on there. But I don't necessarily run out of the blocks and say, okay, I don't like this person because whatever, whatever. But yeah, you do have a couple of the personalities that I was a little bit, I was side eyeing a little bit like, okay, all
Yeah,
right.
it
But
was
let me
tough
hear.
topics for a reason. We said we're gonna talk about it all. We're gonna talk about everything. Because the truth be told,
Yeah,
those people that are different from us, whoever us is at that moment, you're gonna run into them at your job, at your church,
I
in your
agree.
family.
I
You
agree.
know, it's people, you have family members that you would never date if they if you had the opportunity, if they were people that you met on the street and they
True.
weren't related to you. Like I would never date them. They have the most toxic personality. Well, on Dear Future Wifey, we like to have those conversations. And what happens that I found is that even when having these conversations with people, it gives them the opportunity to hear themselves back. So what happens is a mutual exchange. It's an exchange where I'm listening to people. I'm learning from different personality traits. My audience, the Lit fam, is able to listen and they go, "Oh, I like that. This is what I desire in a relationship," or "I don't like this." And then the guests themselves get a chance to hear themselves. The Bible says,
Right.
"Confess your faults one to another so that you may be healed." And so, in their confessing and me asking those tough questions, a lot of people still scared to come on Dear Future Wife. They're like, "You're gonna ask some questions," and so they get a chance to hear themselves. And that episode lasts for eternity. They get a chance to go watch it. They get a chance to hear people weigh in, tell them, "Oh, you were lying. You're a habitual liar," or "That helped me so much. Thank you for encouraging me on this." They get the reciprocation of people sliding in their DMs with words of encouragement or words that
Yeah.
say, "Hey, man, I don't believe you kept it real on whatever." So it's this beautiful exchange that happens from me as the host, learning, learning from their story, them learning from me, the audience learning from them learning from themselves. It's this beautiful thing that happens on the Dear Future Wifey podcast. So I take a great honor. But listen, I appreciate you so much. Any last questions?
Thank you. No, no last questions. Just wanted to say that I enjoyed the last season. I'm looking forward to the upcoming one and keep doing what you're doing. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And if y'all have people that you want me to interview, if it's people that they have a dynamic story, send me a link to their Instagram or YouTube video of them sharing their story or whatnot. I look at all that stuff, and then I
Okay, and I do want to say, I want to add one thing. That
go
thing
ahead.
that you're thinking of doing, bring them to Jamaica. I think
You said,
everyone wants to go to Jamaica. It's safe to say that.
you said repeat that again. You said what? You talking about the trip?
That meetup thing that you're planning, right?
Yeah.
Bring them to Jamaica.
You know, we just
Do
went there in
it.
May. We all went there. There was about 120 of us went out to Mo Bay.
Yeah, but I wasn't there, and a
We
lot of
stayed at
other
the
people
Secret
were.
St. James. We went
Yeah,
to
I saw that. I
yeah,
saw that.
yeah. We
Yeah,
had that. That was an amazing time. So yeah, we're gonna do some stuff like that. Next time, I said I want to go to Kingston and do the podcast. So
that's nice. Yeah,
yeah,
that's the second city. Okay, that would be
yeah.
cool.
Go to Second City. All right. Well, take care. I
Yeah,
appreciate you. Bye, Tamika.
thanks. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye. All right. Let's bring Tanine. What does it say? Tanine.
Tanine, you did great. Hi, Laterras. How are you?
Hey, you way up close. How you get close up there like that? Go back.
Am I too close?
Yeah, yeah. There it is.
That's good. Hey, how you doing?
Bring the phone down a little lower. Can you see me?
I can't see you at all. I'm on Ecamm, so
Okay. So bring the phone. Bring it. All right. Let me do this. Let me bring you right here. All right. There it is. All right. Cool. All right. So listen. What city are you in?
I'm in Plainfield, New Jersey.
Plainfield, New Jersey. All right.
Yeah.
What questions?
So
Comments?
I had a comment. First, I just wanted to celebrate you and say I love the platform. I'm married, been married 10 years.
You said you've been
And
married
I
10
love,
years.
yeah, I'm 36, been married 10 years.
Congratulations.
And thank you. We working it out. Working it together. Um But I just wanted to celebrate you because what I love about your platform is that you are extremely marriage positive. Although I believe like the base of your audience may be single women. I love how you have struck that balance between celebrating marriage and portraying marriage, but still encouraging our single sisters and brothers to believe for their lifelong love. So I love that about your platform. And I just wanted to say that. I
Thank you.
also wanted to say, yes, I have a couple of people in mind that I caught the email address. I'm going to forward them to you. I'm connected to Kelly K. Fisher of the matchmaking duo in Atlanta, and she's a matchmaker who just got remarried. So I think she has a fascinating story that could be very encouraging and empowering for a lot of women. And segueing from that, I just wanted to just make a request that if possible, you could possibly offer someone who could come on the platform and give our sisters, our Christian sisters, some strategy on how to, actually capture the attention of a man. And the reason why I say this is because me and my sister in love, we have like an imaginary matchmaking agency in our head, and we are really out here. We're really out here trying to hook up our single sisters with some of the men we know. So like she has coworkers, and we're trying to like, make matches because our position is like it's a family affair. Like for people to find love, it cannot just happen in an app. It just cannot happen from YouTube University. You need people who are advocating for you out here. And
Yeah.
so we're trying to like close that gap a little bit. But some of what we're running into is that our sisters, we're kind of getting a little nonchalant attitude. Like I'm literally putting people in touch over text messaging. I'm speaking them up to each other. And the nonchalance that's coming out. Also, when some of my sisters are literally having conversations with men, it's like they don't know how to connect or build a bond. And I'm an African American woman. I'm Black. So that's who I know primarily. And my Black women are tending to lead, I feel, with a sense of they're guarded. And I get it because we want to protect ourselves.
Right.
We want to make sure we're not falling. We don't want to be deceived. We don't want to repeat mistakes and patterns that, we've held and done in the past. But I think there's a guard that's almost, kind of blocking them from moving forward and being tender and soft. And so I think it would be great if we could get someone who could offer literal communications and connection strategies. That's my
So
request.
my goal has been, I say I was going to do this in 2021, but my goal is to put some events together where we actually do that in real time. Because
Beautiful.
the main issue is this: if I even had stuff to say, hey, women, this is how you can make yourself this and all that type of stuff, and we do that, then they go, but where the guys at? Like where?
Facts.
And so my thing is to put it in real time and make it really really fun for people to mingle with each other. And so again, I just need to find the guys. So my whole initiative is to get the guys. And so because the women gonna come, get the guys there, whether we go rent out a whole cruise ship or something. We're gonna do something where we get everybody out there together and we make. I mean, it'll be the most intentional weekend ever, and that's
Yes.
that's that's the goal. And so that's been my hope since 2020 when I launched the podcast, is creating this. I want to go rent some log cabins. I want to do it. And the app that I'm doing, the singles ministry, is not even a dating app. It's for us to do life together. So what I like is when
Mm,
people have organic relationships. So I believe in connecting in purpose. So with the singles ministry app, let's just say you have all these people that's a part of this app is segmented by cities and states or whatnot. And you have like the single ministry worldwide in Atlanta. They going bowling, or they're going to go feed the homeless, or they're going to go do some type of give back to society or whatnot. And then you start seeing the same people pop up organically. You're gonna be like, hey, Erica,
yeah.
Erica, hey, you coming next weekend when we do such such? Yeah, yeah, you coming? Yeah, boom. And then y'all start doing work together, seeing each other's hearts together. You see this group of people, and then you'll start organically building a relationship with each other. And so, but when you make it where you tell guys, hey, I want you to come here and and they know that they're about to meet marriage-minded women, it's a little off-putting. That's why a lot of singles ministries, a lot of men don't go there because like, oh, Ain't trying to make me married. I ain't ready for marriage. I ain't ready for this. But if you get connected in
Okay.
purpose, then marriage can brew out of it. Because you're like, God, okay, I kind of like spending time with you. Then you
Yeah.
automatically
I
know what she's on, and you start building relationship.
I love that. I think that is so needed. So I believe that'll be awesome. I know that for me, like literally me, I was put together by my brother-in-law, like my husband's brother put us together. So I think in some ways I'm trying to like pay it forward.
Yeah, you
But
should.
yeah, I'm trying, and but I hear what you're saying. It that would be phenomenal. I
Yeah,
love it. I just, the sisters, the
yeah.
game just need a little,
They need
the game need
a
a
lot
little
of help.
tweaking.
I
They
want to
need a little
answer
tweak.
Erica. Erica, thank you for the super chat. She says you spoke on how your ex-wife stated your friends can have your heart and that could be dangerous. Moving forward in life, do you see that being an issue, and what did you do to learn from that? Create healthy boundaries. Um, there's no way that I could have a friend that's not a friend of my wife. And if my future wifey has any problem with any woman that I interact with or call a friend, then that friend will get shot to deuces. My wife will be prioritized in every way. Healthy boundaries. One of the things that I also said is that um, no matter who that person is, that friend, that female friend is, I should be able to speak to her on speakerphone with my wife being present without said woman knowing that my wife is present. And so if there's any type of conversations that take place where my wife can't be privy to it, then that's not acceptable. So that's what I've created is healthy boundaries for my future wife. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank
And,
you.
but yeah, keep advocating for these single women and help them. Did I just
I
freeze up over
will.
here? I think I just froze up over there. Anyway, take care.
Take care. God bless you.
Did I just freeze up? Did I freeze up over here, y'all? Let's see. All right. Hold on real quick. Let me see something. That camera froze up. Hold on. Oh, it's dead. Goodness gracious. Uh, 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 uh. Hold on, y'all. I realize this whole better than died. Anyway, well, yeah, my camera died, so we're gonna have to go through this. Hold on. All right, let's see. Well, then you on here twice. All right,
I am.
you on here twice. I need you to how are you on here twice,
I
Berlin?
have no idea what I'm doing. That is
Okay, are
how.
you on two different phones or something?
Pardon me?
Are you on two different phones? Uh, try it again. You came on two phones. All right, let's put a Keisha. Watch the you got feedback. Turn me off on the other system or whatever you're looking on. All right, there it is. Can you hear me?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I can hear you, but I can't see you. Can
Oh,
you see
okay.
me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Oh, okay.
How you doing? What city are you calling from, and what's your question?
Calling from or watching from Michigan City, Indiana. It's about an hour from Chicago. Don't really have a question, just have comments. Been watching your podcast probably about, I would say last 2, 3 months, like consistently. I'm the one, well, I'm sure I'm not the only one, but I've been watching from episode one, season one, episode one. I just worked my way up to season four, starting maybe last week. But just been enjoying your podcast. Love the transparency, wishing there were more men out there like you somewhere around here. But
This is somewhere
but
around here.
just you give me hope, I put it that way. And just keeping my faith, praying that my purpose partner will find me soon.
Have you been married before?
I have. I actually sent you a an Instagram message about some reasons why I would like to be on the podcast. But yes, I have been married before. I was married to a Nigerian. That's a whole story within itself. So yeah. Been divorced probably, well, it's been since 2017. So been divorced since then. Dated a few guys. Just let's say it's just sad out here. I just put it that way. But I'm still trying to keep my faith, keep the hope, and just pray that somebody, because like my thing is, like I said, transparency, and a lot of people aren't on transparency. Like
Right.
they too secretive, and they don't want to. I mean, I can understand not opening up about a lot of stuff up front, but like I shouldn't find out that you got 4 children instead of 2. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But
Yeah. That's beyond transparency. That's just lying.
it's that exactly,
Straight
and
lie.
that's been my issue. Like the sad thing was, like he hid behind the fact that he was a man of God. Like, okay, well the Bible says, that he does not like liars, and I'm like, come on now, you old enough to know better. I mean, why lie? That's my thing. Like, why lie?
Would you have accepted him having as many kids as he had?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like I'm a very understanding person, but like, don't lie to me. Just tell me up front. Like, I wouldn't have had an issue with it. But that wasn't the biggest thing he lied about though. But look, I can tell
Yeah.
you some stories. I'll just say that I can go into some stories about some stuff that he just went way out there. Stuff that he shouldn't even have to lie about. Like, it's
so,
crazy.
so you
It's
have any
crazy.
other questions or comments? You just want to say that you enjoyed the podcast and it's been helping you?
I do have a question for
Go
you. As
ahead.
far as I know, you said something at the beginning of this, that something about a housewarming. Are you accepting housewarming gifts? Like, do you have a PO box, or
Yeah, it's a PO
your address
box.
to the studio?
If you go look at the it's on my YouTube. It's on my YouTube. If
Mm-hmm.
you go look at the contact, yeah, this right there. I think if it's not, it needs to be on
Okay.
there. In the contact form,
Okay.
it has a PO box on there. Yeah. If
Okay.
not, it'd be up there
Okay.
by the end of the day. I need to put that up there. But
Okay.
thank you in advance. I appreciate you.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. And just keep doing what you're doing. Like, God is truly working through you, and just I'm praying that He will continue to use you to hopefully inspire other men to be more transparent, because it's sad out here.
Yeah, and that's why I said I just want to keep creating healthy spaces for men to be able to share, and that's the goal. But
Right.
yeah, it's just
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
But thank you once again. Thank you for allowing us to get on here and talk to you. It's been a pleasure. And look, I try to watch an episode at least once a day, but I think I watched at least 3 or 4 yesterday. But
We're
I'm
good.
just enjoying them, trying to catch up. I haven't watched the latest ones yet, but I'm trying to work my way up there.
We're good. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's pronounced Keisha.
You're welcome. You're welcome. God bless you.
All right, take care. Bye. Let's see. What is this? Hold on. All right, let's see. Rochelle,
Hi, Laterras.
how you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you so much for having me on. I can't see you.
I don't know why it's like I don't know. Are you on the phone? What happened? You hung up? Well, you clicked on something and hung up. All right. Well, let me. Saran,
I'm
Hey,
fine. Thank you so
Laterius.
much
how you
for
doing?
having me on. I
Hold on. Where'd she go? Who talking? Oh, you on the? I was on the phone. How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Great, great, great. You have a what city are you in?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. That's where you at.
Yes,
You have any questions, comments?
I do. My first question to you is that from when you started My Dear Future Wifey to today and listen to all the feedback of all the married couples, all the singles, how do you date differently now?
Um, I date from a heart posture of, well, what switched was the fact of understanding the term that God gave me, purpose partner. So I date from a perspective of a purpose partner. When I got married the first time, I didn't think of nothing like that. I was 20. I was dating her in my 20s, got married at 28. You just like, we've been together for a long time, and so we should get married. It's never like, and how do I see our lives evolving and growing, and how can we better each other through this process? So now I date from a mindset of like, this is purpose, and I know the vision that God has given me. I know the dreams that I have, the goals, and so I know what will be best aligned to help fulfill that thing.
That's awesome. So
Yeah.
my second question for you is when you were just addressing that situation, you were dating that woman and it crushed you. I'm in a similar situation where I believe God, I saw signs that this was the one, and then realizing it was far from the truth. How did you deal with that? When you thought your discernment was on, you thought this was it, everything is matching, everything's aligning, everything's all good, and and then you realize, like the lady said previously, there's lies, there's no truth, there's and it just like, or are they just, or it just doesn't work, but you thought you that the Lord was showing this was the one. How do you deal with that?
Um, the reality was the way I dealt with it was knowing that people have free will. You
Yeah.
know, God doesn't force us to choose Him, and so we can't force people to choose us. And the healthy part of it was that she told me straight up, she said, listen, I've never been treated as well in my life. I've never met anybody that brought me what you brought into my life, which showed her deficiency. She said, listen, I need to go get healed. I need therapy, because I don't even feel like I'm worthy of this type of love. And she said, to protect you, we just need to end this because I can't even show up as the woman that I know God would require for you to have. And it was like, in my mind, I was like, well, you're aware of that. That's great. We can work on that. But she was like, no, I would damage you in this process.
Mm.
So at the end of the day, if someone is telling you that, you got to be wise enough to just let it go. And that's what I did. I just let it go. But it was that situation of, well, God, I know you said this, and it was like she would keep a list of all the confirmations. It was like 27 confirmations, 26 confirmations of why this will work out and things that I said that only God knew and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, people have free choice. You have free choice to decide what you want. And so that's what I had to realize is that at the end of the day, you got to let that mess go or you'll be sitting up here miserable.
So now, how do have you proceeded now after that type of hurt? Because
I haven't changed my process. My process is still what it is. And because I said I will never allow a bad situation to put my future in a chokehold. So it's like at the end of the day, it's like this is how I showed up. This is how I received it, and it is what it is. And what was so great about what I took away from the last experience is that I have never been so great in a relationship in my life. Like that was the relationship where all my healing, all my everything the work was able to be on full display in that relationship. And to be told that by her that this was the healthiest love she ever received, can't ask for more than that. You know, just
no,
continue to just be who I am and make myself available to the right person and not be bitter where you take that out on the next person. So I just allow myself to just continue to love.
that's awesome.
Yep.
I think for myself that I've been married more than once, and as you get older, you get more leery of putting yourself out there. And I'm appreciative that your podcast, whenever I feel like, man, I ain't doing this no more. This is it. I'm sick of these lying men. I'm sick of these people doing stuff and everything else. You remind me that, you know, you can have love. There is real love out there. God is still wanting marriages, and just because people are messing it up, and you know, sometimes some men are trying to ruin it for everybody.
Yep.
There are good men still out there, and that's if I'm sure that a lot of women believe that when they feel like giving up, you'll put another episode on and be like, okay, go
Yep.
out and try it
Yep.
again, you
Keep
know.
trying.
But and we thank you for that. We thank you for you having the courage to be transparent. We thank you for being lit, and we thank
Yeah.
you for still creating content that's not crazy or out there, or you know, not the best God has, because you're using a tool for people of God to be able to learn how to be great in marriage, and I can't thank you enough for that.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining the live.
You're
All right.
welcome.
Let me bring some other body. Let's see. Bring up this brother right here. Where he is? Oh, let's see. What's up, King?
I made the live.
Yeah.
It's Laterras or Whitfield. What's up, brother?
What's up, King? What's going on?
It's an honor, man. It's an honor. Wow, this is great. Okay, so I'm in Baltimore, Maryland. I know you usually ask what city
Yeah,
you
Baltimore.
at. Good friends actually with Paul Bashe. That's my guy. So we got a
Yeah.
mutual contact. I'm all zoomed in. That was funny. Well, I just wanna quickly just say, um, I'm honored. I'm proud of you, man. I just appreciate you. One of the things that is always a blessing when I'm watching you, when I'm watching the episodes, and I've been watching since Witty, lost her hair on the couch. But one of the things that I love is that you are consistently reminding us of self accountability, which is something that I try to teach. I'm a life coach right now. I'll eventually going back for a master's, to be a therapist,
Good.
etc.
Congratulations.
Thank you, man. I receive it,
Yeah.
man. And,
Yeah.
I made a prayer one time. I was like, man, I'm gonna connect with Laterras at some point in 2024. I didn't know it was gonna be like the first week,
First week.
so
Here
this
we
is great.
are. January
Yeah.
3rd.
Yeah, so self accountability. My favorite aunt in my head, because she's not really my aunt, Judge Lynn Toler, she will always say that you don't make your partner an accessory to your singleness, right? And I think that a lot of times when we are so sucked into what we want for ourselves and kind of this perversion of the self love journey that a lot of people are going on, you start to miss out, and you start to become a lot more selfish, actually. So you're seeking self-love, you want to care for yourself, you want to do what's right for you, but in for some reason you start to neglect that thing that your partner wants as well. And I think one of the things that you always push, and even the people that you bring on the show, is balance. That there is consideration for your partner, there's consideration for them as much as you want them to consider you. And
Yeah.
I think that is just a beauty
Yeah.
of something that we learn. I've been married for 11 years. uh,
Congratulations, man.
and thank you, man. Boy, it's been something. Oh God. But but the beauty. Somebody mentioned it in the comments. But one thing I've learned is that we go through seasons, and we evolve as people, and we grow, and we change, and we build our marriage based on how much we're willing to adjust with the changes and become flexible.
Yeah.
And we've kind of gotten away from that in this gender war generation
Yeah.
that we're in, where we are no longer flexible. We are only selfish, and so we make these demands from our partners or potential partners, and we miss out because we are not allowing ourselves to be human and allowing our partners to be human. We
Yeah.
want our partners to be perfect, and it's like if your partner is perfect, what they want to be with you for? Because you're
For
not.
real. For
You
real.
know,
For
we,
real.
we
For
we
real.
got plenty of flaws.
Good.
So I
So
am I
11
am
years
just
in,
so.
real quick, before I let you go, what
Yes,
made you
sir.
decide to marry the woman
Please.
you married?
I met my wife on her 13th birthday, so we've been in the game for a minute. We met
Did
on her
you say on
13th
her
birthday in
13th
church.
birthday?
13th birthday, yeah. We were. essentially high school sweethearts. Then I went to college and I was like, I want to be outside. And then we both kind of went our separate ways for a season. And then we actually, when I graduated college, actually, she had been engaged to someone else. I was in a serious relationship. And then at the same time, those relationships ended.
So what made you
And I,
marry her?
say it again.
Still, my original question: what made you decide
Yes,
to
sir.
marry her?
She was the archetype for the perfect woman for me. She is who I wanted every other woman to be. And I didn't realize that until regularly failing in relationships, that the woman that I felt understood me the best was the woman that I've known since we were 13. And so, in that, we had built this unity, this understanding, this friendship, and this love, and this united faith. And she is who pushes me and helps me to become the best version of myself. I am intentionally doing that on my own, but she and I are unified in the fact that we want to see the best version of each other tomorrow, and then the next day, and then the next day. So I just, that is why Alicia is that's my queen, man.
Boy, let me
I
tell you
can't do
something.
no. Yeah.
I'm gonna let that end just like that, bro. Thank you
Woo.
so
Let it
much. That
marinate.
was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. Where's she at?
Bless you, bro.
Where's she
She
at?
upstairs. Hey, back, hey, back. No, she
Yeah.
upstairs. She got the kids. We got
Yeah,
three.
she'll come down here. She probably have a bonnet on her head, talking about, "Hey, what you bringing me out on this live like
Hey,
this?"
man. All I'm saying is, she would look nice on the yellow couch.
Yeah, come on, shoot,
Nope.
come on,
Hey,
because I
hey.
like that. You said you done sat there and said she's the archetype of. Hold on, just DM me, email me information at Dear
Oh,
Future Wifey
word.
Podcast at Gmail.
You ain't
Dear
said nothing
Future
but a
Wifey
word, brother.
Podcast at Gmail.
Absolutely. Dear Future Wifey Podcast at Gmail.
Yep, send that to
It's
me.
over.
Send that
Yes,
to
sir.
me. Boy, he said
Love
she's
you,
the
man.
archetype of what every woman that
Yes.
you met, you wanted her to be
Yes.
her.
She was the scale. I just didn't know. She was the gauge with which I measured them. So yeah, she's amazing.
All right, take care, King, because we'll
Bless you,
be
bro.
on here all day talking about this. Bye. Hang
All
up.
right.
Hang up. Shoot, I love it. I love it when a king talk like that about his woman. That blows my mind. Let's see, Rochelle. I'm gonna bring y'all on real quick. How you doing, Rochelle?
Hi, Laterras. Thank you for having me. I'm from Holland. I'm calling in from Holland.
What time is it in Holland
Um,
right now?
it's 5 o'clock almost. I supposed to be sleeping. I was awake. I couldn't sleep. I tuned in and I thought I might just give it a try to see if you get me on. So,
Well, I saw that flag next to your name, so I said let's pull you up here because I know it's real late in your
right. Thank you so much.
and late is
So
real
first
early.
of all, I want to say thank you because the podcast is truly a part of the preparation for my future marriage. Um, I've been gaining so much insight from it, so much wisdom. Um, I'm single, I'm 33, never been married before, no kids yet. God told me to prepare, so the podcast was a part of it. Um, and my question is, how do I position myself to be found? Um, I clearly know that God is a matchmaker and I'm not trying to do his work, but I have to do my part. Um, I'm working out. I'm going to church. I'm serving in church.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you:
Yeah.
how do you meet guys? Do you even meet guys at all? Because of course I don't know what the dating landscape is in Holland. Um, what is it like
Um,
there?
yeah, to be honest, the whole the way church is set up in the US, where there are a lot of um group settings, like activities, single groups, single events, marriage events, all the events, we don't have it like that. So I typically meet men in random places. It might be in the gym, it might be on the plane, it might be um just at random places. I get in touch with people, have a conversation. I've tried dating apps, but to be honest, in church, I haven't seen like real potentials, to be honest. Um, so yeah, so it's quite. I'm trying to figure out how to position myself,
And
and
so,
maybe
but you
you
do,
have some tips.
but you do meet guys, right?
Yes, I do.
So you have no problem meeting them.
No, not meeting them, but to actually go on a date with a Christian guy, someone that is saved, because not everyone is saved. Um, that's a challenge. That's challenging.
And so at your church, um, do you feel like that's inappropriate to meet a guy at church and exchange phone numbers, or are you just saying the guys at your church don't operate like that?
Oh, not at all. If it's someone that yeah, but I've never seen someone that I'd actually liked or be interested in. Um, but my pastor knows that I would like to settle down, and that it's a big desire that God placed there. So some church folks, they know, so they keep their eyes open. But to be honest, I just haven't encountered someone yet that is, yeah, that I'm interested in, and other way around.
So you're just saying that, have you ever been on dating sites out in Holland?
Yeah, I did.
How'd that work out?
Not.
Did you meet any guys that you dated at all?
Yeah, before I was saved, I did. And it was a lot easier then because it was worldly. But um, yeah, the faith here in the Netherlands is not as embedded as in the US. So I feel like it's more challenging. I know it's not impossible, and I know he's out there and it's gonna all work out. I'm just trying to figure out how to position myself and meet like proper Christian guys.
Well, I wouldn't have any advice in Holland about that, because like I said, well, first thing I always say, like if you're at church, you can meet people in activities, become involved. You said you're involved at church. You volunteer at church, and it's like
Yeah, I'm on a coffee team.
you said the coffee team,
Hmm.
and then y'all have. So do you at church? Is there any guys? Oh, let me ask you this: What is the? Are you open to dating guys that aren't? Or I'm about to say African American, that aren't black?
Oh yes,
So you
yes.
date, you date, you date, no matter what the ethnicity is.
Yeah, but preferably someone with a little bit of how do I say it? Um, who knows like black culture? Let's put it that way.
And do you see a lot of that there in Holland?
Yeah, in Holland, it's predominantly white.
That's what I thought.
Um, it's mixed as well, but my church, for example, is mixed.
So you feel like the best opportunity in Holland is to meet somebody at your church?
Not necessarily. I'm open to meet them everywhere. I have great conversation. I work out at a high-end gym. I have great conversation with some guys, but they are not necessarily saved. So that's the
So what you're saying is this. Now I'm hearing you. You basically said you meet guys. It's just hard to find a Christian guy, and you desire a Christian guy. And in Holland
exactly.
and in the Netherlands, period, is not a Christian country.
Yeah, it is, but it's not faith. Is not. We also have a big group of Muslims, and a big group of people that are spiritual or non-believers. So I feel like it's more challenging here, and that's why I watch a lot of content from the US, for example. But yeah, I was just praying today on clarity from God on how to position myself, and He led me to Scripture 2 times, to Joshua, the book of Joshua. I I'm not sure exactly what um what he wants to tell me through it. But yeah, I just thought I'd come up here and see if you have something to say about positioning yourself.
No, because it's a lot of women that have the same problem in the United States. It's just a matter of I don't know. Like I said, I still be struggling trying to find men to come on the podcast. So it's hard to find.
Yeah,
It's hard to find a lot of men. So when I see a man pop, oh, hey, I get excited. I'd be like, hey, you want to talk? You want to come on the podcast? So I can just imagine what it's like to get them in a relationship is challenging. But I don't know. I'll take it to the Lord in prayer and ask Him to reveal some tips to me as well, to understand what kind of advice can I give, because I don't know, and I don't try to say what I don't know. I don't know. So,
you
but I
don't know
definitely
what you
be
don't know. That's okay.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Rochelle, for being patient and joining the
Yes.
live. Thank you for supporting the podcast. And hey, Lit fam, make sure that y'all pray for our sister and ask God to connect her with the right person. Let's bring up the sister right here. What's the name? The name cut off. Is Quan? It's like the second part is Quan. How you doing? I don't hear any audio, Quan. Well, you disappeared, Quan. All right, let's bring up Rumby.
Ooh,
Let's.
hello.
How you doing, Rumby? Where you live?
Can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, hey. Well, I'm uh, currently in Florida, but I live in Australia and I'm Zimbabwean. But I've been listening to your show for the past 2 years and so excited to be here. But I just want to say thank you for your
Can you
ministry.
adjust the
It's been
camera so
really
you're not in the
good.
bottom corner?
Pardon?
Can you adjust your phone so you're not in the lower corner of the screen? Can you see me? Like just move your phone where your
Is that
head
better?
is. Nope.
I'm on my laptop.
Oh yeah, tilt the laptop down. Tilt it towards you.
Down.
Tilt it right there. Perfect. Right there. All right,
There
good.
you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your ministry. Just how you always intentional about listening and acknowledging the Holy Spirit when you're talking to your guests and when you're just intentional about listening to what they're saying. So that's been really good because I've been allowing the Holy Spirit to speak to me and acknowledging even when I'm talking to my friends, just like, oh, thank you, Holy Spirit. So thank you so much for just making that so practical and not a weird thing to do.
Yeah.
And yeah, so just wanted to say thank you for your ministry. And yep, I've been subscribed. I haven't been shacking up with you. I've been subscribed for the longest time. So just wanted to say thank you. No questions from me. Just thank you for your ministry.
Well, I appreciate you so much. So you said you live in Florida, but you're Zimbabwe. You're from Zimbabwe, and where else?
Oh, no, I'm just visiting Florida at the moment
Oh,
from
you're just
Australia.
visiting, but you live where you live?
In Australia.
Australia. That's where you said Australia,
Yeah.
and by way of what? You
Oh, just live there at the moment and working.
all right? So you've always lived in Australia. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, dang, I've had people from Australia join me on my lives on IG. And so it's always amazing to me when I meet people from way across the pond like that. It's like, it's just, it's so dope, the reach of the podcast. So I find that as a great honor. Well, thank you so
Yeah.
much for jumping in on here. Nice to meet
Yeah.
you, Randy.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Alrighty.
Take care. Bye.
Okay, bye.
All right. Let's see. Let's see, who is this calling? And sound like we're gonna go real quick. Leslie, I'm gonna bring you up. Leslie,
Yes.
how you
Hey,
doing,
can you hear me
Leslie?
now?
Yeah, sure
I'm
can.
finding you.
Great.
Well, glad to finally make it on.
Definitely. What question or comment would you like to?
How do you handle dating during, I guess, a process of healing? So,
It's like a loaded question. So you so what have you experienced? Healing from what? Was it a marriage? Was it a what was it?
no, I have been single. I've been dating. And, when you are, let's say, just transitioning through life, You didn't shed your past, and all of a sudden your past continues to revisit you. And then, let's say when I'm basically, you know, shedding and I guess transforming into the woman that I should be. Um, and that's a question that my mom and I we pretty much we talked about, how as a woman you do things and you're not supposed to do them. And so she asks, what type of woman do you want to be? And so during that process of that, I always have, um, I guess, people from my past always want to revisit me. And then on top of that, when you're going through that, um, I guess, cocoon phase, and you pretty much, when people don't see you dating and all of a sudden they want to basically place you with someone else or somebody who they think that you're with.
So let me
And
get
I'm a
let me get
very private person.
let me get closer to the question. So the question is what? So the question is, how do you what? How do you? Because basically
How do you?
you're bringing up different issues. One of the issues is
Right.
you keep going in circles. So if you keep dating, you're saying
Mhm.
dating people from your past. Well, that's an easy solution. Don't date them. If you learned the lesson the first time,
Right.
show you learned that lesson by not allowing them to spin the block on you. You can't get,
Right.
they say you get me the first time, shame on me, shame on you, all that other stuff. So the reality is that
Right.
if you know a certain type of, the Bible says when you cast out a demon, it'll come back 7 times stronger. So reason why we find ourselves in cycles is because we keep dating the same type of person, and even worse, the same person. So we gotta
Mhm.
find out what is causing you to be drawn to that person. Go get therapy so you can get healed from that situation, and then choose better from that standpoint. And once you conquer that thing, then you'll open up the door to a different level of person, because now you've evolved and become a different person. So you'll only attract that type of person. But if you keep getting ensnared by the same old traps, then that means you need to go through therapy. Have you gone through therapy?
I was trying to, and my therapist quit on me.
Why the therapist quit on you?
It's funny, but it's not funny. It's like really serious. So, from a from a different perspective, I think he saw the long run of why I was coming to therapy, and I think down the line he didn't want to be involved
So your
because
therapist
it's
said
just
that. Well, first of all, I want to apologize on behalf of them, because that's the reason why you went to therapy, is the fact that you saw that you got yourself in a cycle that you couldn't get yourself out of, and so you just picked the wrong therapist. So, uh,
right.
and I don't want
I
that. Thank
agree.
you, Holy Spirit. That experience taught you, or that experience is trying to make you believe that you're too much, that it's unfixable, that if a therapist will quit on you, then what does that say about you?
Right.
Am I right?
That's right. No, that's right.
And
That's right.
so what I want to encourage you to know that your situation isn't too big for God. That you're
Yeah.
not jacked up, you're not too far gone, you're not damaged goods. That the same God that died for all our sins is the same God that can restore you, that can heal you, that can allow you to look yourself in the mirror and see a version of you that you've never seen before. And so I want to speak life into you right now. I want you
Thank
to begin to walk in purpose. Leslie, I want you to forgive yourself of the mistakes that you made in the past. I want you to be able to grab a hold of God's unchanging hand and say, God, if the therapist gave up on me, so what? I'm not letting go of you, and I'm not going to let go of you until you bless me. And for you to start doing some deep work, to start uncovering, to go into this place of isolation. God calls us to these wilderness seasons in our life, oftentimes when we find ourselves in vicious cycles, where we shut off the noise and say, God, I only want to be tuned into the frequency of you. And so
you.
I want you to open up your heart and mind to be in the place to where you forgive yourself, because there's a lot of forgiveness that needs to take place. I'm hearing that in the spirit realm, and that therapist can cause you a lot of damage, for them to quit on you. That's totally unacceptable. But the truth is, he was the wrong person. He wasn't equipped to handle who you are right now and what you need. And so I want to
I
encourage
agree.
you to seek another therapist and let them know early on, this is what happened to me in the past. So they ain't wasting your time. Say, hey, listen, I dealt with a therapist that quit on me um, early on, whether it was a second session, third session, whatever it was. This is when they quit on me.
Sorry.
And if you're not going to give me the attention I need, then let me know that up front so you don't reintroduce trauma in my life. But be very
Right.
open and candid with that with the new therapist. But definitely grab a hold of God. Um,
Thank you. I
whew.
received that.
Any other questions before I let
Yeah.
you go?
No, I guess it was that's pretty much you helped me to I guess bring it together because it's just a matter of, you know, guys just always, oh, why are you not dating? And when I try to be, I guess, giving my elevator speech and be like I'm healing, they don't accept that. And the crazy part about it is like they never accepted it when I look back at it. But at this time I meant what I said. I'm actually healing and my mental capacity for dating is at a different stage. Let me just say that.
Yeah.
And they don't respect it, and I can understand definitely he's not the guy for me who don't understand that. But you know, that's why I'm just like, you know, trying to,
Well,
I
you
guess,
got
be
people.
balanced.
Well, you got your sisters here praying for you. There's a lot of people praying for you in the chat. So
Thank you.
just know that you're being covered with prayer. You're gonna sleep a whole lot more peaceful tonight. I speak that into your life right now in the name of Jesus. That you're gonna get
Thank
the best sleep you've ever gotten tonight, because you got a rally, you got an army of believers interceding for you right now. And so
you. I believe that.
walk in that. Know that you are covered. I appreciate you, Leslie. Thank you for being vulnerable and
Likewise.
transparent and jumping on this live today.
Thank
Thank
you for your platform. Have a great one.
you.
Bye.
Be blessed.
You too. You bless you.
Bless. Boy. Here we go. Michelle, you ready to come up here, Michelle? Let's go.
Yeah.
All right,
Hey,
Michelle. How you doing?
I'm great. Can you hear me?
Yep, sure can.
Wonderful. Hi, Laterras.
How you doing?
First of all, I want to tell you that we are birthday twins.
March
My
29th.
birthday is, yeah, yeah,
It is.
yeah, it is. So that's that. And then also, how much I appreciate and love this platform so much. I am, on my birthday, when I come up, I'll be 60 years old.
60. Wow.
And yeah, and I was married for almost 20 years. So for me, being single again has been a total learning
I can
experience.
imagine.
It's difficult. It was a whole lot different. When I was 28,
Yeah.
um, dating and relationships and all that, and expectations and all that. So um, learning how to do that has been great. And I've been using this platform to learn so much about who I am, about healing process, about what I want. When I was, first time married, it was not so much about what I wanted, but, just doing what I thought I should do and what had
Right.
seen other people do and all that kind of stuff. And it didn't work. I tried my best, but it didn't work out. So thank you for this platform, and the Christian element is awesome because other platforms, dating platforms, they don't speak to that, and I need that because
Man.
without that, then I don't know. I wouldn't know what to do. I would
Yeah.
be totally lost. So at least with this, I have a place to land and a place to shoot from and a place to go from. So I appreciate that. What I love the most about the podcast are your letters because they are so awesome. Once one person on here said that your prayers bring them to tears, but it's the letters for me because they show your vulnerability, they show your heart, And your wife is going to be so blessed to get those and to receive those and to share that part of your life with you. I'm a writer as well. I went through a relationship about 3 years ago now, since 1919. I met a guy who I thought was the one, and turns out he was not. I hadn't experienced dating, had no idea, and just fell all the way in, just gave, so much more. And it only lasted a short while, but it felt like, um, that it was going to be longer than that. I expected it to be, and I expected a man to be a man of his word, especially, some of the things that he told me. I just felt that he was telling me the truth, but he did not,
Yeah.
and ended up ghosting me, broke my heart in several pieces.
Let me ask you this,
But
Michelle. Michelle,
yeah,
let me ask you this,
yeah,
because I have like so many people in the queue right now. I got to pull up. But
yeah,
do you have? Thank you so much for finding value in the podcast. Thank you for being my
yeah,
birthday twin.
yeah,
Do you have? And it's so unfortunate that you've experienced your heart being mismanaged and mishandled by guys in the
mhm,
past and ghosting
yeah,
and people lying and doing all this crazy
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And I'll definitely keep you in my prayers. Do you have any other
Thank
questions or comments before I pull somebody else up?
No, no, no. Just I wanted to know, as just when you start to do, or as you continue to do the work that you're doing, think about this age group, this age bracket, these folks who are back in the game, back learning, people who are, a little bit, older,
Yeah.
who are, still, still hopeful as well. So
You know
that's
what?
about
And
it.
people been telling me that over the last couple of years, and I try to
Yeah,
find them. I try to
yeah,
find, and
yeah,
I brought in some older people or whatnot, but
yeah,
I'm going way
yeah.
extreme. It'd be like 80. But
I
I
know.
want,
I said, yeah, I know.
I want to get some 60-year-old. I want some
Yeah,
men, some 60-year-old men that'll come and
exactly.
talk or whatnot.
Me too. Me
Yeah,
too.
we'll make it happen. So thank you so much, Michelle. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you so much.
All right, take
Bye bye.
care.
Love you.
Yolanda, what's up, Yolanda?
What is going on? How are
What,
you?
what's going on? Can you
Um,
tilt your camera down a little
What is going?
bit?
You say that again?
Can you tilt your camera down a little bit?
I do down a
Your
little
phone,
bit. Okay,
where your head, right there, right there, perfect.
right here.
Yes.
I am
What's
just
going
so
on?
happy to be on the Dear Future Wifey podcast. Can I just say that? I'm just kidding. Well,
Yes.
I just want to say, as a friend, I'm so proud of you and everything that you're doing for everyone who comes across your podcast. So I just want to encourage you. I almost got triggered a little earlier when the young lady was talking about
The
she was
guy.
dating a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was dating the guy
But
that ended up going
thank
on a
God I'm
reality
here.
show. Because you
Let me
have
tell
experienced
you.
that, huh?
Yes. Okay. And he tried to come around about two times before, but of course, blocked it. But
What's
I
the
wanted
theme
to
song?
ask
What's the
you.
theme
Okay.
song to that show?
I'm sorry.
I said, what's the theme song to that song? I mean, to that show.
I forgot.
I bet you the time.
I
Want
forgot.
you to
I,
be.
I forgot. I'm not even going to do that. But I do want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. Okay. 7 seasons, right? And you're entering in the 8th season, correct?
Yes, going to the 8th season.
Perfect. So if you were to choose a gospel song to just share a little snippet of that, what gospel song would that be?
You said what? I'm over reading. They talking about your hoodie. Yeah, I'm a
Yes,
re-up those hoodies.
I represent my friend. And guess what? He does not have it available anymore. So
Yeah,
this
I'm
is
about
the
to get
limited
more.
edition.
People keep asking. They keep saying we need the hoodie. Yeah, I'm a bring them back in stock soon. But yes,
Yes, and make sure you guys subscribe as well on
yeah,
the YouTube. I'm all promise.
make sure y'all hit hit the like button.
Please.
We had 673 and we had like 1,300 people on here, but we only had half the people on like. You said now what would be?
Absolutely.
You said what would be a gospel song? What?
What would be the gospel song? So 7 seasons, what would be that gospel song that would that you are encouraged by? Well, I forgot the question I had earlier. I don't know. Okay. What would be that gospel song that you are encouraged by in this season of Dear Future Wifey?
In this season?
I'm going somewhere with this.
Gospel song.
or that you are encouraged by in this season of Dear Future Wifey? I'm going somewhere with this.
You made a way when my back was against the wall and it looked as if it was over. You made a
Come
way
on.
and I'm standing here only because you've made a way. That song. That's my song.
And that's the only reason why that I chimed in.
Sing it. No, no, I
Okay,
want
y'all
you.
have a good night.
No, hold
All
on.
right.
Before you jump off, I need you to sing a song for the people. Bless the people on here. Sing a song.
Oh Lord, why did I know you was this was about you, okay?
Nope,
Because you
sing
have
a
an
song.
amazing,
Sing a song.
amazing gift.
La la la. Sing a song.
Oh Lord Jesus. Okay. The song that I would want to sing right now is Thank You, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Mm. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. That's it.
Oh,
Ha!
keep on.
Because you've
Because you've been good.
been so, so good. Yes, you have. You finish it off. Come
No, keep
on.
singing. Keep on.
You've been so, so good. You've been so good. And I just want to thank you, Lord.
Yeah.
I'm a
That's
little hoarse, but
right
that's
there.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
Good.
right. Well, y'all, good
Thank,
night. I
thank you for
love you, friend.
blessing us for this New Year's.
Come on, man.
I appreciate you. You know, I love my worship. What a pleasant surprise. They said it's a pleasant surprise. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. I just want to let the people know that you got some pipes that
Man,
you can sing to.
I'm a
Okay?
worshiper. I ain't a singer, but I'm a worshiper. Come on, somebody. I will worship the Lord all you gates. You know, I love it.
Come
Oh
on.
yeah, which is tell y'all, yeah, I have a single that not me personally, but a song that I wrote. It's a single that's gonna be dropping next month with David Michael Wyatt.
Inspired.
It's called You. Make sure that y'all get that song. It's gonna be
Yes.
absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I'm excited about it.
You sound great. He said y'all sound great. You sound great. Anointed voices. Uh, all right.
Oh, thank
Before you
you.
leave, just go ahead and give him one more song. Give him one more song. Go ahead and act up. Sing something before we go.
Yeah, my voice is hard. You know, I've been singing at
Fine.
funerals in
That's
praise
great.
and worship. Lord, give me a song right now. I got it. Eyes haven't seen. That's it.
Keep going.
And ears haven't heard all of the blessings that's about to fall on you. That's it. Victory is here. Kick defeat out the door. God's doing a new thing. So get ready for overflow. I had
Yeah,
to do something.
there it is. They said, who is
That's
she?
it.
Her name is Yolanda Williams out of Houston, Texas. Her IG is hello
That's
and welcome
about
home.
all. Yes.
Hello and welcome.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. All
Hello and
right.
welcome home, Houston, Texas.
She's a
Love the
realtor out
Lord.
there. If you need a house, go holler at her. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you. All
much,
right.
Yolanda. What were you about to say?
Good night, everyone on the live.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Bye bye.
Be blessed. Let's see. Thyra. How you doing, Thyra?
Hello.
What's going on?
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I've been waiting, so I'm really happy that I finally made it on.
Yeah, I said I'm gonna stay on a few more minutes to get people in. I'm gonna stay on about another 15 minutes. Let's see, it's
Oh, nice. That's very nice of you. It's been 3 hours,
3 hours and
but it's been an
24 minutes.
interesting 3 hours. I
What's
know.
up?
I'm like, girl, you gotta go home. But I've
Yeah.
been working and and listening, so it's been good. It's been good.
All right.
I
So
just
real
wanted
quick,
to,
go ahead.
yeah, I just wanted to, I started watching your podcast a few months ago, and I've started from season 1 because I wanted to get an idea of what, because I saw the Whitney episode with the wig falling off. I didn't watch you then, but then I saw the Essence Atkins episode, and that just moved my heart. So I said, well, let me go back and watch it from the beginning to get an idea of what this was all about. And I have to say, Laterras, I am so blessed by this podcast. I listen to it on Spotify and I watch it on YouTube, um, because you are doing something that is truly, truly amazing. I don't know if you really recognize what you're doing. I think you do. I think you have an idea of how God is using you, but the worship, I think a man that worships is just a beautiful thing. I can't say it enough. And your worship is so genuine and your prayers are so genuine. That is what I believe is causing so many people to flock to this podcast, to remain committed to watching it. I don't think it's so much um, the just the guests, but I think the move of God
Yeah.
on this podcast is truly amazing. I have been sharing your episodes with my friends, with young and old, because I think there's something in this for everyone. I have a young couple in my church that just got married. Just got engaged, I'm sorry, and I shared the episode of, I forgot the young man's name, but he, was talking about just his commitment to God, I wish I remember the name of the episode, but it was a really young guy. He was like 26 or 27, and it was so amazing to just hear how focused he was on doing it God's way and remaining,
Yep.
pure. And that's another thing that I've seen, that a lot of men are circling around and coming back to saying, you know what, my body is a temple and
Yep.
I want to honor myself. And I think the boldness that I'm seeing with the men that come on your podcast is just beautiful. And I just want to encourage you, when you pray, I pray right along with you.
Thank you.
The worship service that you had with the gentleman that played the guitar,
Michael
that was
Beth.
beautiful. Yes, I
Michael
worshiped
Bethany is the
right
one who
along with you.
co-wrote the song that I'm releasing next month,
And
called
I
"You."
saw that I
Yeah.
just saw the episode of him and his wife.
Yeah.
I just saw it recently. So it's just beautiful. I just really want to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. If I have one question for you, it would
Go
be
ahead.
what you said earlier about the young lady who broke your heart. I'm kind of confused because you said you didn't fall out of love with her. Um,
No, she was talking
Not her,
about my. She
your
asked me about
ex-wife.
my
Yes, that
ex-wife.
was your
Yeah.
ex-wife. You said
Yeah.
you didn't fall out of love with your ex-wife, and I was talking to myself, and I was like, "But if you didn't fall out of love with her, how could you cheat on
Divorce.
her?" N
Because cheating doesn't have to do with love. It doesn't have to
Okay.
be with. It doesn't have to be with. Because that's where I think women run into the problem in. They go, well, if you love me, how did you cheat on me? It's
Mhm.
like if someone has a weakness in an area, doesn't mean that they have a deficiency in loving you. It just means that they're so weak in that area that they're not even taking you into consideration when they're doing what it. It's like someone, and I dealt with this with my I'll just be transparent with my sister who was a drug addict, with the nephew who I adopted. If you
Mm.
talk to a drug addict, be like, you don't love your kids. If you loved your kids, you wouldn't be doing drugs. And their mind is
Mm.
like, what are you talking about? I do love
I
my
do
kids,
love
but I
my
also
kids.
have this weakness in doing drugs. I could
Right.
never try to gaslight her love for her son based upon her addiction because that
Right,
never
right,
worked out. It's about saying that, hey, listen, let's talk about you. Do you realize that this is destroying you? As a chain reaction, it's causing a divide between your child and it's causing the
right.
system to get involved. And so that's why I like to deal with stuff isolated, because at the end of the day, it's like if someone says you don't love God, that's why you sin. And you'd be like, well, no, I love
Right,
God
right.
and I sin.
Has
You know what I'm
nothing to do.
saying?
Right, right,
It's
right.
the
I
same
just
thing. Like
fell, right.
you can't love God if you sin.
Right,
And it's like, yes, you can. And so
right,
that's the reason
right,
why I say at the end of the day, now, did I love her properly? Did I exhibit love properly for her? Absolutely not. Because love love is patient, love is kind. And we start
right.
looking at
Mhm.
First Corinthians 13, the way the exemplifying love, I can't say that I modeled love properly with her,
Right,
but I will
right,
never say I didn't love her, because that would be a lie. I loved her and I cheated. I loved her and I had these deficiencies in my life. And the true thing was I didn't even love myself properly. That's the reason why I did what I did. And so the two can be totally in tandem with each other to say I loved and dot dot dot.
Okay. Okay, so now I get it. Now I
Yeah.
understand where you're coming from. I understand it now. I thought I was thinking about what you were saying. I was saying if you loved her, you wouldn't have cheated, but now I get where the angle that you're coming from, and it does make sense.
Yeah.
Um, well, I saw your heartbreak episode, and I felt for you. I did say that I thought maybe you felt too quick, maybe you were kind of caught up in the whole thing. I'm just, a viewer watching. I'm not feeling what you're feeling. I do wonder though, do you feel though that maybe with all the couples that you interview and all the with everything that's going on, there's something in you that is maybe and for that incident that maybe pushed you to say I'm in love because that's what you really want? Or I mean, I'm not
No,
trying to
because
say your words.
you gotta
You
think
know how
about the journey to that. You gotta think how many
right.
women
Okay.
do I meet? Like you'll be amazed by how many women I meet, and then that's the one I was gonna marry. So like
Okay.
sometimes you can get an isolated situation and be like, oh, well, you may have fell too quick for this. Then what about the other
Mm.
ones I didn't fall for at all? You know what I'm saying? And
Right,
so
right,
and
right.
and let's be clear, I don't fall for women at all. I don't fall. I make an intentional step into it. So the
I like
reality
that.
is that yeah, it's intentional. I won't be like, oh, I
Right.
just got caught up in this. I've been married for years. I was married for almost 10 years. Dated her for 7 years before we got married. It was in my 20s. So I have a long database of dating history and including marriage. So I am very logical when it comes to relationships. And so
Okay.
with this particular person, it was literally saying, when I met her, I wasn't like, oh, I like her, I want to be in this. I'm like, oh, cool. You date multiple people, I'm still dating multiple people. That's how I started off. And then what
Okay.
happened was we started gravitating towards each other and we started, just in conversations, we started talking. It was like, hold on. Hey, you think like that too? Oh, I did this. Oh, you did. And all this stuff started coming into alignment where it was like, hold on, this is different. You know what I'm saying? And it was one of those aha
Mhm.
moments where it was like, now Laterras, now can you practice what you preach? When you meet what you're looking for, can you step up to it? Or are you
Right.
going to just play that situation and be like, whatever? And so I had to practice what I preach, and intentionality took the forefront. And that's how it
Right.
ended up because it was a lot of conversations that took place. I mean, we would literally talk on the phone for 6 to 8 hours a day, literally for those 3 months. So even when I talk about when people, and this is what I found when I talk to different couples, is sometimes people that got married in 5 months, you go, that's just too soon. And you be like,
Mm.
what is that based on? What is that? They
Right.
got married in 5 months. What is that based on? And you go, well, I mean, that's just too soon. They was probably caught up and all this. Well, you don't realize that maybe the way you date may have been dating somebody, you talk to them maybe an hour or so every 3 days, and you go out with them once every 2 weeks. So when you take it into your own lens of dating, you go, that's quick. Ain't no way I could be ready to marry
Right.
somebody in 5 years
In 5
because
years.
the way
Right, right.
your
5 months.
job don't allow you that. You got kids, you don't get the freedom to go date like that. So
Right.
but then you see somebody else and they say, no, we spent every single day with each other from the day we met. I met a couple last week that said that. They said from the day they
Wow.
met, they spent every single day with each other. Period. And I'm like, how do you do that? Well,
Right.
sometimes people and they end up moving in with each other early on. The first month they
Okay.
moving in with. There's all these different scenarios that take place
Right.
that
Right.
you can find yourself engrafted in the heartbeat of that other person just by proximity and whether they're available. You can meet somebody at the right time, at the right
Right.
place, and you have all this time to invest in that person. And so that's the reason
Right.
why having these conversations with different people have taught me so much because I'm going, when you meet certain people at different stages, certain things just work out that way. And y'all just spend all this time
Right. Right.
together and you know that this is a person you want to be with and you ain't playing no games. You say, let's be together. Or you meet somebody
Let's
else in a
do
whole
it.
nother season that ain't that. And so
No, and I agree. I don't disagree with that because I think at when you get to a certain age, especially, you know what you want, and if the person is exhibiting the same things that you want, then it's like, why are we wasting time? There's no
yeah.
need to do the whole as it acts as if we're 20 when we both know what we want. So I do agree with that. I don't think that there's a timeline on how soon you can marry someone. I was just thinking maybe you were kind of caught up in the moment, but you're right. You
Yeah.
do date intentionally. So
Yeah, I don't get
that's
caught up
good.
in moments. I don't get caught. I'm more of a skeptic when it comes to something than
Nice.
optimist, because it's like I'll meet somebody and be like, all right, you know what I'm saying? Because I know
Right.
that most people are gonna leave with their representative, so I don't get impressed easily.
Mm,
That's where a lot of women be like, oh God, do you really like do what? Because I don't get impressed. I'll just meet you and
right.
just and get to know you, and I let it be organic. It's the same
Organic.
thing I
That's
tell
good.
everybody. I say, don't get in a rush for forever, because
Mm,
you can get if that person is going to be your forever, what are you rushing for? That's not to
yes.
say don't be intentional either. It's saying that you don't have to let the relationship take the natural progression of learning those seasons, whatever that is. It's
Right.
not saying that it has to take place over a whole year, but it can be something that's taking place through those hard conversations early on. Because I'll try to weed you out real quick. We're going to have those
Right.
conversations at the very beginning. So I know not to waste my time. And so
Right.
when we go through those processes in the weeding out process, you can look back and go, oh, yeah, we're aligned in this situation. Oh,
Right.
I like how you care for my heart in this situation. I like how I'm able to see your blind spots in this area and all that. And it's a ping pong effect. You know, I'm
Right.
never
Right.
going to be what made that relationship work is because we were both giving to each other and we were both sacrificial with each other,
Right.
which is what scared her. The first thing I said, hey, let's go to therapy after we started getting real intentional with each other. I said, listen,
Mm.
I don't want to get caught up on none of this stuff. We're going to go through therapy and deal with some real stuff. So in the third month, we went through therapy. And that's when everything started unraveling because I said,
Blessing.
I'm
That was
not
a
about
blessing then.
I'm not about to go spend this money on this engagement ring and then I
Mm,
put it on your finger and then 6 months later I find out something or you find something about me that you can't deal with and then I just wasted this money. You can't get a refund for
right.
engagement rings. So I said, let's go ahead and go through the process now. And let's unearth whatever it is. Let's excavate whatever we've been through. Let's lay it on out there, you know.
Nice.
And that's what happened. And so it was a beautiful experience, even though it hurt a lot. But I'm still submitted to the will of God to allow every process that I go through. The Bible says, "For I know all things work together for the good of them that love God
Amen.
and to the
Amen.
called according
Amen.
to His purpose." And so that's
Yeah.
how I look at heartbreak. That's how I look at people who you may be interested in, and it just doesn't work out.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
it doesn't work out, it wasn't meant to work out. Sometimes we
That's
get
it.
caught up complaining, crying, in depression over stuff that wasn't even supposed to work out.
Supposed to be.
Like
And
I
that's true.
no.
I learned that because I prayed my last relationship. I said it hurt me, broke my heart, but I said, God, I asked you to show me if this was the one, and it didn't work out. So I want you to help me deal with this pain, but I don't want to be broken over it because you answered me. It wasn't the answer I wanted, but it was the answer you gave me. So I have to come to peace with that.
Yeah.
And because of that, I was able to, I still talk to him, not in any kind of romantic way, but he'll call me, we'll chit chat, and I don't feel anything because I believe that I needed to go through that for whatever reason I needed to. I went through it. God showed me this wasn't the one, and I've moved on from it. But I agree with that. If we ask God and He shows us, then there's no need to
Don't
be
get mad
falling
at
into
it. Yeah, don't get mad
exactly. I
at
agree.
you pray and ask God to
I
open
agree.
up doors that no man can shut and shut doors no man can open. Then He shut it. Then
That's
you
right.
throw a fit.
Amen.
You know,
That's
go through the
right.
natural stages of grief, but then you don't hold on to it,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
don't
you don't
bleed on
fight
the
it,
next
but
person.
you exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Wow.
Well,
Well, I'm wearing a sweater, but I live in Miami because we're in
well
the 50s tonight. So that's why I have on a sweater. But when are you coming to Miami? You got to come to Miami. I
well, I
haven't.
was looking at Pastor. What is his name? Start a H. Is it H? It doesn't escape me, but it's a pastor that we talked about. He
Mhm.
his people reached out to me last year about coming to the podcast. I mean, to do the podcast at the church. Fernandez, that's who it is. Uh,
Oh,
yeah, his church.
I've heard of
Somebody from the
him.
church asked me about that. But yeah, definitely want to go there or go to a church out there and do the podcast. But I don't know if you got some
Yeah.
connections. Let me know.
No, but I will definitely look out for whenever you're coming down here. And the next trip that you have, I'd like to be a part of that too. So thank you for having me. I appreciate. I'm
Thank you
glad I
so
stayed
much.
on. Thank
I
you so much.
appreciate you. Take care,
All
Tyler.
righty, take care. Bye bye.
Bye. All right, Harriet. Harriet.
Hello.
Hey, Harriet.
Hi.
You answer the phone. You answer like
Hi.
you scared. You scared?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, hi. I just
Harriet.
got on to just say thank you for your podcast. It's been helping me heal and keep doing what you're doing. You're touching many lives. I'm from Africa, Kenya, and woke up at 4 a.m. just to watch this. And
Thank you.
you're changing generations. You're changing generations, and be blessed.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Harriet,
you.
and thank you for waking up and starting your day, watching little old me over here in the United States with the Dear Future Wifey podcast. I appreciate that, and I definitely have plans on coming. I want to do a tour through Africa this year, and so yeah, I definitely want to come through Kenya. But thank you so much, Harriet. Thank you for rocking with us.
Karibu Kenya.
I appreciate you.
Okay.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Let's see. Let's see who. Johnson. Johnson. Can you hear me?
Hello,
How you doing? What's your first name?
my name is Brenda.
You said Brendan.
Brenda.
How you doing, Brenda?
Hello, how are you tonight?
I'm doing great. What city are you in?
I'm in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, about 30 minutes outside of Nashville.
You said it's called Murfreesburg.
Murfreesboro
Oh, okay. I've
by
seen that before.
MTA.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've seen that.
Murfreesboro.
Yeah, definitely. Real quickly, what question or comment would you like to add to the conversation?
I first want to start out. It's an honor to be on your show. I'm looking at my phone. I'm talking to you on my phone, but I have my laptop pulled up too. So, I started watching you recently. It was suggested for me to listen to your podcast. So I went online to see that I recognized you from when the lady wig fell off on your show that time, remember?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
And so I emailed you on the new year to your Whitfield Films email, but tonight I heard you saying a dear future wifey at gmail.com, I believe.
yeah.
Because I
Dear
have a
future, dear,
question for you.
dear, dear future wifey podcast at gmail.com.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to write that down
Yeah.
because someone told me you advocate for the foster care boys, and I'm being affected by the foster care system, but I'm not going to talk about that live on the air. My question for you is, since you're looking for your dear future wifey, are you interested in if I knew someone possibly for you to connect with locally in your area?
You talking about what? Try to play matchmaker?
Yes. I mean, it doesn't hurt just to meet someone. I mean, you're a very like active person out there, and when you're out there meeting different people, that's not always your intention. Or people, you meet women all the time, but I'm just saying, like matchmaker. It's
I don't know how I feel about that. Let's see. Only time I would allow somebody to introduce me to somebody is if it's somebody I know. So it's like if I have like a friend, and preferably I always like my married friends. I was having this conversation with a friend yesterday. I think I was talking to Chelsea about that. Was saying that I would allow somebody that a married couple to introduce me to somebody, but just random because I don't even know if I would even take time to entertain, somebody else saying, "Hey, I want you to meet somebody." I'd be like, I don't even know how. I don't know what to do with that. Well, I'd be like, what's their phone number? Like, I don't know how to go about that. Just realized I didn't hit the like button if you haven't done so.
it. I
Yeah.
mean, you wouldn't possibly know, but you can't limit your options or your opportunity because it might come in the form of someone else. So it
Got it.
doesn't hurt to just have a conversation, maybe.
Who you talking about? Because you know what makes this so awkward is because you don't even you don't know what type of woman I would desire. So then you
I
may
was
be
type for me when I'm dating. People say that what type of man do you like, and it's not the type because I've had people to put on their representative, like you were saying, to be that type, and then after like 2 or 3 months, that type went out the door because that was their representative and not themselves. So that's just how I date.
oh, I would love somebody say you got me in a hot seat. I'm gonna put this on here, Willow.
Yeah, I'm putting you in a hot seat tonight.
Yeah, you gonna have to somebody said no to the blind date. No. Yeah,
Well, not. Well, I wouldn't say a blind date. Just have a conversation with this person.
no, you gonna have to send me. You gonna have to send me an email with a profile, an Instagram
I
page or
do.
something. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, a very respectable young lady and has everything together, a Christian. So I wouldn't call in on live air to try to connect you with someone
Well,
that's not,
all I would
of
say is
quality.
send me, just send me an email. You got my email, so just send me the email and send the link to their page
Dear Future Wife Podcast at
at
gmail.com.
gmail.com.
Okay. And she's a widow. So she's not going to be out there wasting your time or playing games. You'll really connect with her, and I think that you all can, like, see where you all can go.
Somebody talking about just say no, Laterras. Done. Okay. All right. Well, yeah. Go ahead. Send me the email. Send me the email.
Okay. Thank you. Happy New Year to you.
Well, that's what you came on here. You just came on here to tell me that.
No, I came on here to tell you that I emailed you to see if your assistant can check the email that I sent about the foster care system because I'm personally being affected. And then I'm listening to where
Oh,
you're
I saw
talking
that.
about,
I
like,
read that yesterday.
yeah,
I
that's
read your
me. And I was
email.
going to, okay. So
And what city were you in?
I'm in Murfreesboro outside of Nashville, Rutherford County, Tennessee.
That email said Tennessee. It didn't say Murray. So you had a very deep. Was that you that had a very detailed email about what was affecting you in the system, and you had dates and everything about what happened?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I saw that. It was very, very thorough. Yeah. So okay.
um,
Thank you so much.
yeah.
I'll respond to it.
Okay. Thank you. Good
All right.
night.
You take care.
Bye bye.
Bye. Let's see. Katia.
Hi,
I pronounced it
I'm
right.
actually doing this out of my comfort zone, so I'm letting you know right away. My kids are downstairs. They're probably gonna be laughing their head off because I said, I think I want to join just to say hi. I'm from Canada, Montreal. I have four
Hey.
kids. Yes, I'm divorced. Um, my story is very deep, so I'm not really gonna go into details, but I was like in an abusive relationship for a long time, but I was like, we were living on and off, so it was not really like we were under the same roof the whole time. But I have four beautiful kids going from 21 and my they're laughing, I could hear them. And my youngest is 9 years old. So I really wanted just to come and say, like, I love your show. I watch it all the time. And I'm really doing this just to congratulate you from, doing everything you're doing out there. Um, and also, I wanted to know, like, once you get married, um, where do you expect your show to go? Because, I mean, people are just, they love the show, so they want to really, they want you to continue it. So
So
what's the,
originally, so originally, I was planning on knighting a new bachelor to take over the show, and then I continue to produce it. But after talking to this
okay.
major network who was about to pick up the podcast, they was like, "Why would
Hmm.
you do that? Why don't you just bring your?" And I was going to knight another bachelor, and then my wife and I would start another podcast. But then they said, why won't you just bring her onto the podcast and y'all keep moving forward? And I was like, yeah, that's the better idea. So that's what I would do. I
Yeah.
would bring my wife to the podcast and we continue on so people can go and look at the journey from me being a single man all the way into the woman I married, and y'all see us do life together and have these conversations with other couples. So
Okay, I think it would really work out well because I mean, just because people just they want to see like the continuity of what you're doing afterwards. So
yeah,
I think that would be just like perfect.
yeah, I love it.
So yes.
Any other questions I have about 8 people in this queue that I need to bring up and then hop off?
Okay, well, if I have a last question to ask you is like, are you because I saw that the last time you came to Toronto, but are you planning to ever show up in Montreal?
If I find a connection there to bring us there. And then when we went
Okay.
to Toronto, we weren't in Toronto proper. We were in some suburb way out somewhere. It was somewhere. I forgot the name of it, but it was for the Galentine's event. But yeah, I definitely want to go to Montreal. Um,
Okay.
I definitely want to go there. And then I've been communicating with what's my girl name that says I'm a see for myself. That's where she lives. She has the what is that girl? Why I'm forgetting my little buddy name. But anyway,
Okay.
I dropped that in there. She lives there and she came out to she's supposed to be doing the podcast soon. But little young
Okay.
girl, she in her 20s, late
Okay.
20s. But yes, listen, thank you so much. Definitely want to come out to Montreal. And she said, Judeline said, thanks
Well,
for Montreal.
yes, from Montreal. Because
Yeah.
I mean, we would love that. Because I
Errol
like personally,
Fitzpatrick. That's it. Errol
yes,
Fitzpatrick. That's her name. She said, I'm a see for myself.
Fitzpat.
Yeah.
Okay. All
So
right. So we'll wait for you. I mean, that would be great because, people, just like in the States, here it's the same thing. It's hard
yeah,
to meet people. It's hard to mingle with people. Like, especially when you're Christian, you have some sort of standard, and then people sometimes don't understand that. So, and I mean, we just don't want to go out there and just being like everybody else. So,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Last time I was in Canada, it was 2 degrees. Um,
Okay. Well, we still have no snow. It's
it was
like
a lot of snow
probably
last time I went. But it was beautiful. I enjoyed it. But like I said, I look forward to coming back. So that's that.
okay.
Thank you so much,
Okay.
Katia. Appreciate you.
No problem. Have a great
And
evening and Happy New Year as
tell
well.
your kids you conquered your fear the first week of January. So let them know that.
Yes. Thank you.
All right,
Bye
take care.
bye.
Bye. All
Same.
right,
Bye.
all right. Let's bring up. Where's Quan? Quan, let's go. How you doing,
Hi.
Quan?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing? What city are you
Oh,
in?
I am from the wonderful island of Trinidad and Tobago. I hope my accent is not too thick.
No, I love it. Love it. So Trinidad and
Okay.
Tobago. You have a
Yes,
question, a comment?
I actually wanted to more or less have a comment. I just wanted to say to you that I appreciate your podcast. I actually found you through looking at Stefan Laboussiere. I
Yeah.
followed him. And then I fell into your interviews. What caught me was the couple with the lady who was blind.
Yeah.
um that took me to many places because my mom had multiple sclerosis and my dad married her when the disease came as an onset.
Yeah.
So that episode hit me in so many ways, and I stayed on and I followed you through everything. And what you did for me was my bravery. I practice purity. I've been celibate for, I can't even remember. But in
can,
Trinidad, yeah, it's been a while. I've always practiced it, but you're young, so you're going to come away from it and then come back to it. So my
can you do me a
celibacy
favor?
was
Can
like,
can you tilt your phone down?
sure.
Oh,
Okay, can you
yeah,
see?
right there. Yes, perfect.
Okay. So my celibacy was my armor, and it was my crown at one point. So I just started to walk back in it, and my journey. I mean, with guys in Trinidad, it's a beautiful country. It's beautiful people, but it's now very promiscuous. So it's very hard in the dating pool in Trinidad. So much so that I think that my family tells me that my future husband is not in Trinidad. So
Yeah.
what you did for me in looking at your podcast, and obviously the people that I like, I completely love Essence, because I think we are in the same mind space in terms of, life and partners.
Yeah.
You brought some bravado to me because I gave up on shooting my shot, because I became that lady that guys would come to as a homie, but when you date me, you cannot live up to my standard. But you will come to me for all the advice in the world on how to survive your relationship.
Yeah.
So, it's very tiresome in Trinidad. And what you did for me, I think, my cousins told me that I'm delusional since I started to follow you, because you all would have said some stuff like, shoot your shot. Don't put yourself all the way out there. And I have, I think I've been trying to put myself on the radar of someone who is completely elusive. But I think if God is going to allow me to even just have one conversation in His presence through you, then why not? I'm going to stay with it. But I really just wanted to tell you that I appreciate all that you're doing. And apart from that, your adoption has driven me, because I think something in me always said, even if I don't ever get married
That you're
and I
gonna
may not
adopt.
get to have kids, I am going to adopt somebody if
Good.
I don't get it the way I want it. So
Yeah.
that in itself is an inspiration. So I just wanted to, send blessings and encourage you. I'm on this journey. I'm waiting for you to meet your future wife and just bask in all of it with you. So all the way from Trinidad, that's just all I had to say.
Well,
And that's it.
good. Trinidad is another place I plan on going to this year.
Oh,
Um,
wow. Good.
yeah,
Because
it,
I'm planning my ticket to come to one of your shows when I get my visa. So here we are.
I'll probably be in Trinidad before you come this way. So
Okay.
it's gonna be great. Like I went to Bermuda, the Bahamas, and
Right.
so I need to go ahead and go run over there to Trinidad as well. So
Come on over.
excited about that.
But
So the
just don't come
podcast
for
is number
carnival
one.
because it's a whole other thing. So
Oh
come
yeah,
before carnival or
yeah. It
right
ain't never
after.
during carnival. It'd be nope. Y'all be out. Y'all
It's
gonna have me in these
yeah.
streets.
You
Nope.
can come after.
Yeah,
I'll look out for you.
that's a whole different level.
Yes.
Erica says, "How do men feel when women shoot their shot?" Some men don't have a problem with it. You know,
It's risky.
yeah.
It's
Somebody
risky.
asked a question. They said, "How do they feel?" Some men don't have a problem with it. Some men like when women actually make their intentions known. For me, like y'all have heard me say, is that a man should, I believe, from my perspective, that a man should pursue and not persuade, and a woman should present and not pursue. And so
Correct.
presenting is just showing that you're there, showing that you're available.
And
If
that
a man
that's
speaks
where
to
my
you,
bravery came. So I call it throwing out my handkerchief is what I
yeah,
say now.
that's what I always say.
That's it.
I say throw out your proverbial handkerchief. As
That's right. That's
you
what I
just
do now.
drop it down, say hi. If a man say hi to you and you're interested, say hi, smile. He's gonna be like,
That's right.
hey, when you smile at him, that's an invitation. He gonna say, hey. He gonna ask you a follow up question. So, hey, are you single? Are you this? And let it be what it's
That's
gonna
right.
be. So you can make yourself available. Come to England. Oh yeah, I would love to come to England. That's the goal.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you so much for
You're
rocking with me on
welcome.
the Dear Future Wifey podcast, and I appreciate you. All right,
Okay, I'll look out for you when you come.
all right, you take care. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right, let's get Marie. How you doing, Marie?
Hi, I can't see anybody.
All right, you probably can't see, but we can see you. Tilt the camera down where you can see
Like
it
this,
right there. Perfect. How you doing?
like that.
Nope, you
I'm
had it right
good. Wait
first. Go back where you were.
a minute, like this,
Right there. Well,
this way.
you keep moving it back up. Can you see yourself in the screen?
I can see myself in the screen.
Do you see your head? Do you see a lot of negative space above your head in the screen on your side?
Negative.
Like, do you see your body, your head way at the bottom part of the screen?
I see my head is low.
Okay. Well,
Like that.
no, go lower, go lower. Turn it, tilt the thing
Wait,
lower.
like this.
We're gonna make it work, but yeah, you're still low in the screen. Anyway, what's your name and where you calling in from?
My name is Marie. I'm calling from Godfrey, Illinois.
Godfrey, Illinois. Do you have a question or a comment?
I think you answered my questions. I answered the questions I probably wanted to ask. It was a young lady on there earlier, maybe two people before me, when she mentioned something about your ex-wife, I guess.
Yeah.
And when I watched it, how your reaction and you showed your emotions and everything, and I was like, oh wow, how come I can't meet a man like that?
You said my
So
ex-wife. You mean my ex-wife? What are you talking about?
the one that you were
Oh,
married
the
to,
girl. Oh,
the young lady you were married to.
what video did you see about that one?
It was I can't remember, but you were talking to a couple, I think, and you mentioned about um, no, it was a council on there, and then it was a young lady with her counselor on there with her or something. And you mentioned how you were how hurt you were about your
Are you talking about
divorce
was it
situation.
was it Latoya? Was it Latoya Luckett and her counselor?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't remember what that episode was, but all right, cool. So, do you have any other questions? You said I already
No, I
answered
didn't
the
have any
question.
questions. I just enjoy your podcast. I really enjoy it.
Well, I appreciate you so much, Marie.
You're
Thank you
doing
for
an excellent job on what you're doing. And then I was inspired by when you it showed where you kneeled in front of your pastor and he prayed over you and everything. It's just so wonderful what I'm seeing.
cool. Well, I appreciate you, Marie. Thank you for jumping in and joining us today. I appreciate you. You take care.
Okay.
All right.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. More. No, the front part is cut off. How you doing?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great, great. What city are you in?
I'm in St. Louis right now.
You're in St. Louis. You have any
Mhm.
questions or comment?
Well, it's more of a question for you.
Go ahead.
Um, can you see me clear enough? I'm in the
Sure.
car,
Yeah,
so
I sure
like,
can. Sure
okay.
can.
So, first off, nice to meet you,
Nice to meet you as
and
well.
I just wanted to say everything has truly been a blessing. Um, and like some of the women have said before, it's good to see a man be transparent. It's good to see a man be honest and vulnerable in front of other men. I think you're drawing more men to Christ and drawing more men to be more transparent in relationships. So, question I was thinking about earlier today. My question is going back, if you could go back to years ago, I think you said it was 2020 when God first started this change in you and told you to go in front of the camera from behind the camera, in that moment where you had to trust God and he was changing some things with your business and things of that nature, um, and just growing into the man that you are now. If you can go back years before when the process first started, the transformation first started, what would you say to other believers, other people believe in God for something that they saw a vision of or they heard the Holy Spirit speak? Or just now, what would you say to yourself in this moment, in this hour, in this new year? Just looking
Trust the
back.
process. To always trust the process. The Bible says, lean not to your own understanding, in all your ways acknowledge God, and he will direct your path. That's what this whole podcast has been about. I second guessed myself. I didn't think I was worthy enough. I didn't think that people would pay attention. I compared myself to other people who had bigger platforms, or I was just starting out, so I was comparing myself to the Stefan Speaks and the Derek Jacksons and all those. And you can hear me talk about them in my first couple of episodes, whether my lives or what with Jay Barnett. I will always talk about how I compared myself, like they have 1 million followers, they have this, and here I am with 50. You know what I'm saying? It's like how do you get to 1 million if you got 50? And God says, despise ye not the day of small beginnings. A lot of times we thwart the plan of God because we get so caught up in our own talents or our own resources or our own reach. But the Bible says, if I be lifted up, I will draw all men. And so, what I would tell anybody that passion, when you feel passionate about whatever God is calling you to do, know that if it's God calling you, God is going to open up those doors to make it happen. And don't get into the comparison mentality where you start trying to compare yourself by somebody else's numbers. Because what God was cultivating in Dear Future Wifey was something unique that no other platform was. You know, I didn't come on this platform to give people answers. I said, God, I'm trying to figure it out on my own journey. God said, do exactly that. And I was like, what? Just figure it out? He said, yeah, go figure it out. There's so many people that's trying to tell people, here's 5 steps of getting this, here's 8 steps of getting this. He said, no, you're just organically figure it out and let your audience journey with you as y'all all figure this thing out together. And that's what I end up doing. And to my amazement, God was right. So that's just what that is. God just does what he does best. Any other questions,
No,
comments
that's
before I bring somebody else up?
no, that's it.
Well, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for rocking with me and for joining the Lit Fam. I appreciate you. Bye.
Amen. God bless you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. All right, let's bring up Whitfield.
Yes. How are you?
Great, great. Pull the
I'm
camera back
I'm
a little
excited.
bit.
Can you hear me? Oh, pull my camera
I can
down.
hear you. You know, pull the camera down and away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There you go. Well, move it to the
Okay.
side. All right. Just can you
Okay. First
can
of
you
all, I'm
see
from
that
Harvey, Illinois.
you're not in the camera?
I'm not?
You know, look right there, right there. There it is. Now talk to me.
Okay. Okay, so let me bring because I wrote some notes.
Oh, Lord.
I'm from Harvey, Illinois. I thank you for the Toya Luckett segment, the RC Blake's segment. I like that you do the journey. And I'll just say this, I've been wanting for you to pray for us, just to be fair, because to me, it seems like there's a war against the opposite sex. And it's terrible. But anyway, I want you to pray for healing, responsibility, accountability, respect, and and uh, just to be fair. I like the wisdom that you said. You said so much. I appreciate you. I learned so much. Yes, I like the wisdom that you put on the different people that people may not like, but it's a journey, like you just
Yeah.
said. You just said it's a journey, and I appreciate that so much. And my pastor Charlie Dates. We would love to have you, but I don't know what your price is. Pastor James T. Meeks just stepped down, and Charlie Dates has just stepped up, and we would love to have you in Chicago. We would love it.
Well, definitely tell them to reach out to me. Whoever the person that's in that handles the booking in the ministry, tell them to reach out to
And
me.
it's
Dear Future
okay
Wifey
now.
Podcast at gmail.com. Dear Future
And of
Wifey
course,
Podcast.
if you can end this with a prayer for the both men and women in healing, responsibility, accountability, respect for each other. Because, for example, I'm not going to blame somebody else if I got a big stomach. I I ate the chicken and biscuits. I'm
Right.
not going to blame somebody else because maybe they got glasses on. I'm going to take full responsibility that I ate these chicken and biscuits.
Good, good. I appreciate that. Definitely. All right. I'll definitely take that and I'll end this with prayer at the end.
I'll
But
be
thank
here.
you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank thank
Bye,
you. I
Winfield.
appreciate you.
Bye. All right.
Bye.
How you doing? What's your first name?
Tanya,
Tanya. How you doing, Tanya?
I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Good.
What city are you in?
Detroit.
Detroit. You have any what's your question or you have a comment?
Yeah, I had inboxed you. It was one of the episodes. So, in reference to purpose partner slash kingdom partner, I think that's where I'm falling short. One, I'm not actively dating, but I have a 501c3 and I do a lot for the seniors, the homeless, or I call them houseless, and veterans. And I used to look at purpose partners, someone who wanted to build with me, someone who wanted to, we could be the power couple. we could travel, but I have so many other things that I'm doing in reference to helping strangers. So that tends to take away from the excitement in the relationship when people see how I help strangers. So it sounds like you may be having the same problem, one of the statements that you made about your boys. And so I'm saying, why would you take on someone else's problems? So what can you just reference for that? That's what I really would like to know your insight on that.
No, it's the be 10 toes down on that. I mean, that's the reality. Because at the end of the day, if you get somebody that doesn't support what is your passion, that's a recipe for disaster. Because you're going to be in unnecessary arguments with someone saying, "So why you out there now? You finna go help another homeless person? Why are you doing this?" And it's like, who wants to marry somebody that's complaining about everything that they're doing and it's what they've been called to do? So my whole thing is to know what it is that you desire. If God called you to do that thing, he will bring you somebody that will help you with that. They'll be like, you know what? I know a connect that can open up this for you so you can do X, Y, Z. And when you find somebody come alongside of you that takes what you're passionate about, and like I say, pour gasoline on that fire, and you like, oh my God, that'll be the testimony. Man, I met this guy. I didn't know he was already doing that in his city or doing that. And we came together, we started doing together, and that's what our life's mission is. That's beautiful. So it's the only thing I can give you is the fact of saying that stay committed to it. And when people come alongside of you and they don't seem to agree with what you're doing, that ain't the person for you. It's just not. It just does not make sense. And people be trying to make stuff work that they ain't supposed to work. And then you find yourself resentful towards that person because they never did support what it is that you love.
Well, it
So
attracts a lot of people, but they're coming for the wrong reason. They're
100%.
coming, to
100%.
try to see what help they can get. And that's not what I'm here
Exactly.
for.
Exactly. Any other questions? I'm going to try to
No,
get to
that's
these
it. Just
people.
keep doing what you're doing. Absolutely love the podcast. So looking
Appreciate
forward to
you.
the new season.
Thank you
Thank
so much.
you.
Bye.
Okay, good night. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. All right, Miss Amy. How you doing, Miss Amy?
Hi, Laterras. How are you?
Great, great, great. 4 hours, 12 minutes in. I'm about to hop off in a little bit, but I'm going to try to run through as many people as possible so I can grab me something to eat. What's your, you have a question or comment?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Your podcast is absolutely invaluable to me. I love good information, and that's what you give me.
Thank you.
Um, I am influenced by you did a episode in season 3, Love is Blind, and with the Martins, and I love her courage, and I applaud his bravery.
By the way, that's the
Um,
first episode to hit 1 million views. First and only episode to hit 1 million views.
was it
Yeah.
really?
Yep.
Impressed by it because being a person who is also disabled, it's hard to find men that are brave enough to date women who are disabled,
Yeah.
and it's not a scary thing. Like we don't, we're not gonna rub it off on you,
Yeah.
but it's just kind of a thing that they just prefer the norm. But also, I wanted to ask you also did the episode with the caregiver series, and she
Yeah.
gave great information. I wanted to ask in your quest of finding couples during your in sickness and in health season, did you find couples where sickness didn't necessarily lead to healing, but sickness went into disability? And how did they cope with that?
No, I found people after that was done. You know what I'm saying? Like that was early on in the season. I mean, in the podcast journey.
Mhm.
But yeah, I found people later. Well, let's see. Have I found? Well, like I said, the Martins is who I found with the with that they actually worked it out and was on a different level. Um, I have an episode from Bermuda. Yeah, from Bermuda that didn't work out like that. That episode I'm gonna drop probably next week. She went blind and her husband left her.
Yeah.
So it's like you see more of that. That's why it
Hmm.
was so important to have the episode that I had with them. But yeah, it's sad. Like it's hard for me to even talk about that because I don't even know how you could just leave your spouse at their
Oh
lowest
no.
point like that.
Oh yeah. The whole conversation. I've been in that position. That's an entire conversation.
So real quick, what you were married and your spouse left you? What happened?
I to give it to you in short, I had an accident at 26 that left me legally blind and also with 26 different uh, disability and conditions.
You said
And
26.
26. Yes, I am beautifully disabled and I'm so okay with it. And
So when you say legally blind, you're legally blind, but you still can see though, right?
yeah, there are areas in which my vision is heavily restricted. And so my vision is equivalent to kind of looking through a drinking straw. And so, which leaves me legally blind. I was 26 with a 6 year old when that happened. And I got married after I became blind and had my disabilities come about. Um, but going into it, I guess he kind of thought, you know, it's going to kind of go away. And he said to me, I never wanted to be with anybody that was blind, crippled, or crazy. So I think I need to go. And I
He
said,
said
okay.
that.
He did. And I said, well, let me help you pack.
He said blind, crippled, or crazy.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. He was, he thought that there was, it's kind of hard to describe. When you are a person that people think get an automatic check or you
Yeah.
get all of these benefits that can come with um, them living a better life than they thought or whatever, then and then they don't get that, then it's like, well, you really are no use to me because I didn't really get what I thought I was going to. And I'm okay with that. Go and find that thing that makes you happy. Go do that thing. I'm good with that.
Kimberly said, I was left in the ICU when I had to have an emergency brain surgery. Some men,
Mm-hmm.
but God. Sorry you went
Yeah,
through that, Kimberly B. That is absolutely
sorry.
ridiculous.
It
Absolutely
is.
ridiculous. So how have you
Yeah.
been doing? How have you been doing since then?
I am awesome. I
Well,
am completely awesome. My daughter is now, she's older. She's 30. She's thriving. She's a beautiful individual. I still live a great life thanks to my caregivers, which is why your episode on caregiving was so amazing to me. Because I realized the things that people have to give up to make sure that people like me can still live amazing lives. I
yeah.
go skiing in January. I've been on the bowling team for 12 years. I was forced into retirement, but it's not, I'm from Chicago, but I never really got to see Chicago until I couldn't see Chicago. And so I got to do
Mm.
all of the things and not work and be there for my daughter in her formative years. And it was just a lot of people when I tell them my story because it's now it'll be 24 years this year. And when I lost my sight, they were like, they told me that I only had so many years because there were so many difficulties that led to so many of the disabilities that I had. And they were saying, oh no, you're not going to make it this long. And so now 25 years later,
You
24
showed
years later,
them. God
I'm
showed
still
them, huh?
here. God showed them. And it's like people ask me, well, aren't you mad? And I'm like, I'm not mad.
No.
I take the position that God trusts me with this so that I can give him the glory and I can help other people through it. And
Yeah.
that is the passion part for me. When I
Yeah.
can help someone else and tell them, yeah, I've been through that. It's going to work out like this. It's going to help you this way. It's going to give you this information. It's going to help you live life in
Amen.
a different.
Listen. I just want to share with you. A lot of people are showing you a lot of love. They say, "Wow."
Oh,
Tanya
thank
Garnett said,
you.
"Wow, she has a beautiful spirit." Uh,
Oh, thank you.
another
Attitude is
Tanya,
everything.
Tanya says, "Beautiful soul, sweet spirit. Continue to live your life,
Thank
sis.
you.
Sending you so much love."
Thank
Um,
you. I
Rakisha says,
appreciate
"Come on now, sis. I am so
that.
proud of you. Many prayers for your healing in the name of Jesus. Wow, you're a
Amen.
beautiful spirit." I like this lady. Love her spirit. Hello, Miss Faye said that. But yeah, people absolutely love you. Such a sweet spirit. Hugs, dear heart. And so you
Oh,
have a
thank
community
you.
of people wrapping around you in love, and your beautiful spirit is shining through. Well, listen, thank you so much. I appreciate you for
You're
jumping in on
welcome.
this, Miss Amy. Uh,
Yeah.
Heavenly Father, I lift up Amy before you right now, God. You know the needs that she has. God, you know everything that you brought her through. God, we just thank you for the testimony that's come forth from this experience that she's been through. You know, her early years of dealing with this was some trying times, with moments where she probably felt weary and she felt like you may have forgotten about her. But God, you showed yourself to be God and God all by yourself. You shown her to be not only a miracle working God, but God, you showed her to be a God that will confine the wise, that the doctors who only gave her a certain amount of time to live, God, you showed up again and you showed it that you have the
Amen.
final say. And so, God, we
Absolutely.
give you all the glory. We give you all the praise. Other people that may be dealing with illnesses and disabilities, God, we just infuse hope into their minds. We
Amen.
infuse hope into their bodies. Give them an
Amen.
extra added bonus of strength when they wake up in the morning. Whatever deficiency they're dealing with, just give them a little extra added layer of strength in that area, God, and let them just just tap into you even more, God. Let them
Yeah.
lean into you. Let them fall deeper and deeper in love with you, and let them
Yeah.
become light to other people that may be dealing with their dark days, and make people look and say, hold on now, if they can keep smiling after going through what they're going through, then what I'm going
Yeah.
through, can't be that bad. So God, we
Yeah.
thank you for all that you're doing. Thank you for this testimony. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. So
Amen.
thank you, Miss Amy. I appreciate you, Amy.
You are welcome. Thank you so much for taking my call. I appreciate it.
I
And
appreciate
thank you for the prayer. It was amazing. I receive it.
you. God bless you. You take care.
God bless you. Have a good night.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Um, let's bring Ballinger. How you doing?
I'm good tonight. How are you?
Great. What city are you in?
I am in Austin,
Oh,
Texas,
all right, right in Texas.
and yes,
All right.
um, I am over. I'm still hearing. How can I say? I'm still reflecting on Miss Amy. That was just really heart
Yeah,
touching.
that was a lot. What
That was a
you have
lot.
any? You have a question or comment? I'm gonna get off in about 8 minutes.
Absolutely. Yes, I know you're hungry. Okay, so my question is, yes, my question is, what is um what is the status now as relates to the relationship of your father, since you did the post documentary and that process of meeting him? Like, how is that going?
So my dad, meeting his dad, meeting his siblings, it just
His
changed his life.
siblings, excuse me.
Yeah, he met his siblings. He found out who his dad was, so it kind of came as a chain reaction. But my dad, those that don't know, I did a vlog about my dad coming to the knowledge of who his dad was. That was in 2020, and since then, after 72 years, never knew who his dad was. And me and my sister got together on Ancestry.com and found out who his dad was. But he's just been like a little boy. Like he always travels to Houston, go see his siblings. He's just so happy. You know what I'm saying? It's like this missing puzzle piece that has now
Yeah,
been added to his life. So he's so happy. It's been amazing.
that's that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, much success to you all's relationship, and so glad that the reconciliation has come forward with that.
Yeah.
And enjoy your meal. And I'm keeping it very short.
Good. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Bye. All right, Chrissy, I'm finna bring you up. How you doing, Chrissy? And Jessica, I'm gonna have you next, and then Miss White right after that. Well, Chrissy, where you at? Chrissy done walked away. All right, let's get Jessica up. Jessica, let's get
Hi, Ty. I can't believe I'm actually on here.
you
Just
in,
got work.
you in this
I
name.
just want to tell you thank you for taking my call and for dear future wifey. I I don't know if any of the other ladies asked these questions or not. And I don't even know if it's a good question. I just don't know.
So just
But
give me
like,
your top question.
okay, what do you recommend like as far as like just dating for like for women after 40, because I have never really dated. I don't really know like that process. I've been married, and I didn't even date when I got married, as weird as that sounds, but like I don't watch TV, so I don't know what people do. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, like spell it out, and I know I can get on YouTube and look at different things, but I mean just as far as like your journey, of being single and meeting people and doing things like,
So let me ask you
what's
this:
the
Let's start from the basis. Do you meet people? Do you meet
no,
guys? So you
I
never
don't.
meet guys at all at your job, nowhere.
Not really. I mean,
Don't
I
don't
just
you have
work.
on don't you have on some scrubs?
Yeah, I work from home, but I have a part time. But we're working. You know,
So you don't come across guys at all while you're working or at the gas
I
station, at the store.
I come across guys, but it's just like they are just like, hey, what's up, type thing, and I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to be picky, but I just sometimes it's just not. I don't know how to explain it. Like, they're not like the way they approach me. I don't know what I'm giving off, but it doesn't seem like appropriate or either like somebody that I'll be really interested in or anything. I don't know.
So how long have you been divorced?
Um, it's kind of a weird story. Um, and I won't make it long.
Just,
But I
just,
was
just how
divorced by,
long?
I guess, 7 years. But we started dating again, and then we broke up. So it's kind of weird.
So you start dating your ex again. You divorced them and then start dating them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a friend that did that. So as odd as it sounds, it's not as odd. Um, and so how long have you not dated him?
Well, it's been about 3 months. So
Oh,
I know it's short. I'm not trying to go out there right now. I guess I'm just, everybody's like, you need to get out there. You need to. And I'm like, I
so
just don't know
hold
what.
on. So you said y'all was divorced 7 years ago, and y'all been dating each other for the last 7 years.
No, so we divorced, and then he was trying to come back in between that, and then so I allowed him to come back, and we were dating for like 2 years,
Yeah, hold on, go back. So how long have you been divorced again?
like 7 years, I think. Let's
So
see,
so for
2016.
so for 5 years you didn't date nobody.
Well, I mean, like he was trying to come back in. I kind of talked to a guy at work for about a year, but it's like I guess what I'm trying to say is like it's never like a dating thing. It's like I meet them and it's like, oh, you're gonna be my wife, and I never get a chance to date. Like, I don't know what that even like. Just let me get to know you. Let me do whatever. There's only been like 3 guys like that in my
So they'll
life.
say,
So
you're gonna be my wife, and y'all never go on a date.
I mean, like, yeah, we go out, but I mean, it's never with the intention of just let's get to know each other, and then you can say I'm gonna be your wife. It's just always that thing where it's like that, and
I
so
know,
I
but
don't know.
I'm talking about going back to the basis of the question that you asked about dating.
Yeah.
Have you physically gone out with another person since your marriage?
Yes.
Okay, that's dating. Whether the other person is coming talking about you, their wife or whatever, clearly they wasn't because y'all didn't get married. But the process of that is dating. To sit down, break bread with somebody, go to the movies with somebody, walk in the park, go do a paint class with each other, whatever that communal time with the opposite sex is, that's dating. Break it all
Okay.
the way down to that simple thing and say data collection. I am going to spend allocated time with you to find out if you're somebody I want to spend more time with. Simple as that. Not I don't even want somebody I want to marry. I want to spend more time with. And after the first date, oh, I'd like to see you again. One party, both parties says that. Then y'all spend more time together. Then y'all go on 2 days, 3 days,
You
four
kind of
days,
cut out
five
on
days.
me.
Huh? What were you saying? Je- Jessica, I guess you froze up. I lost you, Jessica. Well, anyway, that's pretty much what that is to date data collection. Simple as that. Chrissy, bring you up. How you doing, Chrissy?
Hi, Laterras. How are you doing?
Great. What city are you in?
Oh my gosh, I'm from Toronto, Ontario, Canada,
Oh, look at y'all. Y'all
representing the
coming in
Pacific.
from Canada. Question or a comment?
So I have both.
Go ahead.
So, okay. So TG, right, Mr. Gaskins, he's been
Oh,
talking a lot, and I want to know, are you ever going to have him on your show? Have you?
yes. I want him and his wife, but for whatever reason, he says his wife doesn't do interviews or something.
Yeah,
And I want both of them. I think this better. He's always doing podcasts by himself. I would just love to have. I think that his wife and him could add so much value to the conversation. So
he's always talking.
yeah, I want him and his wife. I don't know how that's gonna
And
happen, but I need him. I would love to have him. I love that dude. Um, and what other comment would you like?
yes, and my other question is, have you been approached to do a dating show, and
Yes.
would
No.
you produce one of yourself?
I will produce one, but I will not be on one. And I will produce one, but
Wow.
I wouldn't be the I wouldn't be the dater on there. I'll be the person that's curating these conversations because I would want a dating show that's healthy and not to sensationalize love. Like I hate the way dating shows have been mishandling people's like their hearts. You know what I'm saying? It's like they do it for good TV, and I don't believe love should ever be manipulated for good TV. I don't like that. Um,
Right.
yeah, I don't like that.
So one that's like dating with purpose, that type of a show like that.
Yeah, it'll be real. It ain't gonna you can vote the person off and all that. It ain't gonna be none of that. It'd be like you self eliminate. That's what happens in real life. Either somebody stops talking to you, or you say I don't want to talk to them no more. But you'll self eliminate. But yeah, that's that.
All right. Well, we'll have to connect because I'm very much business savvy and I have some ideas. So
Well,
definitely
good.
have to get back to you on that. So I love your show. I've been watching it for a minute now, and the young man, I don't remember his name, but he was on your show. The episode was called Heal First, and I am in that healing phase. Been in and out of a lot of relationships, baby father, everything drama, and my best love, I always say, was a guy that was a different race. He was 5 years older than me at the time, Portuguese background, so very spoiled. Mom spoiled him. But unfortunately, he had erectile dysfunction. And I'm not saying that, and I'm going to be very careful with my words here because women tend to, or men tend to say that, you should test a car before you drive it. And I'm not telling women to do that, not telling them to, ride a horse or a surfboard. I'm just simply saying that our relationship, we were together for years. And even though he had erectile dysfunction, we had an amazing relationship. But the truth about it is, like, he gave great head. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not into fingers. I'm not into the rubbers. I'm not, the rubber dickies. I'm not a lesbian. Very much love men, so I want the real thing, and I want to experience that. So I am healing from that relationship because I haven't found anyone who guarded my heart quite the way he has. So I'm just in a phase of life where I am committed to finding someone who will love me the way he loved me, but a different shell. Right. And I don't want to get caught up in the whole, I need to have sex with him first either. I just want to trust the Lord that he's going to be everything that I need, emotionally, financially, and physically and sexually as well.
So hold on.
I have to rewind, why, what do you want me to go back to?
So listen. Somebody said, "Wait, what happened?"
We didn't have that difficult conversation in the beginning. I wasn't a Christian then. So we didn't talk about our sex expectations. So he knew he had a problem, but I guess he thought it could be fixed with Viagra and whatnot. Unfortunately, it wasn't fixed. There was a health problem there. So
so you
have those
said.
conversations with me.
So you said this man gave you, and so this man was
Great
everything
head.
you desired.
awesome,
You keep
amazing guy.
you keep talking about great head. I'm talking about a great person. You keep talking about great head. So you said
Great person. He'll carry you on his back. That type of guy. He was a father figure to my daughter when she was sick, so he was amazing.
so. Answer
But
this.
he
So,
was
so that's interesting. So listen. So you got this guy that loved you better than any guy has ever loved you, and since then you haven't been able to find a love that could surpass his. But
no.
but because he had ED, you just threw the whole man away.
No, but he had and here's the thing, he had serious. It was very serious. It's not like, okay, it got hard for a little bit. I'm talking about it was like severe. Okay, couldn't get up at all. And no shade to him, love him to death. He's an amazing guy, so I'm trying to, use my words carefully. But yeah, he was absolutely amazing. But yeah, I have not. It wasn't that. There was other things involved as well, why it ended. But yeah, definitely it had to end for sure. And he gave me permission to cheat. And like I said, I wasn't a Christian back then, so he did
So
give me permission to cheat. But
he
I'm
gave
not about.
he gave you permission to cheat. Did you
Yes,
did you
he
do
was
that?
like,
Did you cheat on him? Well, it's
oh,
not even called cheating. It's called permission. Cheating is when you do
I,
something that the teacher. That's called an open book test. It ain't.
you know, the terrorist, you know what? I would say I was faithful to that man. Okay, I was faithful to that man, and I'll leave it
Oh
like that.
God. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I don't even know what to say on this. All right. Well, all right.
I don't know
Then
what to you.
I don't even know what I'm supposed to say. All I can say is that's all righty. You just said that basically you found the man of your dreams, but he couldn't take
Wasn't
care
meant
of
to
you
be married.
sexually. All righty. Well,
I'm not telling any ladies to be like me now. Ladies, let the Lord lead and guide you. But I'm just saying, I can't do the rubber dickies. I can't.
you
Like
can't do the what? What do you say?
I
Rubber
can't do
duckies?
I can't do dildos. I can't do fingers. Like I'm just saying. So, I'm
Is
not a
that what he
Nancy.
was
That's
using
all I'm
on you? He was use a dildo on you?
saying. Next.
That's what you just
Oh, look at
said. You
the
can't.
time.
You just said that you can't do it.
I
That's messed
cannot do
up.
it. If someone has severe erectile dysfunction, I mean, what else are you going to use, right? So, you know, it's either the tongue, the finger, or a dildo, and I'm not about that
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, I mean, that's real though. I mean, you're talking about something that's really real. So I appreciate that because
life.
a lot of women they start talking about dating guys at a different age that they, a lot of them deal with erectile dysfunction, and that's a
Now,
real thing. And
you
so,
ask for older men
yep.
because you can get that. But but the crazy thing about it is, like I said, he was amazing. Young guy, amazing, amazing guy. But
You said young guy.
he was in his 30s at the time.
Oh,
So that's why I said there was some health things there. But yeah.
but doing it. Somebody said Teray says erectile dysfunction is very fixable, but doing it God's way in the world are so different. And when it's not God, there's really no fixing that. She's shaking her head, yeah, like she's saying whatever.
Right. Look, I was not saved back. I don't know. Look, God knows He knows what I need. And He's gonna supply all my needs according to His riches
Yeah,
and glory. So that's gonna check off one of
yep, and that's real.
them.
That's real. Well, I appreciate you so much, Chrissy. Thank you for spicing up this conversation.
Laterras, you need to come
Definitely,
back to Toronto. I missed you when you came the first time,
yeah, I would love to
and
come.
I need to come out to the Dallas area, and you got to show me around. You
Yeah, I
got,
would
you
love.
gotta.
I would definitely love to come to Toronto, and yeah, so yeah, let me know. All right, what
Like,
time is it? 4:39. All right, I'm gonna stay to five
it's
hours
late.
and be done. Bye,
Go
Chrissy.
to bed.
Bye.
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 I
All
love
right,
you.
Alicia, come on up here. Alicia, what city are you in?
Good evening. I am calling from Berkeley, California.
Berkeley, California. Would you marry a guy that had erectile dysfunction?
Latarius, it is wonderful to be on your show tonight. I was married for 20 years,
Mm-hmm.
and 16 of those years my husband was sick.
Mm.
And so we had a till death do us part.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you said, would I marry someone knowing in advance?
Yeah.
No.
No, no, but that's a good perspective that you just said. So, because this lady that DM'd me one day that said she was married to this guy. She is married, and she said that she hadn't had sex in 13 years or something like that because her husband has a medical condition. And yeah, that's the sickness and in health thing.
That's the sickness and in health thing.
And so you experienced that for 16 years?
Oh, sickness and in health, yes. My husband had major back surgery the fourth
Yeah.
year, and then um, had a lot of issues due to diabetes.
Yep.
But they weren't sure what it was at first, and so they spent a lot of years trying to figure out what the issue was.
Yep.
Yep, yep, yep. So married 20 years, and single after 20 years. And I was listening to someone earlier talking about in the future having more conversations or um, audience members who are widowed or were
Mhm.
married a long time and now back in the game.
Yep.
Because people will still come to me and say, well, are you interested in, getting married again? Now it's been 11 years since my husband passed. Um, so
11
I've
years.
just been waiting, dating, but it's rough out here, as it's been said.
Very rough out here in these streets. What is your question or comment?
I just wanted to say I'm looking forward to more episodes. I've been following for a couple of years and had the opportunity just learn and hear so much and really see that there are a lot of people who are just trying to figure it out, and appreciate your platform for those who are looking for support in figuring it all out.
Yeah. Yeah.
But thank you, and I will reach out to you in your email. I sent you an inbox. There was something I wanted to send you, but I will reach out again through your Dear Future Wifey podcast at
Gmail.
gmail.com,
Perfect.
and, and send you something to encourage you.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Alicia.
God bless you. Get some rest. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us.
Yeah, we coming back, so it's good. All right, bye.
Bye bye.
All right, Miss White, you up next. Miss White, I see you, Miss White, with your beret on. I can't hear you, Miss White. Your audio ain't working. You just sent me another. You just called again. Who was it? Vanessa. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now I hear you. How you doing? What city are you in?
Hi, Toronto, Canada.
Oh, Toronto and Canada is just in the building. What question and comment do you have?
Um, First of all, it is wow to be on here.
And turn the camera and
I have inboxed you a few times, so yeah,
hold on, but
Vanessa.
just adjust your camera if you would, please.
This
Where you
way?
tilt it down. Well, no, tilt it down again, a little more. Boom, right there, perfect. And yeah, everybody, we're about what 89 away from 1,000 likes. Go ahead and hit that like button real quick so we can go ahead and get to 1,000. Been here 5 hours. Here we go. Go ahead. Question with one question or one comment.
Okay. Okay.
At this point, we all going to Waffle House together. You ain't lying. Where we going? Let's go to Waffle House, y'all.
Okay. Well, thank you for taking me on. Um, so, quite comment in your past episodes of the mentorship with doing more in terms of mentoring men in these generation now to be men. um, Hopefully, we can see more episode with having those this tough discussion with that man go through different trauma, but especially hearing a few comments back where a lot of men leave at tough situation happening to the wives or their partner, spouse, or whatever the case may be. But if we can see more exposure in those tough conversations that, why men don't have that staying power. But for the last since 2020, listening to you, a lot of things that's been coming to me. One of the things we have taken on as a church is every once of end of the month we'll come together to pray for the men because we feel that we need more discipleship, need more mentorship, where man needs to step up to the game. So
Yeah.
just want to know more episode on those type of things.
Well, good. Yeah, we're going to be curating a lot of these conversations in the future. So just be on the lookout. I have a special episode I want to do for Valentine's Day with men. And so, yeah, we're gonna really unpack some stuff. So I want to really get into Julio. Julio keep trying to call. I'm not accepting any more to jump on because I'm finna close out. So sorry, Julio. Join the next one. All right. Well, thank you, Miss White. I definitely take that in consideration and put those podcasts together. Julio just said he going.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Have a good night
You
and
too.
praying for you always.
Amen. Take care. Berlin,
Oh, great.
how you doing?
Hi. I'm good, Laterras. It's so great of you to stay on with us this long. I love your show. I listen to it all the time. Very proud of you. Another comment I have, and then a quick question. Um, your boys' school, wonderful. There are not enough men that are doing positive things like that for African American boys in particular. So
Right.
that's just incredible. When it comes to raising money for your school, I wish I had all of it to
Yeah.
give. But the only thing I do have to give is my talent. So if ever you're in need of someone that writes music, writes songs, to do some type of fundraiser, whether it's with your shows, if you get back into doing your musicals again, I would love to be a volunteer.
Definitely. I appreciate that. Yeah, and it's not a school, it's a home. So it's a foster home for.
Oh,
Yeah, because a lot of, I mean, I don't even want to get into the statistics of how many foster kids are in the system, kids that are up for adoption in the United States. It's staggering numbers. And so, what I want to do is create a home for these kids so they don't age out of the system and they have some semblance of what home looks like. And so, that's what
exactly.
Kingdom Royale is about. And then, what's your question?
Well, my question is if you ever need volunteers
Okay,
to
yeah.
help raise money, I'm a volunteer. I'm here.
I'm gonna definitely put together this year. I'm gonna be more intentional on putting together the infrastructure on fundraising efforts or whatnot. And so you'll definitely, if you're on the mailing list, you'll get information about all that. So thank you so much, Berlin. Is it Berlin?
Thank you so much. Yes, it is Berlin. Thanks,
All right. Thank you
Lateris.
so much, Berlin.
Happy
Bye.
New Year.
Happy New Year's. Capers. Let's see who this is. Uh, and then Angela. I think Angela must went to sleep because I see a black screen. How you doing? What's your first name?
Hello, I'm Ellen Capers. How are you?
How you doing? Great, great, great. Ellen. There it is. Ellen, how you doing? What city are you in?
I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Charlotte, North Cackalack. All right. So,
Yeah.
what question or comment do you have?
Since your last relationship, have you totally healed? And are you in a dating process at this
Yes.
moment? Or you try to work on you?
Yes, totally healed, and it happened quickly because of what I said earlier, radical acceptance, accepting what is and what isn't. And yes, I'm always currently dating. So I put myself back out there. I talked about the whole process while I was doing the Healing from Heartbreak episode, that I would always put myself back out there to date. And so, yeah.
So I would like to say your show is a blessing to me, and I shared your podcast with everyone that I know, and I wish you God's best. Take care.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All
Thank
right.
you. Bye bye.
Bye. Angela, I'm gonna see if Angela, she gone. She must have fell asleep while she was doing this. Listen, wow, right up to the last minute, we got up to 1,000. Listen, y'all, thank y'all so much. As I embark upon season 8 of Dear Future Wifey, I don't know what's in store for us. I always ask God to strategically align us with the right people that's supposed to come on the podcast. And so I'm believing God for dynamic stories, dynamic individuals that will pour into us. Malawi, she says 749. Where she put that at? 749 in Malawi. Wow. But I'm at work and I'm trying to concentrate on this. But yeah. Listen, thank you so much, Mary. Thank you, Mary, for rocking with us. It's a 5-hour. I'm trying to see, do I want to stay on another 9 minutes just to make it an even 5 hours? Why not? Let's just go ahead and stay 9 minutes. That 9 minutes is going to feel long, though. It's going to be midnight. Nah, I'm going to go sleep. Listen, thank y'all so much for all that you do. Again, I'm going to be dropping a way to sign up for the mailing list next week on the episode. Thank y'all so much. I love y'all. I speak blessings over y'all. Heavenly Father, everybody that's listening to the sound of my voice, God, you know the desires of their heart. A lot of us are desiring our purpose partners. A lot of us feel as though that person may be, a lot of these women feel like it's not even possible. A lot of them feel like, how am I going to meet these people? I'm not even meeting people that are intentional. But God, I ask that you give hope to the hopeless. I ask that you give encouragement to those that are doubting. And God, I ask that you give strength to the weak. God, I come against the spirit of lack, the scarcity mindset. I rebuke that spirit right now in the name of Jesus, and I send it back to the pits of hell where it belongs. Lord, no weapon formed against us shall prosper, and every tongue that rises up against us shall be condemned, for this is our inheritance because we are servants of you. So, God, we consecrate our mind, we consecrate our thoughts, we consecrate our environment to create an atmosphere that's holy and acceptable to you. God, continue to do what you do best. That's save, that's set free and deliver people. And God, we'll be so careful to give you the praise and adoration. We thank you in advance for the testimony that's going to come forth through this year. Those that are growing weary, Lord, that will look back on these situations. Even in the summertime, there's going to be some testimonies that's going to come forth where it was no guy in sight, no woman in sight. But then over the next 7 months, they'll meet somebody and they'll rise to the occasion. God, we thank you for all that's going to come forth through the Dear Future Wifey podcast. The souls that are going to grow to learn you and come to the knowledge of you. We thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. God bless y'all and good night.